for after and do everything after round one.
Check 1 2, check 1 2. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Leaving a Legacy Open 4. This is Pat Uglo in the booth. With me right now, Zach Turgeon. What's up, Zach?
Not much yourself.
I'm doing all right. Jeremy running through the door. What's up, Jerry?
Feature match good to go?
Yeah, feature match ready to go.
All right.
Yep, we got.
Start. All right.
Yeah. Yep, we
looks
got
good.
We have John Kerman and Justin Lutz, two of our locals here. Gonna jam some sweet Legacy today.
Yeah, I believe Lutz is even your podcast editor.
That is correct. That's correct.
And from what I'm to recall, Jerry's dentist.
Yes, indeed.
It's not actually Jerry's dentist, unless Jerry's been doing some bad things. But frankly, we're here to bring you some legacy
his
today.
His dental plan is extra bad, so that's what happens. So we're gonna get the Cardboard Live deck lists up there soon. This is my first time using it, so give me a moment here. We'll get them up there for you guys.
Yeah, we had a slight issue with the second camera this morning. It took a little bit of extra time, but don't worry, we'll be up running full in the second round.
As always, when we try to do new stuff, it's always a nightmare. So.
Oh yeah.
So I believe Justin is on Agrolome today. I believe he's on Agrolome, and I'm pretty sure Kerman's on Blue White Blade. I can actually look that up right now just to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that's what we're looking at for.
Yeah, so we can bring up these lists right now. Obviously, like you said, we can't get them quite up this round, but we can confirm like what is in the deck list and start talking about them.
Yep, absolutely.
So in the dark, if this is Blue White Blade versus Loam, which deck do you like?
So that's a really good question. I kind of feel like Agrolome might be in a better position just because of their ability to ramp a little bit faster than Blue White Blade can. Blue White Blade probably has a better removal suite than Agrolome does.
Sure. So we're looking at Kerman's list right now.
Yep.
And does it sway you that he has 2 main deck copies of Back to Basics?
Yeah, so that seems extra bad for Justin, right? Like, I mean, he's the Mox Diamond is integral to the Agrolome game plan, but if he can't tap any of his other lands for mana, then it's going to be a long day for Justin.
Right. The Moxes give him a little bit of an out. Yep, they're waving. They are waving. They are good to go. Oh, speak of the Mox Diamond, it has come out
There
immediately.
Yeah. I remember we did a podcast not that long ago talking about Agrolome, and one of the things that I learned was how important Mox Diamond is to their game plan. It is completely essential.
Well, apparently it was important enough for him not to keep another land.
Right. Yeah, which is really interesting. So Justin keeps the Mox Diamond hand.
If we can pull up Justin's list on our end, we'll be looking. Look at that. She's trying to show us the cards. I wonder if he is running copies of Life from the Loam, because that's what this play signals to me. Because you're going to keep a Mox Diamond hand where you're pitching your own land if you only need one land to go off from there.
Let's pull up Justin's list here.
Oh, we're just getting our chat up here. Hi, chat. How's it going? Okay, we have a Stoneforge Mystic. He certainly has a suite of things to go get. Do we have that up? Or no, we don't at the moment. But I remember it was a Batterskull, a GTA. He's going to get that Batterskull. Seems pretty good in this matchup. Actually, a lot of the equipment do seem pretty good in this matchup if they can stay on the board. Oh, looks like Justin's found that second land, and we're about to play a game of Magic. Do note that Kerman has 2 basics in play, which is both good with his own Back to Basics and allows for Justin's Wastelands to be a much, much less important card. So if I had to guess, we have like a Life from the Loam here or a Renin 6 to start picking up these lands. Oh, we have some video lagging issues, apparently. We'll try to work on that. Yeah, kind of like you said, running a little bit extra stuff on the fly, so the computer may be being slightly taxed at the moment. Tell us how you feel about it.
Where is this?
Hopefully the name is now changed as well. Sometimes that doesn't go through for anyone who's sat there on stream. Oh, we have a Twitch Prime subscription. Thank you.
Tigar.
Nice to see. Nice to see you supporting Legacy.
Do you know how many players we have for this event today? I didn't see the. I saw the standing, the pairings, but I didn't see our total. Yeah, well, I'll go get that light fixed too. 1 minute, please.
Yeah, 1 second. Our light's off here, so as you guys can see, we got 2 complete white pieces of cardboard. We'll figure out what they are in 1 second. So while my broadcasting partner is left to go do that, still off to a pretty slow start on both these ends where there's jockeying for position, trying to make sure that the other player can't get too far ahead, as both these decks are very good at playing from ahead. Agrolome has the ability to, recur punishing fires, have planeswalkers, have value engines that can constantly keep pressure on the opponent, and Blue-White Blade is essentially just like a deck of answers and value cards. Well, it looks like we're seeing a force on whatever that mystery card is. We'll find out. Oh, it looks like that mystery card is a Chalice of the Void, so that was definitely a good thing to force, as the blue-white deck definitely relies on its cantrips. Also, John has some main deck Spell Pierces in there, too. Gonna fetch out another island, making sure that mana base is nice and secure. Definitely setting up for a back to basics in the future. Though it's not great against Justin right now, it will be great if the game keeps going. So we got our Batterskull joining us, providing the first big pressure. Sorry for the earthquake there. That's definitely just trying to get these lights fixed. Attack for 5 coming in, Justin. Justin's going to drop to 14, and that should bring John up to 21.
We'll get the lights off once the round's over. There's not much I can do, and I have to take the actual bulbs out of the fixture.
Oh, okay, so we need to take some precautions after to avoid this glare. We're just going to have to deal with it that one game.
Yeah.
So that mystery card on John's side is a Stoneforge Mystic. And that mystery card on that side, I don't know. We'll figure it out. The last one was a Chalice of the Void. This one seems fine. Oh, we're reaching for a die.
Gaddock Teague, maybe? Or maybe it's a Chalice. Nope.
If that has a 4 on it, that is a Renin 6.
Yep. Beautiful.
So Renin 6 has come down and is going to show you the new card on the block. So Renin 6 in this matchup is very important, as it's going to let Justin finally start building up his land base and end up not necessarily pull ahead, but not fall so far behind. So that Ren 6 has been punched down, but it did get its card. It got its land. Let Justin have some options in this game. So I can't see quite what John's hand is. I think I see a Council's Judgment and 2 blue cards. Look, I don't know, it looked like a Brainstorm to me, but there's a lot of different Brainstorm arts.
Yeah, true.
Oh, Atticus Black, thank you for that Twitch Prime subscription.
Boom.
Again, thank you for supporting Legacy. It's a great format. Hopefully greater than our lighting setup at the moment, but we'll work on that.
It was better last time. This is the first time I just forgot to take the lights out.
Yeah, we understand. So that I did see. That was a Chalice of the Void. It looks like a Chalice of the Void on 1 is coming out. If I have to guess, that's probably going to end up meeting with that Council's Judgment. But it may just be too late for Justin in this game.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, he's got an active Batterskull right now, so that's gonna get in there pretty good.
Yeah, and Batterskull, as anyone who's played, well, basically any format with it, know that it's damn near impossible to race.
Mm-hmm.
So Justin's going to need, hard removal to end up, clearing out the board and take over this game. But there's really no shot of him, coming back on a fair game.
So now, in retrospect, how did you feel about the single Mox Diamond keep with no land other than the one to pitch to the Diamond?
Again, I don't know what his hand was.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen a Renin 6 as well as a countered Chalice and a second Chalice since then. So if you have these type of powerful cards, I do understand it. Personally, with the new mulligan, I'm more likely to go to 6, especially in a deck like this.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, I don't fault him for it. Answering the question in chat, asking about Abysmal Standard attendance, I was there. I was playing. Personally, a lot of that, and I know a lot of people who play Standard, weren't able to make that tournament because they didn't have the new cards. If you actually look at the Week 1 standards in almost all like SCGs and Grand Prix, they tend to be very down because people just don't have the cards yet. I would expect that to bounce back.
It was really low, wasn't it? In the 300s or something like that?
I was in the low 4s, or high 3s, low 4s, something in that area. So we see a knight coming out here. It's a reasonable sized knight, but I have a feeling that it's not going to do too much.
Has John fired off the council? No, I was going to ask.
Nope, it's coming.
Yeah.
And I have a guess what's happening.
It's probably for the knight. Yep. There we go.
Again, another hit for 5.
Get
Gonna bring this down to 2. Looks to be all over but the crying, but you know, this is Legacy. Maybe a miracle can happen here. Well, not literally as it's aggro loam. I don't think they're playing any Terminuses, but it would be nice. Okay, Justin looking to get blocker in the way. Again, I don't think it's going to matter too much. Oh, that Lily's nice, but it's only going to end up eating the 1/2.
Bye-bye, Mystic. Is that Lily of the Veil?
That is Lily of the Veil,
Okay.
yes.
There's
a second judgment that's looking to end this game.
Yep. See you, Lily.
No, it's not Lily. It's the blocker.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was going to say, like, you know, I guess if he had more life, he might be looking at that to stop him from edicting his own token, to slow him down some. But yeah, you're right. That once he's able to get rid of that blocker, it's all done.
Yeah, right. At some point, you stop looking at value and just start looking to finish your opponent.
Indeed.
Okay, so they are going to sideboards. If you are Justin, what do you want to do to your deck right now?
That's a really good question. I think he's going to want to be able to deal with. Well, he didn't see any of the back to basics in this.
No,
right?
Importantly, he did not. Though, if he does look, I believe his opponent fetched entirely basics, which does give you a little bit of a hint of what's going on.
Mm-hmm. What do you think? Where do you think that Justin's trying to go right now with this?
So if I'm Justin, I'm going to make sure that I want to try to resolve my disruptive permanence, which is very important, and I go a little broad. But at the same time, Justin has some of the fairer cards that just aren't good in this matchup. Whereas John is looking to play a normal blue-white fair game of Magic. He's looking to counter his opponent's non-creature spells, plow his creature spells, get those out of the way, let things like Stoneforge Mystic or a Jace or something like that take over the game. So, while we are waiting here for sideboarding, and again, we're a little short on the list at the moment. It's round 1. We'll have everything up by round 2. It took us a little bit longer than needed. Does anyone have any questions about the Legacy format in general right now, or frankly any format? I tend to keep up with most of them. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. We'll try to help you out there. I can see right away that card in the front of John's sideboard plan was a Disenchant. So that seems like a pretty good card in this matchup. It's going to hit, the Mox Diamonds, which really, really cements that back to basics plan. Though overall, it is a little short on targets, but the targets it's going to hit are pretty good. It's got the chalices as well, so it's probably only 8, maybe 9 targets. I don't know if it has a equipment of any type, but those are must-answer things. Getting rid of that chalice if you have all your cantrips, or being able to hit a Mox Diamond if you have a back-to-basics out is very important. Thoughts on the London Mulligan? I actually love the London Mulligan. I think it's great in basically every format. It certainly changes the way that people have to think about things. So I think a lot of people kind of overreacted at the beginning and tried to say that it was going to drastically ruin formats. But what it's going to do is it's going to change formats. It's going to put your impetuses on doing slightly different things. But overall, it leads to more games of Magic, which is important. How many players rounds today? I don't know. We will figure that one out.
Ren ban-worthy?
I do not think that is even close to ban-worthy.
I agree. It's great. We were actually talking about that at dinner last night. We had a great dinner before the
When
stream.
you have a results entry slip, please bring it to the judge score table and not the front counter of the store. If you go to the front counter of the store, they will make you buy things.
I believe that is one of our judges, and maybe even he's head judging today.
Indeed, Ian,
Ian is
Yep,
head judging?
yep.
Excellent. Anyway, is Ren ban-worthy? No. what Ren does is it gives fair decks a way to have their old Deathrite Shaman, but with much, much less cost. Or, sorry, more cost. It costs 2, and its modes fix your mana instead of fix and ramp your mana, save you from small creatures rather than just give you a whole bunch of life. And yes, they both do finish the game eventually. So it's kind of a toned-down version, but you need both 2 colors to do it, and you can't cast it off just black, which was the biggest problem with Deathrite Shaman. We'd allowed decks to homogenize, where Ren and 6 is doing the opposite and forcing decks to actually branch out in their colors. Okay, it looks like we're starting here. Justin's going to play a Badlands and pass. Again, we'll have the turnout numbers in the second round. We want to clear that stuff with the judges and everyone here at Gaming Etc. first.
Indeed. All right, followed by Scrubland. Chalice? White card.
Yeah, again, we're going to fix the lighting on this in between rounds, but this definitely feels like a Chalice. We'll see by the number being put on it.
All right, Kermit draws for turn. Is that a Surgical? Plays the Flooded Strand.
It does look like a... Oh, there's a Force of Negation. I can tell that.
Yeah, I see a Brainstorm, a Council's Judgment.
A Council's Judgment. Looks like Kermit has a very reactive hand here.
Do you feel like that's where Blade should be when they're playing against Agrolome and sideboarded games?
Yes. Overall, the blue-white Blade deck has more controlling elements, and I think it wants to lean into that. It doesn't want to play a Haymaker fight with Agrolome.
Okay. Is that because Agrolome just has the better Haymakers?
Oh, it has the better Haymakers and, frankly, more of them.
Yeah.
You know, like people have noted, a card like Ren can take over a game. A card like Liliana can take over a game. We saw a Force of Will Thalia. And while that doesn't exactly take over a game, it does a good job of stifling John's ability to both cantrip and use those free counter spells. Like we're seeing these Force of Negations and stuff like that. Those get much worse when they start having mana costs attached to them.
Sure. So Kerman did force the Thalia. He's pitching a Snapcaster Mage, and now he brainstorms. Thalia pretty brutal when he's on 2 lands right now, so I can imagine he doesn't want to see that in this matchup right now.
Right, exactly.
Again, it's a Force Negation top of his hand there?
Oh, yes, it's certainly a Force Negation on top of that hand.
And
it looks like he's heavily considering it.
Okay.
It looks like John should also be at 19, if I had to guess. Probably paying 1 for that Force.
I'm pretty sure they're keeping paper track of their lives, but I'll just go update that for him.
Right. I know it's only 1 life, but especially against a fair deck like Agrolome, that may mean something in the long run. Yep, looks like he's going to play a Force to hit that Ren. Notable. The difference between Force of Negation and Force of Will is it is a negate instead of a counterspell, but it also exiles the card. So that Ren and 6, gone forever, no tricks to get it back. I know Agrolome doesn't normally have some, but that is very relevant in some matchups.
John reminded us that he actually gained 1 off the Grove.
Oh, okay, excellent, okay. Teach us.
He laughed at me.
Teach us for not paying attention. Yeah, well, he's at 19 now. He fetched. Who's right?
So he fetched out another basics. Like how actively do you think John wants to slam a back to basics in this matchup?
Oh, the moment he can.
Yeah.
Especially in a situation like right now where there's those 2 lands tapped, and it would mean that Justin would need to go get something like a green source to have a trophy or an abrupt decay or something like that to get it off the board. And there's just a shot that Justin doesn't have those things right now.
Do you think a card like Force of Negation was extremely important when it came to the London Mulligan?
In other formats or in the
Legacy,
specifically to Legacy, I don't think it's super important. It certainly helps a deck like this give it a justification for just being blue-white. You get another Force of Will because you're paid off by having more of your cards be blue. But overall, I think it's just a good addition. Decks that really struggled with early combo decks now get the ability to choose not to struggle.
Right.
which is a nice thing to have. There was always that discussion of like, would you play a 5th Force of Will if you get the choice? And now you do get the choice.
So John found his third land drop here, which is significant.
Yeah.
And he sees Snapcaster Land and Brainstorm, I believe, off that?
I believe so. So again, blue-white kind of spinning its wheels here, not really getting traction on the board, but he's finding a way to keep Justin from getting on the board as well, which is important.
For sure, Justin Lutz is presenting no pressure right now on John. So
right, Justin has cast 2 spells that have both been answered. Notably, John has pitched 2 threats to answer those. So he may find himself a bit threat-light later, but hey, that's what you got to do to stop those cards from hitting.
He's still holding on to that surgical in hand too, right?
Yeah.
What do you think he's waiting for to fire that off?
You bring that card in to hit punishing fires,
Sure.
but you may... it's pretty much just punishing fire in this
Right.
matchup. Now I'm thinking about it. He really has no way to look at his opponent's hand and like get some extra value out of it. You can sometimes see that out of decks with discard, where they'll be able to take something and get the second copy out of someone's hand or something like that. But overall, it's kind of just punishing fire here. I guess it maybe has some value in that you can hit a land that like Ren's targeting or whatnot, so they don't get the land, you kill the Ren, and then you can maybe like finish the game quickly, but you are down a card doing that. Okay, Justin takes a draw. What are we going to see? For the record, John was reading a Cabal Pit out of Justin. It is kind of a weird land for those who are unfamiliar with it. It has Threshold, which means that if you have 7 or more cards in your graveyard, it has an extra activated ability. Oh, it looks like we're seeing a Knight here.
There we go.
The Cabal Pit gives -2/-2 if you sack it. But it is basically just like a land that you taps for only black and you take a damage.
So John's looking at Brainstorm in hand right now.
Oh, it looks like he's saying okay to this.
Okay. Oh, I guess he does have the Council's Judgment, so he's probably not too concerned about it.
Right, he does have an answer.
Yeah.
It may not be the most efficient answer in the world, but again, right now, Justin isn't putting a ton of pressure. He's, they say the best Brainstorm's the one you never cast, and that's what it's looking like here. Oh, looks like he's okay taking a little bit of damage. It's only a 2/2 right now.
Sure.
And again, John's mana base is very resilient to Wasteland, so you don't really need to worry about this Knight like wastelanding you out of the game.
Yep. And Justin's going to have to pay for the activations for searching up stuff, so that's going to slow him down before he's able to really make the Knight any significant size. I assume this is a Chalice here?
It's set to the side. My guess is either a Chalice or a Ren, and we're going to see some responses to this. Again, we'll get these lights fixed next round.
I don't think that's a Ren just because he's tapped a Scrubland for it.
Oh,
Unless
yep, no,
you're mistaken.
You're right. That looks like a Scrubland. So my guess would be Chalice. Definitely reaching for a die, though. So
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. You're asking a question. So what's your question?
I was just going to ask, how was the stream coming in for the viewers there? I know there was some video lag early on. I closed all my Chrome windows, so that probably helped a little bit. If my voice comes a little faint, I can turn that up. Absolutely. Yeah, let me know how that is.
Yeah, that may just be me being loud.
Zach, known for the volume of his voice. You're a loud guy.
It's how it goes. Especially when I have my announcer voice on.
So is he still brainstorming here?
Looks
or has
it. I
brainstorm resolved?
Well, we're seeing a 1-drop there, so it looks like a Chalice. It does look like he probably just says that's going to resolve, and he's figuring out what to put back.
Sure.
That'd be my guess.
Sure. I did not hit record, but this automatically uploads or saves the old videos to Twitch. So, yes, the answer is yes. Still a little video lag. Okay. I'm not dropping any frames here on our end, so I'm not. It might be on. I would recommend turning closing your Twitch and opening it back up again. Sometimes that helps. So we do have Chalice here. Vista.
Okay. Looks like we're seeing an activation.
Okay.
I'm wondering what Justin's going to get here. He has a lot of utility lands and that type of stuff in Aggro Loam, but they don't seem that great right now. Maybe this is just a make it bigger, fix your colors type of situation. Or more important than that, maybe he feels there's a back to basics coming or something like that, and is like, I need to get my basics out of my deck now before bad things start happening. Oh, getting a fetch land. So yeah, this is just a play to grow the night.
Yep. But remember, John still does have access to the Council Judgment in his hand.
Sure,
So
but
he
now
might be-
there's 2 targets on the board.
True.
So he's going to need to decide whether that judgment is going to get rid of the beater or whether that judgment's going to unlock his 1-drops. You need one of those playmats, huh? Do you still have those playmats?
We do still have the playmats. You can either be one of our supporters on Patreon to get them after 3 months, or you can come to Gaming Etc. in Acton, Massachusetts and buy one. I believe Michelle has some in stock as well.
There we go.
Beautiful proxy guy design, by the way.
Yeah, it is a nice playmat. I didn't know the proxy guy did that. That makes a lot of sense.
Yep. Yeah, whenever there's something, a real quality graphic design, he's behind a lot of them.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so in comes the Knight of the Reliquary. John making just a mess of his basics there.
Okay,
So
we're
there's
seeing
Disenchant. Okay.
Yep, we're seeing the disenchant.
Good art for the Disenchant, too.
Yeah, nice old one.
Yep. That's a great point, Luniel. Unlocking his plows, like, yeah, he certainly will like to be able to plow the Knight of the Reliquary.
Yeah, and John being very patient on those fetch lands, just trying to keep them to, make his brainstorms better.
Yep.
Looks like gonna have to get rid of one here, though, if he wants to have an answer for this knight.
I really like Prismatic Vista. I just picked up my first for Blue Red Delver. I think it's so good in all these 2-color decks.
Yeah, it is a very good card in all the 2-color decks, as well as it allows some, very, not so much in Legacy, but very 4-color shenanigans in Modern.
Indeed, yep.
We've seen a lot of Bring to Light decks in Modern that are using Prismatic Vista as the actual untapped Evolving Wilds, and that's a cool aspect that it really helps both heavy multicolor decks as well as dual color decks.
Very nice. So I think, does John have basic in hand? Is that a basic in hand too?
It looked like it, but again,
cracking Vista.
The way people's hands are right now, I'm hesitant to call out anything.
Yeah.
Definitely has a reason to do some stuff. I saw a Snapcaster Mage, I can guarantee that, as he is playing the Modern Master Snapcaster Mages that have that very dark art to them.
Will I be on 4 for Blue Red Delver? That's a good question. It's probably going to depend on which build of Blue Red Delver I want to play. So we were toying around with playing, going back to a prowess build, maybe jamming Arcanist in there for Storm Chaser Mage because it's so powerful, and getting back to the Price of Progress plan, which I really, really like, especially in a metagame where people want to play a lot of 4-color decks, 4-color decks. Price of Progress is very good. And it's also one of my favorite cards in Magic to cast. But if I'm going to play the build right now where you have Arcanist, Delver, no Swift Spears, so this is an Assassin's Trophy here?
This is an Assassin's Trophy. I'm wondering what this is targeting.
Maybe one of his lands?
Yeah. I'm a little unsure here.
Maybe targeting the plains, trying to get him off of white mana. But John gets to search for.
He'll just get another plains.
Yeah.
I think that Justin is not aware how many basic lands are in John's deck.
That's certainly possible. Coming back to the question, I think Blue Red Delver, as it is now, most popular builds probably can play 1 or 2 of the Prismatic Vista.
That makes sense. I will say that I walked around the room earlier, and a lot of people are playing Blue Red or Grixis Delver with Dreadhorde Arcanist. A lot of people are playing very different versions as well. Some people are playing very aggressive decks. Some people are playing very controlling decks. So it'll be interesting to see which one comes out on top.
I imagine Justin's a little bummed out right now that he was able to just get John an extra plains.
Right. I think personally, after seeing what your opponent has fetched in the previous games, I think Justin probably pulled the trigger too early on that one. I understand what he's going for, but it's a little iffy. So the Council's Judgment is going to remove any threats, and now we have this game that is Again, just kind of sitting here, seeing who ends up resolving the first big threat.
I didn't notice, to be honest with you. Just the ones that are directly over are the ones that need to go. It's fine. Well, once they're done, we'll take care of it. Jerry, can you get a player count for today, too? How many total players? 98 players today at the event.
Yep.
That's a good turnout.
Yes, that's 98. I think that's 7 rounds, if I had to guess.
I believe so. I actually have that math somewhere on my phone.
Oh, yeah, I have it, too. I'm pretty sure 98-7.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yes, that play is definitely better in the upkeep. That said, facing a blue deck with so many cantrips, you do run the risk of giving your opponent a free brainstorm there. Okay, so
There's a surgical on the...
Yep, the surgical hit the punishing fire.
Okay. That was a great call on that. John was really patient with that surgical extraction.
Right, and waited exactly for Justin to tap out of the land to be able to get it back. That's nice that he's no longer have to deal with that. But again, he pitched like a True Name and a Snapcaster early. So I think at this point, John has actively controlled Justin enough that he's looking to get some card advantage or threat on the board, something like a Jace or a True Name, something to allow him to speed this game up now, because now if this ends up coming into a top deck war, again, Justin's cards are fundamentally a little bit more powerful, where John has better selection. He might not have any basics left. Are you talking about John? We can pull up the list just to make sure, but from what I remember, he had a lot of basics. Yeah, I'm actually still wondering what happened with that fetch with the Vista. But he got a land afterwards. So he
Magic player Matt Orfanello, can you report to the judge station in the back of the room? Once again, Matt Orfanello to the judge station.
Yeah, so John does have 6 islands and 2 plains.
Right.
So maybe Justin was on the hope he doesn't have another plains in the main board.
Right. That said, it did eliminate his second plains. So that's going to leave things like tundras available for wastelands. And as looking at it, John only has 2 tundras. So it does leave a very long-term game plan of cutting John off double white, but that is a long-term goal, not something that is immediately going on.
Green Sun for 3.
That's what it looks like.
What is he going to pull for Green Sun for 3? Oh,
Well, it looks like we're never going to find out.
Snapcaster Mage here.
It's probably going to get that Force Negation. Yep.
Indeed. And one of the cool things about this is that he can actually pay the mana cost of Force Negation. Pay for 3.
Right.
Exile this Green Sun, which is also neat.
Yeah, it's not a 7 mana play anymore once you've got that Force Negation in your yard. Turns that into a nice, almost affordable 5 mana play.
All right, John just picked up another one of his duels here. Snapcaster's going to get in for the beats. And are we going to see back to basics?
We have seen a back to basics.
Woof.
Ooh, and
Justin knows it. Justin knows it. Yeah, Justin knows that he's in a rough spot right now. I mean, thankfully, John hasn't presented much of a clock. And like you said, he has pitched a couple of his threats to these Force of Wills and Force of Negation. So he might be a little threat light, but the Snapcaster Mage will get there eventually. There's a Mox.
Okay,
that's actually not terrible.
Ooh, pitching that Blast Zone's interesting. It's probably the only thing he has left, but that Blast Zone is actually a way to... Well, I guess it can't really kill anything under the loam. It was nice to have under the back to basics.
Right.
But that's an interesting card. I guess given the makeup of his deck, he does have access to go buy it back later. But it is a very good card against blue-white blade decks. Yeah, Punishing Fire was hit with a surgical when he tapped his Grove.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there's the Golgari Charm. So we knew that Justin had this in hand. That's going to kill the Snapcaster Mage if Justin doesn't.
Nope,
I
don't think that's what that's targeting.
Oh, of course. I forgot there was a mode on that card.
Yeah, destroy enchantment, -1/-1, and regen all your creatures.
So I always remember it as -1/-1 because that's what always hits my decks.
Right, those
sure.
pyromancers and tokens dying.
Indeed.
But no, it clears out that back to basics, allows him to get back in this game.
Man, just when I thought that John had it locked up, Justin gets the one of Golgari Charm to unlock his lands plan here.
Well, again, I don't have his list exactly in front of me, but my guess is he has things like trophies and abrupt decays and other things. The important part was he found the mana.
Right. Yeah. Well, he almost didn't. I mean, all right. There's a knight. So this game is, I think, turning it back in Justin's favor now.
Yeah. We're seeing what I was talking about earlier, where the selection and counterspells kept John ahead at the beginning, but Justin's cards are just better cards when they're already in play.
So we 4-mana Jace.
We see a Jace.
Okay.
Okay, well, that's the difference here. That card makes a difference because that card is better when it's in play.
And he's going to brainstorm land, Stoneforge Mystic, and is that a third or another Jace?
It looks like another Jace.
Okay.
Interesting that we haven't seen any Swords to Plowshares in this game. So either he's running less than we are anticipating, or maybe he just, hasn't found any. Oh, I can see them there as he's shuffling around. So my guess is he hasn't found any.
He does have 4 in the main.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the third mode on that Golgari Charm is the secret one, and that's the one that gets people the most. The other ones are kind of expected, but if you've ever seen someone cast a Supreme Verdict and get Golgari Charmed, you haven't seen someone sad. Okay, so this Stoneforge is probably going to go find Batterskull. Seems like a good spot for it. Nice, bounceable defender. Noting that there's no Punishing Fires left in Justin's deck, so that is very likely to at least get a chump block off as well. So Justin is now falling way behind, where in one turn a Jace came down and that Batterskull was found. He unlocked his mana and put down a pretty good threat, but basically got hit with a very bad combination of cards. Oh, we see a cycling land, see his redraw here. Definitely searching for some stuff. So it's going to be interesting to see how John chooses to play this game from now on. That Jace is definitely a Swiss Army knife. Traditionally, the air quotes correct play pattern is to always just draw, brainstorm, and eventually bury your opponent. But as he's at 8, we're seeing the land there to kill. Oh, perhaps he has another removal spell and he's trying to clear away to hit the Jace. That would actually be a good way for Justin to come back in this. And I think that's what that would signal, because killing the 1/2 is not a huge deal. Yeah, he's asking if he's tapped out, so.
Mox. That knight is getting fairly large.
Oh, okay. That is the perfect draw. Oh, and he attacks him for lethal.
Nice.
Nicely
done by
Yeah,
Justin.
good play
there.
by
Now we're going
Justin.
to game 3.
Yeah, that he pulled that out of nowhere, frankly. Like I was just saying, he was pretty behind. What ended up happening was his opponent stuck 2 very good cards at that point in the game, and Justin was just able to use the resources he had to get clear the board and get him in one swing. 'Cause I don't think he'd be winning if he took 2 more turns with that Jace on the board.
Now, it's worth noting there's about 12 minutes left in the round. So, John Kerman on the play. How aggressive is he going to have to be here to close out this game quickly? There we go. And we're back.
Okay, sorry about that. Somehow we got muted. So, as I was saying before this, John needs to be worried about the clock here. They only started this game with about 10 minutes left. So he's going to need to present a slightly faster clock than the previous games, where Justin just played what may be one of his best cards in this matchup.
Indeed. So John's going to fetch here. He could be spell piercing this.
Way lower than before. It's entirely possible. He has a couple options. I will ask the people listening if our volume has changed at all. Again, we're trying to make sure that things work. Refresh page to get audio back. Okay, well, no, things are good.
Yeah, we should be good.
I live in Boston. Where are you streaming? We're streaming from Acton, Massachusetts.
Indeed. From Gaming Etc., one of our awesome local stores in the area. We are very spoiled. We have a great legacy scene out here. We appreciate everyone coming out to support the legacy scene we have.
Yeah, it looks like if that is a Thalia, again, we didn't see it because of the glare. It could be a Bob. Looking at the things he tapped, my guess is... no, that was last round. I'm not actually sure. We'll figure it out. My guess is that... Oh, well, that was a Sylvan Library as well. This is interesting. We don't know what that card is. Worth noting, he does have a untapped land here, so he could pay for it. Dice on deck would be a Bob. However, he also has a Sylvan Library, so he'll probably be, having it for that as well. Oh, good call. Good call. Yeah, there was that untapped Mox. And he is now paying 3 for that Punishing Fire. So, yeah, it looks like that is a Thalia. And coming in for another 2.
And Justin is on the aggressive plan right now. He's one of the nice things about Thalia is keeping John on his back foot right now.
Right, it makes the play line of like cantrips and keep up force difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so cracks his fetch, getting a land. I'm interested to see what he does here. If I had to guess, we're probably seeing something like to get rid of this Sylvan Library.
Mm-hmm.
It's mostly just a nervous habit from people. No, it doesn't look like there was a land drop.
So he's going to play the Council's Judgment.
Oh, getting rid of the Thalia.
Bye-bye.
Completely reasonable choice. Takes off both the pressure on his life total and his mana. Oh, it says we're muted, but can anyone else get this now?
We shouldn't be muted.
Oh, no, never go. We can see our audio going up and down here, so wanted to make sure. Yeah, personally, in a matchup like this, if I'm Justin, I'm just taking 8. But I tend to be more of a crazy man with cards like that. But given the amount of Council Judgments he's seen in the previous games, I have to assume that, that card's not going to stay around forever. I'd probably want to get the most out of it and apply the most pressure possible.
Mm-hmm. And he did pay 8. He kept all 3 cards.
Okay, there we go.
Force pitching back to basics.
Yeah, that Garrick, if that resolved, would have... I'm not going to say end the game, but it would have put Justin way in the driver's seat.
Mm-hmm. So here's a ponder from Kermit here.
Lands, swords, and force.
So, probably not everything he wants to see.
If I had to guess, this is going back. Oh, is it staying? He's decided. Yep, looks like it's good enough. Needs to get that ponder off that battlefield.
Wait, they can't attack?
No, they don't do everything, just mostly everything. They'll figure it out at some point. There we go.
Jeremy, it's these beautiful Shure microphones that we have. That's for our ASMR channel that we're starting up in YouTube. I'm gonna put my hands in a bunch of cornflakes and crunch them around.
Please don't.
Breathe. Was this a Thalia? I didn't see what he put into play.
I didn't see when it was put down. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure that out. But the important thing is John allowed it.
Indeed.
And we know that he has at least the force as well as some other answers. So John doesn't care too much about whatever it was.
Notably, he did see the Swords to Plowshares off the top of his deck.
Right.
So he has answers to creatures.
Okay, so we're seeing a shuffle off this ponder.
Got to look for something to pressure Justin's life total right now.
Yeah, he could just end up falling behind completely to that Sylvan library. Yep. Yeah, our guess would probably be knight at 3. Because seeing as there's no dice,
There's another Stoneforge Mystic.
we have seen Ren. It didn't last very long.
And I think the second one was forced.
Right, yes. We saw a forced Ren and one that came down, got a land, and then got punched by a Batterskull.
Mm-hmm. Ren is a need to answer card now, for sure.
Right, especially in these, it's need to answer out of a deck like this.
Mm-hmm.
John's deck is built to play fair and only fair. And a card like Ren excels at fair and only fair. So, you need to answer in kind. A deck like Reanimator does not care if your opponent plays a Ren.
There's a Punishing Fire by Thalia.
Well, again,
Maybe.
we do know that we've seen at least a force here. So if John values being able to play a land, put down this Batterskull, and be able to bounce it, he needs to force this.
Mm-hmm.
Looking like he's considering it as well. Force pitch snap. Okay. Looks like we have time called in the round.
Attention players, we are missing a slip. Table 40, Mac Duranda, Jay McAllister. If you're at table 40, we are missing your Metrazol. And we really want it.
Again, that was our head judge, if you overheard that.
He's fantastic. Ian's the best. Yeah, so at this point, they're going to be going into turn shortly because they might have had a small time extension.
Right, I'm a little bit unsure about whether they have a time extension, but the rest of the tournament has hit. So if they haven't hit a time extension, one is, turns are going to start pretty soon.
Mm-hmm. Now, Zach, what deck do you think is best positioned for the meta for Legacy today in the current metagame?
As for a singular deck, I normally have the belief that there isn't a best deck in Legacy. I think it is just varied enough where you haven't quite hit the modern point where every deck is 2%, but also no deck is 10%.
Right.
I think that the blue-red Dreadhorde Arcanist decks have the most potential. Because they haven't had a ton of time, but have shown a ton of power.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have this Green Sun Zenith, it looks like.
Is Green Sun for 1?
Looks like 2.
Okay. All right. The Grove.
Oh, no, was that just a fetch land?
Oh, maybe it was.
Yeah, that was just a fetch land.
Yep.
I thought I saw Green Sun, my bad. Oh, nope, more Punishing Fires. Swordsing the Knight.
John is letting Justin's life go in the opposite direction of the way he needs it to go.
Right, this is not looking good for John right now. Oh, and looks like we have turns. It is turn 1.
This will be tough for either person to close out right now, I think.
I don't think John's deck physically can close out the game. If Justin's hand involves having specifically knights and John fails to get them off the board, he can probably close out the game.
Sure. There's a Batterskull, but that's just a few turns too late. That may be enough to prevent him from losing the game. Maybe. But I don't think it's going to help him win this game.
Yep.
I suppose there's a line where, this is turn 2, so it's not going to attack till turn 3.
Yeah,
so even
no.
if he played, land and then double true name.
Yeah, this is looking bad for both players right now. Both these decks are notoriously grindy, and both of them got off to pretty slow starts. We didn't see anything out of Justin like quickly resolving a Chalice or something like that would just put John out of the game. So instead, they've just been playing this card advantage answer threat back and forth.
Worth noting that Justin just kept another card off of Sylvan Library.
I kept 2 cards because he was at 16 after that plow.
2 cards. Interesting. So taking the aggressive line here.
Technically giving John an out, though, I don't think that there's... Yeah, there we go.
Unless John has the force in hand. Nope, he does not. So
I think John's down to 1 card. Yeah, that's exactly why he did that.
There's Wasteland, which doesn't do much right now. Can cut him off that Tundra, but that's it.
Well, that's pretty important. Well, it would be important if this game were going long.
Yes, agreed.
It's not important because this is going to end up going to time. Yeah, that looks like a Bob, and it's not going to be good enough.
Turn 3.
So, between... Oh, there's an Narset.
Narset. He gets to Impulse.
More importantly, it also shuts off that Sylvan Library.
Now, with Sylvan, will he still get to see the top 3 cards, or he just draws a card for turn? How does that work with Narset? Aren't those cards technically drawn?
I believe they are technically drawn.
But they're not drawn into your hand.
Right.
Yeah.
Hopefully he doesn't draw those cards, because I don't want to see a judge call on turn 4 of time.
Yeah. There's Disenchant, so maybe we won't see that. Is this a Chalice for 1? On Justin's side?
That's what
right?
That's what it looks like. Oh no, that's a Liliana. So this this must be going at the Sylvan Library.
Okay, so we won't see, likely won't see that judge call. But again, John just delaying the inevitable draw here, I think.
Yep. Bob flips Bob. So yeah, unless there's a secret 6 for that Bob to flip, but it's even turn 4, so he doesn't get another turn.
Which one is cut to coming soon?
Be right back. Yeah.
Get ready to pull the lines. I'll take.
All right. And then you can also mute from here as well. Right.
Okay, again, we have a Renin 6 coming down. Would be a very powerful point at this point in the game, but again, we're looking at what will most certainly be a draw. Worth noting that there'd be a constant Wasteland and perhaps a Cabal Pit or something like that. Cabal Pit very nice with Renin 6 for what it's worth. So we see a Green Sun Zenith for 3. I don't think Justin has a card that deals 11. And he's not getting another turn. That said, there is such a thing as a show of strength here. Both these players don't want to get a draw in round 1. He may just want to, have a massive board advantage going into turns. Maybe see if he can, have John admit that he would lose the game or whatnot. But certainly not required by any means, as we have gone to turn 5, the last turn of this game. So, looks like we are very likely to see a draw here. Yeah, it does look like Justin had this, though a counterspell and a true name. Yeah, looks like he's filled out 1 in the middle, so we're definitely going to see this go to a draw. It's a little unfortunate for our first camera game of the day, but we will be back with more Legacy action. We'll take a couple minutes off as we have hit the end of the round, and pairings are going up and people are getting settled. We'll try to get you guys the best Magic that we can, and we're going to go try to deal with that light issue at the moment and hopefully get 2 feature matches in next round. Okay, so we should be back in about 5 minutes. Thanks very much. And I'll talk to you guys then.
Or Jerry can be on.
What's up, Jerry?
How's it going, Pat?
Hey, we're in round 2 here. We have Andrew Bartlett versus Josh Higgins.
Yes.
Ooh.
Should be a pretty quick match. We got
I'm excited.
Taylor Swift Spear hitting the board.
In there for 1.
Yep. I think this is going to be a quick match no matter who wins.
Yeah, indeed. So one of the cool things I love about Blue Red Delver right now is that there are basically 2 builds, and I think Andrew might be on the Prowess build, which is the one that is near and dear to my heart. So Higgins is going to come out leading with Badlands into Faithless Looting, and we're going to see Force Negation pitching Ponder.
Andrew is not messing around.
No.
He is not going to be focusing on the reanimation spells. He is focusing on the enablers.
And honestly, that Force Negation is so much better right now than Force of Will.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it exiles the Faithless Looting, so he can't
that's
flash
true.
it back.
That's true.
And now we're going to see Ponder. It's going to pump his guy.
I don't know how often Reanimator flashes back Faithless Looting, but it is definitely a possibility.
Indeed.
So, yeah, it looks like Andrew's trying to just get there on the win on the back of this Swift Spear. Let's see if he keeps this Force of Will. I imagine he is going to keep this Force of Will on top of his deck. Really wants as much counter magic as possible in this matchup.
Yep, for sure. So Ponder gets banned.
Looks like Force of Will got put on top, and I believe it was 2 lands beneath it.
Okay, so there's a good chance he's going to draw that Force of Will and then fetch away those lands.
Yeah.
So Swift Spirit gets in there for 2. He's going to leave up the Delta here, and he's going to pass.
Cardboard Live appears to be down right now. Sorry, guys.
It's not. It's for what it's worth. It's not down. I am just incapable of getting the deck list on the stream. We will get them at some point. We have 7 rounds plus top 8 today, so we have time. I just need my tech guy to tell me how to do it, aka Wilson Hunter. So it's actually just my inability to get him up there.
Ooh, double Grizzlebrand being pitched to the next Faithless Looting.
And there's Bloodstainmire.
I think we're going to see a reanimate right off the bat.
There's a good chance. I don't know if Andrew kept any.
He has the
permission.
Force of Will.
Okay.
I don't know if he has another blue card. Can we move? I see an island. I don't see another blue card.
Yeah, we should definitely cut those decks. You're on camera. It's a feature match.
Hey, sometimes you just trust your opponent.
There's a Dark Ritual.
Ooh. All right. I think that's 2 lands. I think that's Force of Will, land. Oh, or is that a Delver?
It does look like a Delver to me, yeah. So an active Grizzlebrand here is going to be a problem for Andrew. However, I mean, he does have Force land on top. So if it was me, I would fetch away I would
there
fetch
goes
away that
the
Force
fetch.
because you don't need that Force now. You're going to want to hope to draw a burn spell.
Mm-hmm. Wait, shouldn't he have drawn the Force off of the Ponder if he put it on top?
He might have drawn it. He does have the Force in hand, doesn't he? Or maybe he drew the Delver in hand because he knew he was going to have 2 blue cards for it regardless.
Yeah, possibly.
That's I guess if you have Force in hand, I guess that's
I mean, that's the right play in those circumstances. I think we might have just misread his hand. It's true. I mean, when they don't have sneak attacks and volcanic islands, I'm just confused screaming.
So here's a Preordain.
Yep. Another great sneak and show card.
So Andrew nice enough to put the dice out for his prowess triggers, which he actually doesn't have to do.
Right.
Prowess is not a trigger that you have to announce.
I don't think things look good for Andrew, though, because I don't think once a Grizzlebrand hits play, anything short of triple Lightning Bolt is going to deal with that Grizzlebrand.
Not when he's in 8. Yeah, exactly. Unless he's running even Price Progress isn't going to do anything here, so he's going to need Fire Blast and some other miracle card off the top.
Yeah.
Thunderous Wrath would do it. But I don't think he's going to be able to have either of those. He does have a Chain Lightning in hand, so he does have a path to victory here.
If I was in Josh's shoes, I would just forget about Grizzlebrand's Draw 7 ability and just use it as a 7/7 lifelinker for the rest of the game.
100%. He might have Vapor Snag, but I don't see it in his hand. That is an out that he does have in this matchup, however. That's a really good point, Nargoyles. Depending on the build. Some builds are on Snag, some builds are not. Some people are relegating to the sideboard. I think it's less and less of a main board card now, but it's certainly around. I do enjoy having a Vapor Snag in my main. You are too late to play today, my friend. Thal Hall 98. Our tournament started at 10 a.m. sharp.
I was here at 9:45.
Yeah, Jerry was, he wasn't late, but he definitely wasn't on time.
If you're not early, you're late.
Yep, and if you're Jeremy, you're just late.
I was in such a daze this morning that I drove down the highway for half an hour in the wrong direction before I realized I was not going to the tournament site.
There's Cabal Therapy. I assume this is going to name Lightning Bolt here. Or Force. I guess he could name Force of Will if he wants to.
I don't think he worries about Force of Will at this point. He's just trying to make sure he doesn't die. He might have named
could name like
Lightning Bolt,
yeah.
Price of Progress, though he's not really that afraid of Price of Progress.
There's Arcanist. He did name
he
Lightning
did name
Bolt.
Bolt.
Yep. That actually might be a Chain Lightning. I could be mistaken.
No, that's a Bolt. That's the 10th edition Bolt.
See
you
if
can
that,
tell
see if
because
that's-
it has the flavor text on it,
See,
whereas
if that's
on
a-
11th edition they removed the flavor
if that's
text.
a Lightning Bolt, I think I would have just fired off the Bolt there and not let him take it with Price with Cabal Therapy. I think I would have just bolted him.
Well, there's some interesting play with Cabal Therapy and Lightning Bolt, where if your opponent quickly goes Cabal Therapy, Lightning Bolt, and then you play Lightning Bolt, your opponent then gets to actually change the target of Cabal Therapy, even though they did not give you enough time to respond before naming a card. It's
Interesting.
some very interesting interactions between Instance and Cabal Therapy.
So he has Arcanist. Andrew has Arcanist in hand, but that's not going to do anything for him right now.
Oh, we're seeing a second Cabal Therapy targeting himself.
There's Chancellor. Chancellor goes in the graveyard. And I think he has mana for Exhume now.
He's got the Dark Ritual, Exhume, no other land, so it looks like he's going to be exhuming next turn. Unless, did he?
He had played a
Ritual. Did I miss a Ritual
yeah,
earlier?
indeed. Yeah, he played Ritual.
That's what I get for not paying attention.
That's what happens. If my mic is a little low, it's because I'm just not as loud as Jerry, but I will turn it up there for you guys. Let me know how that is.
That's because I can control the volume of my voice.
That is indeed true. Actually, I'm probably a little louder now, so let me know how that is. Yeah, so, Andrew has a flip Delver, but he is in a spot where he's not going to win from here, so he's going to go right into game 2. And we should be able to, while these guys are sideboarding, should be able to check out what's going on in our other matchup here, where we have Tom Smile and Death Attacks. They're also sideboarding now.
Perfect timing.
Beautiful. So we can come to the booth.
Yeah.
Oh, here's us in the booth.
There we go.
Oh no, we still can't get Jerry here.
I'm off screen.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Let's do this. Then let's do. Oh, we lost us. Let's do this.
There we go. There we go.
This is a mess, Jerry. It's a mess.
This is great.
This is what you get for not being here at 9 a.m.
I do none of the work and get all the credit. It's great.
It's true.
I'm also only responding to Yugi.
Yugi.
Please refer to me as Yugi for the rest of the tournament.
We do have a comb for you too, if you'd like to comb your hair.
Actually, yeah. Tom said that you do have to comb me during the matches.
Wait, I have to comb you?
You have to comb me.
I'm your comb boy now?
Yeah, Tom got this wonderful setup, so he makes the rules.
When was the last time you had to comb your hair, Jerry?
A long time since I've had to comb my hair.
This is extremely awkward, and it's really impressive.
Get those Super Saiyan highlights out there.
All right, let's see what's going on with our feature match here. All right, so we're still in sideboarding here. Jerry, Andrew's gonna bring. Let's see what Andrew has access to in his sideboard here. I think he's got. There we go. Oh no, he doesn't have his deck list loaded up, so we're not gonna be able to see his sideboard yet.
Nope.
Damn it, Andrew.
This is why technology fails.
Or Josh. Both you guys.
Good news is Tom and Anderson both have their deck lists.
They get the feature match now. I don't know who's up a game here.
Grix's Dread Horde versus Death and Taxes. I feel like I got to give that to Grixis Dreadhorde. I think they just have a lot of tools that Death and Tax is going to have a hard time to deal with.
Yeah, it depends on what build of Grixis we're talking about here. I haven't seen, like, is this Grixis Delver with just Dreadhorde Arcanist instead of Pyromancer?
Yeah, I also saw some Liliana of the Last Hopes. I only saw his list very quickly.
Okay. What in the 80s is going on with Jerry, David asks.
It's not the 80s, it's Yu-Gi-Oh!
All right, so back to our main feature match here. Mulligan puzzle. Jeremy, that's true. No matter how many reanimates this guy casts, he'll never be able to bring another Legacy GP to the board this year. It's indeed true.
All right. Do we have Andrew and Josh's? No, sorry. Don't mind me, people. Don't mind me.
Jerry. Show up late and not know what's going on. So Andrew's going to want to have he's going to have access to things like Grafdigger's Cage, Surgical Extraction in his sideboard. He's going to hope that he has one of these pieces to play on turn 1. Yeah, Grixis Dreadhorde is interesting. I feel like. So here's the thing, like with the Arcanist builds, I feel like you need a minimum of 10 cantrips. The deck works much better with 11 or 12. And like I just don't think that Grixis Delver has the ability to have that much air in its deck because it needs to have so many different answers. Like the better Grixis Delver deck is, the more answers it has in the deck.
It adds in the Planeswalkers, and the Planeswalkers reduce Dreadhorde Arcanist's ability to hit.
Right, which is not great, and it makes me feel like you'd rather have Pyromancer instead of Arcanist.
True, but you do get access to things like Thoughtseize and Inquisition of Kozilek and these 1-mana discard spells that, if you can get the recurring, are very, very powerful.
Yeah, I suppose. I just, man, if I'm Grixis Delver, I just don't think I think I would rather have. I think I'd rather have Young Pyromancer. I just feel like if you're gonna be getting things out of your graveyard, you're gonna want it to be slamming down a Gurmag Angler. But I haven't seen the Grixis Delver list in action with Dreadhorde Arcanist, so it'll be interesting to see where it is. So all right, so we're seeing a turn 1 Delver Secrets from Andrew. No Grafdigger's Cage, so maybe he has something like Surgical in hand. I think that's a Prismatic Vista on top, and I'm not sure what else he has there.
Yeah, it's hard to make out.
All right, here's Bloodstained Mire from Josh.
Is that a Chain of Vapor? That can't be a Chain of Vapor.
I can't tell.
That would be
There's
hilarious.
Unmasked.
I think that is a Chain of Vapor. That would be hilarious.
That is unfortunate for Andrew here. Unmask, discard, unmask.
So we get to see it.
There's Force Negation. Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, no, it's a Flusterstorm.
Okay. Ooh. All right. I feel like, interesting.
Got Prismatic Vista. Now, looking around the room, Pat, I did not see that many Reanimator decks in the room. I did see a ton of Ren and 6s. Ren and 6 definitely looks to be an early contender for most played card of the weekend. Also saw a bunch of Dreadhorde Arcanists.
Oh, sorry, I'm just watching Jerry brush back his bangs right now, and it's getting to me.
I haven't had bangs in a long time, man.
All right, so here's Days of Faithless Looting.
Ooh, Vapor Snag off the top.
So that's something that you don't. All right, we have a split sleeve as well. That's something that you definitely like to have here against Reanimator as a fast clock. Vapor Snag is also a great card in this matchup. It's less great when your opponent knows you have it because they're able to kind of play around a little bit, but
that's still a huge feel bad for Josh. It's like, oh, not only do they have this clock going, but I also see a Vapor Snag that I now have to deal with.
Indeed.
So definitely a bit of a moral defeat for Josh.
Plays Volcanic Island and gets in there for 3.
I have to go change the colors of that life pad. That blue is not doing well on camera.
Indeed. I can actually probably mess around with the camera.
Nah, don't leave the camera. It's fine. I'm afraid of more stuff breaking.
So Delver's getting in there again.
Josh is just passing. Not much action on his side of the board. Second Delver
Second
from
Delver.
Andrew. This is going to be real quick match if
Leaves up
Josh
Prismatic
doesn't get an
Vista.
answer soon. And it looks like Andrew passed.
Yeah, I mean, he basically Josh has to have threats right now. I think Andrew has answer to at least one threat. Now he flips his Delver.
Flipping
So that's
Delvers.
a problem for Josh.
Yep. 2-turn clock. Actually, 1 turn counting this, turn. So
He goes to 4, and if he has like bolt in hand or a ponder and access to a bolt, he has a ponder. So he's gonna find likely a bolt off the top here, or he does find a brainstorm. And
the cage is a bit late, but
yeah,
it
the
could
cage
still-
may be worth just slamming right now. Anyway,
that's what I'm thinking. It's late, but he could just close the game out right then and
Yeah,
there.
I almost feel like you slam the cage and pass with no like. I mean, he does have the. Oh, he's just gonna pass. Okay. I mean, he may want to leave a Vista just so he can bounce a card that Josh has.
He does have the days in hand, and Josh is stuck on 1 land, so it's not like he's worried about very much.
Yeah. See, so because he has the days, I would be more likely I would have been more likely to play the Graphics Cage if that's what was on top of the deck. I'm not sure if it was or not. I wanna see
Dazing the
daze.
Lotus Petal. That's interesting.
Yeah, I actually like that play.
Yeah.
Yeah. Josh needs access to as much mana as he can have this turn, because if he's gonna do something like
We see
Entomb, Reanimate.
We see a Dark Ritual in his hand and a Reanimate. The Reanimate's not going to do him much good. There's the Dark Ritual.
See, David, if I'm blue-red right now, if that was me, I would have just played out the cage, because then that forces Josh to not only reanimate something this turn, but it also forces him to answer the cage.
Oh,
at
I
the same time.
think Andrew's going to get punished right now because it looks like Grizzle Daddy's coming to play.
Yep, Brand's coming in. So I think what I do there is, look, they're gonna know you have cage like that. You don't need to worry about revealing that for the next game. Like, the thing is that it would have forced Josh to do 2 things in 1 turn when he had only one. He only had 1 land on the board, so it's tightening his mana there.
Josh has the Exhume. Now he's just wondering if he's playing into Daze or not. And, I mean, I think he's just got to slam it. Yep. There comes Grizzle Daddy.
So remember, Andrew does have Vapor Snag.
He does.
So
Is he scoot? Wow, okay.
maybe Josh just knew he was dead there. Oh, you know what he did? Andrew did reveal the Vapor Snag to
Delver.
From Delver, so Josh might have known that was just going to happen.
Josh just, I also appreciate just getting a Grizzlebrand out for the lulz.
Mm-hmm.
So, while they're getting set up, you want to switch over to Death and Taxes versus Crixus? Very nice, very nice. Looks like a war of attrition right now. Both players with only 3 lands in play and nothing else. Looks like a Aether Vial and a Thalia in the graveyard. Looks like Anderson's been mostly cantripping this game.
Mm-hmm. Here's Recruiter.
Probably going to find a Stoneforge Mystic, I would imagine.
I think so. We're unsure of the life totals here in this match, and also who's up a game or not, but this is certainly game 2.
No, Palace Jailer. All right. Tom is going for the attrition game.
Yep.
Thanks for turning in, Bobo Fraggles. Oh, and Jace is getting slammed on Anderson's side. Let's see what comes out on top, Pat. Big boy Jace or little boy Palace Jailer?
Jace may not be long for this world if he's able to get a Stoneforge Mystic in play. And I assume Tom's also going to have access to plenty of things like Council's Judgment. So,
Well, Anderson doesn't have the best choices with Jace since Recruiter of the Guard is already in play. Tom's most likely going to be playing the Palace Jailer. You know, you definitely don't want to be Jace bouncing Recruiter of the Guards.
Indeed.
And he doesn't have any defenses up to protect that Jace. And if he just brainstorms with Jace, Recruiter and Palace Jailer will be able to kill the Jace. So he's probably going to brainstorm this turn, and then next turn, if he doesn't get a defensive play out, he's going to have to start plussing the Jace if he wants to keep it. Is that a true name Nemesis, though? So it looks like he does have an option.
is that a Flicker Wisp Tom has in hand? Or Mangara?
I was not looking at Tom's hand.
Okay.
I was paying attention to the blue cards, Pat.
Yeah, that's true. That makes sense.
You know me.
Sounds about right. All right. Tom draws planes for turn.
See another Jace in Anderson's hand. So actually, if Jace dies, Anderson's not too sad.
So let's talk about something here. Tom has access to pretty much every deck in Legacy.
Yeah.
Why do you think he's on Death and Taxes today?
Well, Tom has played Death and Taxes in the past, and it is a deck that he has favored. I would feel Death and Taxes is a pretty risky choice this weekend with all the Ren and 6s floating around.
All right, let's get back to our feature our other feature match here, our one match here. So we see our players here resolving mulligans. Now they're tied at 1 game apiece. So this is game 3 here. Let's update that as well for y'all.
Right.
So Andrew's going to go down to 6 cards here, I think.
Yep. Remember, the London Mulligan is an effect which heavily favors Josh over Andrew in this matchup, I feel.
I don't think the more I think about it, I don't think that it heavily favors Josh in this matchup. I mean, Josh is on the play, so but Black Rider is always going to have access to some of the cards that make it super busted. But it looks like we certainly have at least a force here, and I think there's also a force of negation and 2 blue cards in Andrew's hand. So he's protected for turn 1.
Now
no Chancellor reveal. So that's play Bayou Petal.
That's a trap for Andrew though, because without a threat, you can have protection all day. Without a threat, you're still going to lose.
Indeed. Legacy Pit in the stream. What's going on, man? He would have chosen Pox. He was loaning out the cards. Yeah, of course.
Force of Will on the Entomb. Andrew does seem to like favoring the tutors rather than the enablers of the Reanimate and Exhume spells. He just doesn't want those creatures in the graveyard.
Which I like quite a bit.
Yes.
Another
Second Entomb.
Jeez.
Some people just have all the luck.
Yep.
Looks like we're going to be getting back to Tom and Anderson's match pretty quickly if things pan out.
There's
here.
a chance, yeah. Yeah, there's a chance.
Big
And he has
Daddy
access to 2
Grizzlebrand.
mana, so he has access to Reanimate and Exhume right now.
Yeah, he does have the Lotus Petal still.
Yep. So he has a single mana floating, and he's got the Lotus Petal. He has access to Reanimate and Exhume.
Let's see
Or
if he has
Animate
them.
Dead.
And there's the Exhume.
Yep. Cracks for black.
Not even a daze option. Ooh, Force of Negation. Pitching Delver. So
That
Andrew
Exhume,
did
that
actually.
Exhume should be exiled. There you go,
Yeah.
guys.
Andrew did
Perfect.
actually have the Delver. Did not see it in his hand before. He did have the Delver, but that Delver is now gone. So Andrew does have to have another threat, and Josh is still pretty close to comboing off. Grizzlebrand is still in the
That
graveyard.
Delver just came flying out of the sleeve. It just wants to attack. It's not used to being pitched. Not used to going to the graveyard.
I mean, as my grandfather, Grandpa Yugi, told me, the heart of the cards.
There's Vista. Jesus.
The cards know what they want.
Jeez. All right. So Higgins down to one card in hand. He spent quite a bit of his hand trying to get that into play. Wasteland Bayou. I like that here.
Andrew still has the Flusterstorm, so
Flusterstorm,
Josh.
is that a Brainstorm as well in hand?
It appears so. So Josh is going to have to find 2 reanimation spells in order to get this working.
He's gonna fetch here.
Was that a cage Andrew just drew? That could give a pretty big detriment to Josh's
for sure.
plans.
Good island too. Strong Island out of Josh's deck.
Out of Andrew's deck, you mean?
Or Andrew's deck, sorry. I guess Josh probably shouldn't be playing any islands, huh?
Probably not in Red-Black Reanimator. That does look like a Grafdigger's Cage on Andrew's side of the board. And there it is.
So that puts a serious damper on Josh's plans. Now he has to come up with both mana to bust the cage out, and then he also has to be able to find the spell to reanimate one of his creatures here. So Andrew's bought himself some time. However, without a threat on the board, like Josh has plenty of time.
And I do believe since Josh is running Scrubland, I do believe that means he is running Wear and Tear in his sideboard. That's usually something the Red-Black Reanimator players will play with if they're running Scrublands.
Force of Negation, I think that's a Brainstorm and a Flusterstorm. So Andrew has options here.
Yep, still no threats, though. So Josh is not in any rush. Going to want to find those hands. He might even want to find a couple discard spells first.
Yeah, absolutely.
Make sure he can clear the way. And, that's the thing as a combo player. Combo players sometimes are impatient. They just want to, combo off as soon as possible. But when you don't have a threat, and that ends that conversation.
Yep, there's the threat. Josh with lots of cards in hand, though. There's a land. He's going to play Polluted Delta.
Can't really make out anything in Josh's hand.
That's pretty good.
Now, Delver flipped. Crashing in. Preordain from Andrew. I think this is where Andrew starts to run away with the game.
Yeah, he's going to want to have another land here to be able to pay for that Flusterstorm.
True.
So hopefully he's able to draw a land.
Bottom one, draw one, and he drew a Daze.
Yeah, so that's just as good as a land drop at that point.
Yeah.
He's got a couple answers in his hand right now. So really, like, Andrew's plan is protect Grafdigger's Cage at this point.
Yep, protect Grafdigger's Cage. That biggest thing that I preferred Blue-Black Reanimator back in the day over Red-Black Reanimator is access to show and tell in the sideboard.
Sure.
Being able to just ignore all of those graveyard hate cards was a huge advantage of Blue-Black Reanimator. Just unfortunately, Blue-Black Reanimator I just don't think is playable in the meta anymore.
It's just a little too slow. It's doing the same amount of powerful things that Red-Black is. So there's really no need to be a slower reanimation deck.
Yeah, well, we've just gotten so many great graveyard hate cards over the years that you just need the explosiveness of Red-Black Reanimator to stay competitive. In chat, they're actually mentioning a really great point about Andrew's sideboard for this. Grafdigger's Cage is pretty good against Dreadhorde Arcanist. We have seen a lot of Dreadhordes in the room today.
Yep, yeah, it's definitely a card you're willing to bring in against a Dreadhorde deck.
And
it's worth noting it shuts off his own Arcanists as well.
Have we seen any from Andrew?
Yeah, Andrew I think had one Arcanist in game one that
he
never
did.
got to play.
Okay.
I think that was in hand with the lightning bolt that got was pulled out of his hand.
And a spell pierce drawn off the top for Andrew.
Andrew has tons of
He has
answers.
all the answers.
It's impressive he's been able to do what he's been able to do off of single island.
Well, that's what these Delver decks excel at, you know, being low to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, that first turn where Josh blew most of his hand trying to get that Grizzlebrand into play, and Andrew was just able to counter was able to counter two of the spells that really left Josh without much of a game plan at that point.
Yeah, but
Grafdigger's Cage a couple turns later kind of closed Josh's avenue to win made it significantly less.
I don't think Josh did anything wrong there. I mean, like I always say, we didn't come here not to play turn one Grizzlebrand. So, I mean, you just have to go for those, and, you know, if your opponent has the answer, they have the answer.
Yeah, for sure. There's Vista. I mean, this game is I can't see a place where Josh is able to win here.
Unless he is running Sudden Shock. This is why I love Sudden Shock. It's like, nice handful of counter magic. Kill your Delver.
Right. Yeah, yeah, for sure. I mean, that would be good. But again, it's just delaying the inevitable here. Andrew's got a handful of answers.
He's got Daze, Flusterstorm, Spell Pierce, Force of Will.
I think there's even a Force Negation in there as well.
Force Negation as well, yeah.
I think so.
I don't think Josh is going to make enough land drops to hardcast Grizzle Daddy, unfortunately.
Yeah,
Pyroblast, all right.
That's not going to resolve.
He does have 2 lands up, so it limits
Spell Pierce.
Bartlett's options. I mean, I would just pay for this. Make him burn a second counter spell. Everyone's in the tank.
Yeah, I agree here. I think he forces Josh to pay. He's gonna have to fetch here, double fetch, put himself to 8.
Yep.
And then Andrew's gonna then daze that, or rather, probably daze the Pyroblast.
Oh, thanks very much, Bobo.
Thank you for the subscription. Appreciate it. So Pyroblast still on the stack, and that's gonna get dazed.
Seabeard Spirit Guide? No.
So now it's notable that also brings Josh down to a faster clock as well.
Yep.
He went from 10 to 8, so that's notable.
Essentially,
when you're dealing in 3s.
Yeah, essentially took a turn off the clock.
So I think it's worth Andrew there, playing out a Spell Pierce and playing out a Daze to protect his single threat.
True that. Man, still just operating off a single island.
Yeah. That's pretty impressive. I mean, Blue-Red Delver is running usually between 17 and 19 lands, sometimes as few as 16 when you're really being degenerate. So it's interesting to see him. Yeah, he has another island in hand too, so. And he's going to play out the Polluted Delta, which I like. It's going to put Josh to 5. I don't think we've seen a Bolt off his deck yet, so. But he's got a couple forces in there. He's in good shape at this point. And I think he also still has that Flush of Storm in hand as well.
It's a odd day when the Reanimator player has the most lands in play.
Indeed. Indeed.
Our scout on the ground. Any results on Tom and Anderson?
Not that I saw.
Thank you, scout on the ground, Zach. Great report.
I figured you guys had the 2 feature matches. I was looking at everything else.
Yeah, that's fair.
Zach just went over and no Blood Moons in play. Nope, I'm done.
Not interested. Any Goblins players today, Zach?
Not that I saw.
I did see one Goblins player.
Yeah.
One Goblins player in the room.
Oh, I actually have to get a list of the counter help today too. About I need a bunch of Goblins for Liam's deck, so I'll pick those up today. I need Rabble Master.
I don't know how I feel that you're training your son to be a Goblins player.
I'm pretty excited.
It's like Darth Vader, trying to convince Luke to join the dark side. Tell him to join the good side, Grizzlebrand.
I mean, I do have show and tell built too. He could just play that.
Actually,
would be easy
show
for him to figure
and
that out.
tell might be too difficult for him. I mean, we all know the difficulty of show and tell.
That's true.
Through the roof.
That's true. So Grizzlebrand gets exiled here. Well, wait, why is that exiled? By force negation. Should Grizzlebrand be exiled, or should it just be?
Was that a force negation?
Yeah, he cast force negation.
You can't cast force negation on Grizzlebrand though.
No,
correct?
I know, but I think he cast it on the reanimate spell. It might have just gotten carried over on accident. It's black-red goblins. It's just a really basic legacy goblins deck.
There were some sweet goblins printed in Modern Horizons.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Black Siege Gang.
Yep. I think that's why. I mean, the deck is running a single Badlands. I think for that. So
Yeah. Oh, trusting your son with the Badlands.
It's actually the 4 Cavernous
Did
Souls.
you give him
that
the
are
key?
more expensive than the Badlands.
Did you give him the keys to the car next?
It's just a Badlands. It's not a big deal.
Badlands is the new Bayou, man. Thank you, chat.
Okay.
Grizzlebrand got pitched to Mask. Good games.
So Andrew taking it down.
In 3.
Going to 2-0 on Blue-Red Delver.
Awesome. Let's cut back to Tom and Anderson, see if we can catch the tail end of their game.
They're also
they're also backing up. Let's go to the booth. All right, Pat. Some exciting legacy going on so far.
It's been awesome. It's been awesome. How does it feel?
Feels nice.
You got.
Feels
we have
nice.
to comb it up.
Please comb it up.
We should have brought some hairspray to really get the spikiness going.
I know, right? Yu-Gi-Oh! We're gonna assemble Exodia later today, guys.
I don't know what any of that stuff you're talking about is, by the way. No idea.
Exodia.
Nope.
See, there are 5 cards. See, in Yu-Gi-Oh, a combo is literally just 5 cards that say, if you control these 5 cards, you win the game.
That's how you win a Yu-Gi-Oh game?
That's apparently.
So that's like...
I haven't played since 6th grade,
so
man.
It's actually
6th
more,
grade.
It's more complicated than Legacy, where all you have to have is 2 cards, which is show and tell
True.
brand.
True. True.
We don't know if Tom won. We'll find out.
We'll find out.
We'll get the pairings up.
We'll probably get Tom back on camera. Speaking of, actually, Tom is one of our headhunters today, Pat.
Oh, yeah. You had a bunch of packs, right?
I did. I have the list right here. And if you want to actually take a look at the packs themselves, I've posted them on the Leaving a Legacy Facebook page. But Tom, Ian, and actually Josh. So Josh was actually going to be handing off a pack because he is also one of our headhunters.
Josh Tissio?
Josh Higgins,
Okay.
who was just on camera. There are 3 headhunters for the tournament today. Each of them have 3 sweet booster packs. Ian got OG Innistrad,
Okay.
Ice Age,
Nice.
and Alliances as his 3 packs. Well, you don't like it?
That's all right. That's pretty good.
You get Force of Will. Force of Will's that uncommon in Alliances. Thank you very much.
That's fair.
Josh had OG Mirrodin.
Yep.
Good stuff. OG Zendikar.
Nice.
Get some fetch lands and Mercadian Masks.
I like Mercadian Masks.
Mercadian Masks got some good
I
stuff.
think Mercadian Masks has some of the best basic lands in all of Magic.
They are beautiful
They're really
basic
nice.
lands.
Yeah, they're really
Beautiful
nice.
basic lands. And Tom was packing Visions, Invasion, and because we had to keep the meme alive, Fallen Empires.
Yeah, of course it is. Of course it's Fallen Empires.
I already pre-apologized in the players meeting to the person who wins the Fallen Empires booster pack.
Does the person who win it get to choose which pack they get?
No, Tom just chooses. Tom is
So Tom's
definitely
really
giving.
salty?
He's giving the Fallen Empires out to a salty loss.
Oh, this is just Jerry's new look,
Yeah, you guys like it?
a la Kevin from The Office.
Yeah,
It looks really good.
it was a gift from Tom. And I told him if you buy me a Yu-Gi-Oh wig, I will wear the Yu-Gi-Oh wig.
I'm pretty sure it was crowdfunded as well, so be proud of
It was
that. I'm
crowdfunded.
pretty
Oh
sure,
man,
yeah.
you guys are the best.
Yeah, I'm
you
pretty
guys
sure.
are the best.
Awesome. All right, well, we're gonna get the next feature match set up for round 3.
Yeah.
And
Real quick, guys, if you have a particular match that you really want to see today of a deck, post it in chat right now so that we can scout some good stuff for you
Yeah,
guys.
totally. Absolutely up for that.
But yeah, we're gonna take a lightning quick break, and we'll be right back with the next round.
Yeah, round 3.
Awesome.
What is going on, everyone? Pat in the booth right now. We have a really cool matchup here in round 3. I believe both our opponents are both 1-1. We got Ryan May on a cool Citadel Storm build and Craig House on Dredge. I have a feeling this match is going to be fairly quick, so we have our backup set up as well. I haven't seen any Hypergenesis. No. Yeah. Adult responsibilities are the worst. All right, so we got lists here. So this is okay. Craig House. Oh, did I misspell his last name? I believe it's just H-O-U-S. Unless he spelled it wrong.
That's probably unlikely.
So let's talk about this Citadel Storm list, please.
Okay, so we have Ryan May running this Citadel Storm list. How this is going to work is it's using the card Bolus's Citadel to allow it to play cards off the top of its deck. Rather than paying for them, you pay life for them. And now it's combining that with a bunch of like 0-cost cards, as well as the new card Weather the Storm. So Weather the Storm is 1 green. It says gain 3 life, and it has Storm on it. So for each card played that turn, you're going to gain 3 life. Now they're going to use it to go through. His attempt is going to be to go through his entire deck and get an Aether Flux Reservoir in play. Now, people who played Standard a little while ago will remember this card. It showed up occasionally. What that's going to do is whenever you play cards, you gain life, which, again, goes along with Bolus's Citadel. And then it has this like little thing at the bottom that says if you pay 50 life, you deal 50 damage. So his goal is to get his life total as high as possible and blast his opponent out of the sky.
Now, is he going to be able to buy enough time against a deck like Dredge? That's the question, which Craig House is on.
So Dredge isn't normally the fastest deck in the world. This is like a normal LED Dredge. Mm-hmm. Dredge's biggest strength is that it is inevitable. Yep. If you don't interact with its graveyard, it will eventually get you. Mm-hmm. So I think if he can get the Citadel in play and his life total isn't under too much pressure, he's going to be able to go off and beat down his opponent pretty good. So he has some ways of sneaking in this Citadel. Doesn't just need to hardcast it. There's 3 reshapes and 4 show and tells to put everything in. So he has some speed on his side. But it's worth noting that we're seeing some mulligans here. Mm-hmm. I imagine a deck like this is going to mulligan pretty often. It's actually only playing 14 lands. And it doesn't have like the most robust cards. It is playing the 4 Mox Opals to try to dig itself out. It has some Dark Rituals. It has fast mana, but it can definitely have some clunky hands with like multiple Citadels and reshapes and just never be able to go off. Mm-hmm. Anything special out of that Dredge deck right now?
It's worth noting that he is running a copy of Hogak, which has become, I think, the standard in most Dredge lists.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to get a big beater, so I know Anger isn't as prevalent in this format, but you can get Pyroclasmed and stuff. Mm-hmm. Things will be able to clear everything out. Looks like Ryan's finally going to end up keeping here. And we're going to get started.
He went down to 5 cards, and I think Craig started off on 6, so both players taking a mulligan here.
Sure. Both these decks probably mulligan pretty well.
Here you go, Cycle Street Wraith. There we go. Crack LED. And he's going to start dredging right now.
Yep. Starting out
Brave Troll.
Strong. Oh, we have a point at something. I believe he's having him keep track of Storm.
Mm-hmm. So Storm would be 2, right? LED and then... Oh, no. Storm would be 1, right?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure why that 3's there. But we'll figure it out. Oh, it's floating mana. Okay, from the LED. That makes sense.
That does make sense.
So it looks like he has 3 black.
Yep.
I'd assume actually probably red mana, but...
Narcomoebas. And he does... Is that a Cabal Therapy?
Looks like a Cabal Therapy.
Yeah. Which I don't know if he's going to want to... I don't think he has a bridge in the graveyard yet, so he probably doesn't want to flashback the Cabal Therapy
there is
yet.
a single bridge in there.
Okay.
There was one in his hand. The big question is, does he know what his opponent's on?
Well, this is a good way to find out, isn't it?
Yeah, a blind therapy on turn 1's a little rough. Yeah, floating mana.
Juice, this tournament is located in the beautiful Acton, Massachusetts, at Gaming, etc.
So it looks like whatever was called was not in that hand. No surprise given the weirdness of this list. Worth noting, though, that in Ryan's hand, there was a Show and Tell and a Bolus of Citadel.
Okay.
So he just needs to be able to get the mana to cast that Show and Tell, and maybe he can go off.
All right, we're going to see a little more dredging here. There's the Faithless Looting. Archimeva's going to come back to the board. Another bridge and an LED. Okay.
Okay, these dredges haven't been the best, but they've certainly not been bad.
Now 2 bridges in the graveyard, and I don't know if there's another. I don't think there's another.
No, I don't see another Cabal Therapy,
Yeah,
which is very important here.
Yep. Because that's what you really want. You want to be able to trade in your 1/1s for 2/2s.
Right.
Sense?
Well, no, it's not even trading your 1/1s and 2/2s. You want to be able to disrupt them while doing that.
If you're waiting on your list, come on up and check it.
So we get an attack in for 3, and not a lot of disruption here. So we could see a... Oh, it's going to start.
Here we go.
This is happening. Okay, so we're going to have a ritual and crack this, making blue. Now I'm willing to bet we see a Show and Tell here. And we will see the storm happen. It may fizzle, but we're certainly going to get to see something unique.
All right.
Okay, so how this card works, Ryan gets to look at the top card of his deck, and he can play it at any time, paying life instead of mana. So this is like a Future Sight for those people old enough, or an Experimental Frenzy for people who play Standard, except you're paying life instead of mana. However, this means that when you hit your second land, you're going to brick. So I'm sure this has ways to shuffle the deck and try to get rid of that land. Noted, he has not played a land for turn yet. So
Could be that Cabal Therapy?
yes, it is a Cabal
All right.
Therapy.
Craig on the edge of his seat right now. I don't know if he knows what he's playing against. I certainly wouldn't know if this is what I saw against me.
Yeah, Craig did have a line earlier of cracking that LED for blue, and then trying to use the I forget what that thing's called, Coliseum. To
Did
go
he
in.
end up having 7 cards though, where he would have been able to activate Coliseum?
No,
anyway?
I think that was the problem.
Yeah.
Was he may have ended up coming short.
Yeah, I don't think it would have mattered one way or another. But I think he probably cracked for red because you're more likely to be able to flashback Faithless Looting than be able to dredge enough to hit threshold. So he flipped another Citadel.
Yep. So he's just going through. He's down to 6 life. With looks to be some mana floating and a storm count going. Okay, there's the land for turn. So notably, now that he hits that land for turn, he has this Stars and Spheres, so that when he hits the next land, oh, there it is. There's the Weather the Storm. That's
Jeez.
Yep. He's
And
going.
what does Weather the Storm do again?
It's 1 and a green. You gain 3 life, but it has Storm.
Right.
So for every card he's played this turn, he's going to gain 3 life. And we can see as his life total flying up and ends at 38. And now he has a life total of 38 with a Bolus of Citadel in play. So the odds are he's going to be able to play the entirety of the rest of his deck.
This is insane. So is he hoping to hit another Weather the Storm?
Well,
at some point?
every time he's going to hit a Weather the Storm, it's just going to increase his life total more and more and more.
Right.
His life total almost doesn't matter at this point. He would need to go very cold. What he's trying to find is
back.
Okay, and we're back. Sorry about that, guys. No, he doesn't kill with tendrils. He kills with Citadel. Right?
Well, you can deal 10 with Citadel. That is interesting. There is another line of text where you can tap it and sack 10 permanents to deal 10. But he's mostly killing with Aetherflux Reservoir, which is what happened there. He explained to his opponent, look, all my cards gain all this life, and I'm just going to Citadel and shoot you.
That is insane. That is insane. So on to game 2. I would have for sure thought that Dredge would be favored in this matchup, but that seemed pretty much in Citadel Storm's hands there.
Yeah, so again, this is a combo deck that has the ability to go off quickly, and Dredge, its quickest starts aren't the fastest. Yes, it can get some like very absurd hands occasionally, but on average, again, Dredge's strength is that it plays a different game of Magic, and that if you don't interact with its graveyard, it's going to get you eventually. Those Icarids are going to keep coming back. You're going to keep getting zombies. They're going to keep therapying you. They're going to constantly apply pressure. But that's not going to matter as long as Ryan's life total wasn't damaged enough. Like, if you can get him down to 4 or something, that Bolus's Citadel's not going to do a ton.
Right.
But as long as, something like that happens where he takes 5 or 6 damage before trying to play his show and tell, well, he's going to have a real easy time going off because Dredge is not exactly known for its interaction.
So in these sideboards here, what is he going to be bringing in versus Dredge? Is he really worried about this?
Okay, I wouldn't guess he's super worried about it, but looking at the sideboard, he has some copies of Ensnaring Bridge that could be good to try to shut down what Craig is doing just to protect his life total. There's a Fairy Macabre that'll certainly be coming in. There's some Echoing Truths. You can bring those in to pick up the zombies, but I'm not sure that he's going to want to. He may bring some amount in as a hedge against some amount of hate cards. And there's some Psi Master Thopterus. Again, that's a similar card to Bridge in this case, where its goal is going to be to get on the board and to allow you to protect your life total. So I could see any number of those coming in, but again, this is a combo deck, so at the end of the day, you can only sideboard out so many cards.
Okay, makes sense. And as far as Craig's options for his sideboard.
So he has these Serenities.
Yeah, that's probably the best thing he has in the sideboard here, right?
Well, he has Serenities and Nature's Claims. Looking through, I don't think he's going to board in the Dread Return, Ashen Rider package, or Elish Norn, or anything like that. He didn't look like Ryan was using his graveyard in any way, so these ley lines that he has there is not going to be great. So, yeah, I think he's going to be bringing in these Serenities, these Nature's Claims, and maybe there's some Lotus Petals. There may be a need for Lotus Petals here because it's going to be a match of go fast. You can't give Ryan all the time in the world, so perhaps those are coming in as well. Yes, we're having some Cardboard Live issues at the moment. Oh, apparently it's showing...
Oh, that's probably my Blue Red Delver list that I was streaming with myself. I'll fix that for you guys.
Yeah, we'll deal with that right now. Didn't realize it even popped up on our stream. Okay, both players are looking at their opening hands here. I see Craig's hand does have some disruption in it, which is important, but it doesn't look like he has a ton of mana to start things. But looks like they're both mulliganing here.
And it's worth noting, too, that Ryan did mulligan down to 5 on game 1 and was still able to pull it out on a mulligan to 5.
Right. This is what I refer to as an A plus B combo deck.
Where is... No. I was just trying to see, Cliffy, if I could get you to put in your link here. If I give you permission, but it won't let me do it on the chat. So, yeah, there you go. You can find it at epicstorm.com and the Bolas Citadel, a deep dive for Legacy. I like that. Yeah, that's why I'm getting out of it right now. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, that's not what I want. Save settings.
So again, players are trying to resolve their mulligans right now. Looks like Craig has a reasonable dredge hand, but I didn't see a ton of disruption there. But yeah, as I was saying, Ryan May's deck is what would be like an A plus B combo deck, like Show and Tell, where you're able to go off from a low base because as long as you have A plus B, you can go off. You're not a deck like traditional Storm that doesn't mulligan quite as well because you need lots of cards to fuel what you're doing. Here, he just needs Show and Tell or Reshape and then the ability to go get his important piece, which in his case is Bolus's Citadel.
Crack LED. Is that Careful Study?
That is a Careful Study, yes.
Got 3 floating mana. And he's going to dredge back.
Oh.
The one of Fairy Macabre from the sideboard.
Yeah, that fairy may have just stole this game right now.
Wow. Very nice. Very nice. So it's going to exile both of those Grave Trolls. And he cracked the LED.
So he's just going to put the cards in the yard, draw them and discard them.
Jeez.
Oh,
that was rough.
Yeah, that was brutal right there.
Ancient Tomb go.
Now Ryan has bought himself a ton of time.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Because now Craig needs to find a dredger and a way to get it in the yard before he can even start to dredge again.
Right, exactly.
Ancient Tomb. And here's a Aetherflux Reservoir.
Okay, so he's hurting his own life total here, which isn't great in this deck, but now that he has this reservoir out, he can start to kind of manually tick his life back up. Oh, nope, Dark Ritual. He's just going for it. So there's the Citadel.
I have no drop frames on my end, but I did have to open Chrome for a minute, so it might have sent some lag down the line there. I'm not sure.
If you ordered food, you need to come get it, and you cannot order food and then not be available to get it.
The classic ordering food to your local game store. All right, so here's Show and Tell.
Yeah, well, he already has a Bolus's in play, so he's really just clearing it off the top. This is actually kind of a risky Show and Tell, though it's not going to end up doing anything in the long run.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, chat is still saying they're having issues with the stream. I don't know what else we can do. I mean, I'm not dropping any frames on our end. And now they're saying,
Oh, it looks like it cleared up.
okay. Another Mox.
It's an ensnaring
Oh,
bridge,
ensnaring
so
bridge,
it looks
okay.
like he did bring them in.
Okay, interesting.
Well, again,
I guess it's worth bringing in against an army of tokens.
right.
All right, I'll see if I can lower the resolution here. I have them all set to 1080. Turning down video settings. What's that? Video is good. Okay.
Yeah, again, between rounds, we'll try to set this thing up.
Yep.
Yeah, right now we're, again, just seeing the same thing as last game where now instead of the Weather the Storm to power things, it's this Aetherflux Reservoir.
Ritual.
His cards are doing things like costing him 1 or 0 life and gaining him 5 or 10 life.
Mm-hmm.
So he's just casting the Show and Tell, get out of the way. Oh, the life total is now above 50, and he has blasted his opponent.
Wow.
Okay.
That is cool.
Yep, that was an impressive showing
What
right
a
there.
Cool deck.
Again, Dredge is a little bit slow in terms of what it can do. Looks like we're gonna go into our second table over here, where we have Merritt against Ryan Lesko. Oh, it looks like we never put in the deck lists. Yep. So Merritt, looking over here, is on. Sorting through everything. Okay, so it looks like Ryan is on.
Game 2.
Yep. Oh, so we have game 2 over here. Looks like Ryan is on. Oh, okay. He's on a colorless deck. Looks like an Eldrazi deck. He's kind of maybe 15 posts. Let me count. 4 for some Vesuvas. No, not quite all the way there. Got some stages. But yeah, this is kind of like a big mana Eldrazi deck with some Ugins, Chalices. Got a Mystic Forge in here that's new. Got some Ugin the Ineffables. A Manifold Key, or 2 Manifold Keys, which is a new card out of Modern Horizons. It's like a voltaic key with some different numbers and a different activation ability. And Merritt is doing his normal Merritt thing and playing some Green Sun Zeniths. Looks like he is playing Punishing Zoo. So we're in game 2 here. I'm not actually sure who's up a game, but we are in game 2, so we're gonna get that cleared. So we are unsure who's up a game here. But let's go into the match at hand. We have.
There's a thought. Oh, he's got thought knots here. That seems good.
Yep. 4/4 is always good against Punishing Zoo.
Yep.
Again,
is that Thran Dynamo?
Yeah, it's a Thran Dynamo.
Okay.
Yep. So looking at a bunch of mana here.
Is this Reality Smasher?
No, it is a Karn the Great Creator.
Okay.
So Karn, my guess, is looking to put away this game pretty quickly from this spot.
So Karn, what do you think he's going to grab with Karn here?
Sync
Lattice?
With no pressure facing him on the board, Lattice is like the big play option, but we don't know what he's seen in past games.
Sure.
Noted Merritt doesn't have red mana, so I believe Merritt has a Lightning Bolt in hand. Doesn't look like he can cast it at least on board. So, looks like he's getting a Walking Ballista, a very powerful card against Zoo.
Yep, makes sense.
Yeah, Merritt's list featuring things like Wild Nikado, Noble Harak, Tarmogoyf, Knight of the Reliquary, some Gaddock Teagues, Scavenging Oozes, a whole Green Sun Zenith package of stuff to get, and then Punishing Fires, Swords, Lightning Bolts, Sylvan Library, and then a bunch of lands to power them all.
You can't hear. Can you hear me now? I wasn't. Maybe I wasn't talking much, or I was talking a little softly. I'm here though, for sure. I'll see if Jerry can move down that life total counter as well.
Sure, we'll try to get that life total, and we'll figure out who's actually up a game here. As for my caster's question, there are 4 copies of Karn the Great Creator, and a lot of things to go get out of it. In fact, it's all one-ofs except for 4 Fairy Macabres and 3 Ensnaring Bridges. Everything else is just tutor targets like Walking Ballista, Tormod's Crypt, Ratchet Bomb, Spyglass, or Sorcerer Spyglass, Trinisphere, another Mystic Forge, a Wormcoil Engine, and a Mycosynth Lattice.
Merritt is up a game.
Okay, so this is correct. Merritt is up a game.
Very cool, very cool.
Yeah, excellent. Good to hear. You can hear Pat now. So Merritt's going to need to use this Sylvan Library to try to pull himself out of this because he is definitely behind. Oh, that's nice. That gives him the red mana so that Karn won't just end the game next turn. Yeah, the interesting inclusion here in this is both a sideboard copy and a main deck copy of Mystic Forge. Mm-hmm. Interesting that we just came off of this Bolas' Citadel match when Mystic Forge is a very similar card. It's going to do that future sight effect where you get to play cards off the top of your deck. But in the case of Mystic Forge, it's, I believe, artifacts or colorless cards only, maybe. I forget the exact wording. We can look it up. But yeah, it's one of the two. And then you can tap it to exile the top card of your deck. So it's another way to get card advantage in these long games.
All right, here we see the lightning bolt on
Oh, no,
Karn.
this is actual straight-up Zoo, not Maverick. We have copies of Wild Nakatl, Tarmogoyf, Knight of the Reliquary, Pride Mages, and less, tricky cards. There's no main deck Thalias. This is just straight-up beating his opponent up. There is a sideboard Thalia, as we're seeing here.
Yeah, Merritt scoops it up to Ugin.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
All right, so Ryan takes game 2. We're moving on to game 3.
Okay. Well, that's noted for some people. Closing the Android app. It might clear up the stream if it ends up lagging on you. We're going to try to work on that in between rounds.
Zoo's exciting. Zoo's very exciting to see.
Yeah, this is straight up Zoo. Again, we have 4 Punishing Fires, 4 Swords to Plowshares, 4 Lightning Bolts. It's certainly some amount of a mix. It's not quite as aggressive as every Zoo deck has ever been in the past. But the 4 Nakatls, scream Zoo.
I was going to say, who's playing Wild Nakatl in Legacy? I like
Merritt.
that.
Merritt is. These players were 2-0 going into this round, so they've both, done well up until this point. So maybe we'll start to see Wild Nakatls do well for the rest of this tournament. No, don't know. Again, looking from Ryan's side, doesn't have a ton of actual cards at the sideboard. Mostly can just bring in 2 to 3 ensnaring bridges, and that's about it. Everything else is going to be Karn targets.
So in this game 3, Ballista comes in, right, for Lesko.
Oh, and no, he searched for it last game.
Oh, I guess I don't really think about that.
Right, it's giving you
Karn
more.
being able to give you a wish board there.
Yeah, it's a full wish board. You get more virtual copies. The only things that have multiples are ensnaring bridges, because sometimes you want to bring in some number of ensnaring bridges and have virtual copies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure deck lists will be available after the event, even if we can't get them up right now.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, so they'll be available after the event one way or the other. Hopefully we'll get them up at some point in the day. But we've had a little bit of issues with Cardboard Live getting it to work.
Hey everyone, we're going to be pulling the winners of the raffle after the end of the next round. So if you want to get in on the raffle, you have 1 round left to do it. Come see me or come see Michelle at the front. Good luck.
Yeah, the issue isn't with Cardboard Live. It's just with me actually not So we've been really lucky that Wilson Hunter has been up here to basically do all that for us. He was always behind the scenes posting those up for us, and I never looked over his shoulder to see how it was done. So, and now is not the time for me to be learning that, unfortunately. So we're gonna get deck lists up. If we have a good time in between rounds, I'm gonna go through the tutorial and get them up for you guys because I really want to have them. I think they're great to have, but right now it's just we're just gonna run the stream sans deck lists for now, and then we'll have them available after the tournament as we always do. We'll do a full metagame breakdown and all that stuff as well.
Also, right now the records for these players, they are both 2-0.
Yeah, I think the previous match they were both 1-1.
Previous match they were both 1-1, and Ryan May went to 2-1 after winning it.
Cool deck.
Yeah, it was an interesting deck. You certainly need to have some sacrifices in how you build that deck. Mm-hmm. It has a lot of air and a lot of bad cards, but it has a very powerful win the game on the spot ability.
Yep. And you said the Citadel is when you hit 50 life, you can just shotgun your opponent.
That's the other piece of the deck. That is the Reservoir.
Oh, okay.
The Citadel does have the ability to tap and sacrifice 10 permanents to either deal 10 or your opponent loses 10. I forget which exactly it is, but take 10 life points off your opponent. So Merritt here with a nice, apparently, turn 2 Knight, where Ryan just has his Manifold Key. Does the Karn deck play Paradox Engine or Grim Monolith? Does not play Paradox Engine. I believe he has some Grim Monoliths
He
in
does.
here.
He has. Is that 4?
It looks like 4 Grim
Yep,
Monoliths.
4.
Yeah, no engine. He's not looking to go off with Mystic Forge. It's just using the Mystic Forge as a value piece.
Here's another Glimmer Post.
Yep, gaining some more life.
Merritt not off to a bad start, though.
No, not at all.
Mana ramp, got a Knight. He's going to be able to put some pressure on Ryan's life total here.
Right. Ryan isn't putting out a ton of mana, which is the important thing.
Mm-hmm.
I think Merritt's draws are going to lose to the very quick draws of Ryan. Oh, and just as I say that, another 3 mana has hit the board. Oh, using it right away, though. To use the Manifold Key to untap it. So there's 2, maybe up to 5. Looks like we're going up to 5. Oh, another key.
Wow.
Okay. Making a lot of mana real quick. Yes, it is the new Voltaic Key.
I think sweet. He's going to go up to 6?
It has the ability to.
Is that going to be Karn?
Could be a Karn. Could be a lot of things. Could be an Ugin. The new Ugin, that is.
Mm-hmm.
Ugin the Ineffable. He who cannot be effed. Oh, it looks like we're seeing a Walking Ballista for 3.
Okay. You're just going to machine gun the board there?
So it can take down one or the other, but not both.
Oh, was that Knight at 3/3 right now?
And that
Oh,
yeah, there's a Wooded Foothill in the yard.
Yeah, okay.
Looks like it's just choosing to trade one-on-one with
Wow.
the Knight.
Okay.
Well, that's interesting. Notably, because of these 2 Manifold Keys, Ryan can play a longer game now. As long as Merritt doesn't blow up this Grim Monolith, he's set up his mana for the next couple turns. You know, every turn right now, he's looking at 6 mana without even playing anything else. Caracas from Merritt. I don't think it has any particularly great targets. You don't want to be bouncing Ulamog back to your opponent's hand normally.
It is Eugene, not Ugin.
I know a certain colorless dragon who may argue with that, but in this case, Eugene the Ineffable. He still cannot be effed.
So Ryan with access to lots of mana right now.
It's not as much as it looks like.
I guess it's
I believe
8 mana,
that.
right?
I believe it's still going to be 6 because you need to pay for the keys.
Right. Okay, that's fair.
Okay, though. We have a nice card from current standard. I believe it is... Oh, what is that card called?
Is it the one that comes with the wolf?
No, this is a Knight. This is the
Knight of Autumn?
Knight of Autumn, exactly. This is the upgraded Rex Sage.
Yep.
We have some other options, but it's going to do a good Rex Sage impression and explode the Grim Monolith to cut the legs right out of Ryan's draw.
And then follows up with the Noble Hierarch.
Yep. Right, there's definitely an Eye of Ugin in Ryan's hand, and now on the board.
There's Thought-Knot here.
Oh, Thought-Knot Seer showing Bolt and Goyf. Looks like that Goyf's going away, just so that the Thought-Knot Seer is king of the board. So if Merritt wants to get rid of that, he needs to attack into it, lose a creature, and lose a Bolt. He gets a card back for it, but it's definitely a risky proposition. Yes, Knight of Autumn. Forgive me if I ever forget card names. It happens all the time. I'll just start spouting things they're like.
You can just be me and not know any card names.
Yeah, I at least know what they do. I don't know if Merritt has any Wastelands. Nope, he has 2 Wastelands in his list. Everything produces normal mana, and looks like the specialty lands are Dryad Arbor, 2 Wastelands, 3 Groves, 1 Caracas. Mm-hmm. Everything else is just savannas, taigas, plateaus, fetch lands, basics, stuff like that.
Is that another Thought-Knot Seer? I
Well,
could be mistaken.
there's a Vesuva. Ooh. I think he pointed to Caracas.
Ooh.
I don't know why, but I think he pointed to Caracas. Yeah, that looks like it says Caracas.
It does. Okay. Does he want to bounce one of his own legendary guys?
That may be what he's setting up for in the long run, because it doesn't seem worth it otherwise rather than gaining the life.
Mm-hmm.
But the only legendary thing in his list is 2 copies of Ulamog, the Ceaseless Hunger. So maybe he has an Ulamog or is trying to set up for a long-term, like, repeatable Vindicate.
Mm-hmm. I think he has another Dynamo. He has a Dynamo in hand as well, I believe. There's Ulamog.
Yeah, there is the Ulamog in his hand, so that's definitely what he's planning with the Caracas, to have the ability to have it dodge path.
Yep.
Or, sorry, swords, and, like, other removal effects, as well as giving him repeatable double Vindicates. Yes, this is Zoo, though it is kind of a hybrid. It's not quite all burn as Zoo can be. There's only one really aggressive 1-drop in Wild Mikado, but it's definitely more on the Zoo-ish end than the Maverick end.
Kind of discussion going on here.
I think Merritt's just trying to figure out how to get out of this at this point.
Worth noting that Goyf is not super big. He's got a land, a creature, an artifact. That's it.
Land, creature, artifact. So it is a 3/4.
3/4.
But we know Merritt also has the bolt in his hand.
True. That's true.
So looks like Ryan is okay trading this for a lightning bolt and taking some damage. Noted if Merritt's going to bolt, he should do it now so that he gets the extra point off the Goyf.
Right.
This one may come down real close because, again, while Ryan doesn't look super developed right now, it only takes 1 draw of a Dynamo or a Grim Monolith to just have his mana shoot through the roof.
Yeah, so he's going to bolt the Seer, grow the Goyf. So they take 5 total?
It's looking like.
Yep.
Ends up at 12.
Yeah, I'm good at math.
We're going to have a trade here. Merritt's going to draw that card off the Thought Knot Seer. Can't quite see what it is.
What does he have left in hand right now?
Well, we'll find out.
All right.
Green Sun
for
Zenith.
2.
I think that was a sword, but I don't see that in his list. So I don't know what that is.
Okay.
Perhaps someone at home had a better sight. Though I'm sure we'll be seeing it soon.
Yes, indeed.
Okay, so Merritt green sunning for a knight here to put on as much pressure as he can. Also, the ability to go get wastelands and take care of some important things. Yeah, it is another Thought Knot coming down.
Okay. Collector Oof.
Collector Oof. That's what that was.
Yep.
Oh, that would have been nice to get to the board with those 2 keys. But I understand the want to get pressure on.
Is Collector Roof the one that steals artifacts?
No, Collector Roof is a living 2/2 Stony Silence.
Oh, okay. That's right.
It is a Null Rod.
Gotcha.
So Merritt coming in with just the Tarmogoyf with the Exalted Trigger. Looks like Ryan's figuring out how much life he has left to give.
I think is that a 4/5 right now? Land, creature, instant,
and the Exalted
artifacts.
Trigger.
Oh yeah, so it's 5.
Yep.
Okay.
Merritt definitely going to be fetching out a Wasteland here and start to deny Ryan the ability to play Magic. Yes, he does have a Gaddock Teague main deck and sideboard, so there's 2 total Gaddock Teagues. And while a Gaddock Teague would have been good for him to search out, I understand why he didn't, knowing that cards like... Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense. Once the Wasteland plan starts coming in, it's going to be hard for Ryan to keep up with Merritt's board.
Mm-hmm.
So it's looking like we're going to get Merritt, I believe, 2-1 here. So Merritt's going to be 3-0 in this. Ryan's going to drop to 2-1 for his overall record. So on our one, we saw a really cool new list using a lot of new cards against like an old classic and Dredge. And here we saw 2 lists using a bunch of new different things between a collector oof and these
the
mystic
new keys.
Forges, the new keys, the Ugin the Ineffable, stuff like that. So we're actually seeing a lot of new cards show up at even both these players were 2-0 going in. And while they're not the most popular decks in the world, and like Eldrazi Post and Punishing Zoo, they're making good use of new cards.
Yep.
And that's really, really good to see.
Yes. One of the things we had Gavin Verhey on a couple episodes ago on the podcast, and one of the things we had talked about was how many cards have really come into the Legacy metagame off like the 3 newest sets, off War of the Spark and Modern Horizons, and what was the other one? War of the Spark, Modern Horizons. There was an. Is that both of them? Yeah, that's both of them.
Those were the 2 big ones.
Yeah, tons of cards have come into the metagame from those 2 sets alone.
So it's worth noting, the important thing here is we have 2 decks that aren't like the tier 1, the decks you expect to face, and they're getting cards too.
Yep.
I've heard a lot of complaints from people that I believe are unfounded that like things like Renin 6 and Narset are too powerful and that you need to play these cards.
Yeah. I don't agree with that myself. I think they're both good role players in the decks they go in, but I don't think they're busted cards by any sense of the imagination.
Right, but I think decks like we just watched show us that these all those new cards also help other decks. And yes, answering in chat, Merritt did in fact get there. He got a ability to Wasteland lock his opponent, stop Ryan from developing any further, and just beat him up with the Goyf.
Yep, exactly.
Is there any questions from chat right now while we're kind of in between round and going through everything?
What do we have, 98 today for the tournament?
I believe it was 98.
98. Yeah, so good.
Adam Dukart, your list is priced if you want to come up and check it out.
So yeah, we have a reasonable turnout here today, especially no one wants to be outside. It is a beating outside.
Yeah, it's gross out.
Oh yeah, that Night of Autumn won him that game.
Yep.
I believe if Ryan gets to untap with his Grim Monolith, then that's probably going to be the end of the game.
Yep.
There's
Because
just
he had Ugin in hand too at that point, or Ulamog.
Ulamog in hand, and an Ulamog coming down, eating up 2 of Merritt's lands there, or 2 of his threats is probably too much to beat.
Yep. And then with Caracas being able to machine gun his whole board would have been
right. Exactly. Every turn it's 2 Vindicates until Merritt stops fighting back.
Yep. Exactly. So that was very much closer than it looked.
What was the entry and top 8 price? I'm actually a little unsure.
The entry is 40 for these.
Yeah, it's 30 or 40 something in there. And depending on how many players we get, the things scale up. I don't think that's been announced.
Yep.
It may have been a sliding scale announced before. I'm a little unsure.
Yeah, it's a guaranteed 2K, I believe, and then it scales up depending on attendance, and then it's all paid out in cash. So there's no we don't do the store credit thing. People just get to take home cash money, and then we have we also have the Leaving Legacy trophy that we'll show on stream as well, that people get to, whoever the winner of the top 8 is, they get to pick their favorite card from their deck, and we will enshrine it in the top 8 trophy for them, which is pretty sweet too.
How long will Pat have to play before he's no longer the Legacy newbie?
I will always be a Legacy newbie.
Yeah.
Unless, actually, no, that's not true.
Oh,
if my son ever replaces me on the podcast, then he can have that title.
Oh, well, there we go.
But it'll never happen because he can pry this podcast from my cold dead hands.
Oh, that's what his plan is.
No, Wilson could not make it up for this one. He is super busy doing real life stuff. So this is the first one we haven't had him up here, and we miss him dearly. And I hope he's doing well. Jerry is out socializing on the floor today. Zach came in and said, "Hey, do you guys want someone extra to help you out?" And Jerry's like, "Yes," and he just abandoned his responsibilities after that. Yep. No, he's doing a good job setting up our feature matches and getting us lists and stuff, and he's doing all the. There's like so much behind the scenes stuff that has to go on for these tournaments. Like when Zach walked in today, he saw me running USB cords through the drop ceiling here at the tournament center. So there's like so much stuff to do to have these matches streamed for you guys. So yeah, there's a bunch of stuff we can do, a bunch of stuff we have to get done. We are streaming 1080. I don't know if it's a Twitch thing, but all the cameras are 1080 cameras. I can check them real quick, but they should all be broadcasting in 1080p.
Yeah. Again, we're gonna go through and see if we can set it up for multiple uses, but we are a little unsure at the moment. It's set up for his normal streaming, when the cards aren't already put away. Zoo won.
Yep. Zoo took it down.
Yeah, Jerry is terrible at his job as usual.
All right.
All
right. So we're back.
Get in frame.
We're back to the
we
get in frame.
to tilt this or something. Oh, whatever. We're trying.
Yeah. So if there's any decks you guys are looking to see on the feature matches today, let us know.
Yep.
We have a bunch of really spicy decks here today. Obviously, we got to see Citadel Storm, which is really sweet.
Yep.
Punisher Zoo
That's a nice one.
Yeah.
Again, we kind of picked these not necessarily at random. We did pick the Citadel Storm deck because I was going around looking at what people are playing. And everyone was like, "Oh, we need, we don't want to see something spicy." And it's like that was the not necessarily spiciest thing on the floor, but definitely something new that uses a lot of new cards.
Jerry, yeah, there you go. Yeah, you gotta fix that.
Yeah,
right.
Jerry's back in.
Jerry's made it in.
You want to tag in right now?
Yeah, I can tag in.
Sure. You can talk to the people. They were requesting you. They didn't insult you at all.
No, I'm disappointed in them then. I was scouting out some. We got blurry vision. This looks like my Friday night.
Yeah, what happened with that? What'd you do?
I don't know. The camera just really doesn't like me. There we go. There we go. I like the red and gold. The red and gold really pairs up really well.
Yeah, here you go.
Oh, thank you. I really need this. I gotta get my emo swoop.
I think you're going the wrong way with that. I think you gotta go that way. Yeah, I like that. You're making it worse, Jerry.
Like this. No. Like this. Like this. No. All right, there you go.
Perfect.
That's much better. I like this dude.
My goodness.
I'm hitting the bars after this.
Are you? By yourself, I think.
By myself, just like this. I look like the mayor of London.
What's his name? Is it Boris something?
Boris something, yeah.
Boris something. Yeah. You do. You definitely look like you drank like a fifth before you came to
I did. Well, that's because I did drink a fifth before I came to I scattered out some sweet decks. I think we got some good stuff for next round. I think we're going to put Topher on.
What's Topher? Is he on Blue Red today?
No.
Really?
He is on Hogark Zombardment.
What?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
All right, so Topher is like a spike through and through. That is shocking.
It's very similar to the Modern deck that just got banned out of Modern because it was too good, so he's porting it over to Legacy. But, 4 Gravecrawler, 4, what is it called? Bloodghast, 4 of the zombie that sacks zombies to put +1/+1 counters, 4 Hogark. So, yeah, looks like a sweet deck.
Jerry, people in the chat want to know what support level, what's the donation goal for you to wear that to the Pro Tour?
To the Pro Tour? All right, if we can get
Maybe Legacy, that's time in the round. That's time in the round.
If we can get, I'm going to say.
Yo, listen. Before you answer, you need to make sure like it's a goal that's probably unrealistic to reach because they will make you wear that at the Pro Tour. And you're going to have to take pictures. You're going to have to, people who play in the Pro Tour are going to have that impression of you forever. And they'll be like, this is why we can't give these invites to Legacy people because this is what happens when they come to the Pro Tour.
If we can get 20.
It's in your eye.
It's poking me. I hope this is sterile because This is going everywhere. If we can get 15 new patrons,
Just patrons? Jerry, our lowest level is $1. You were selling yourself out for $15.
I'm a cheap Yugi.
All right, so Jerry said it. If we get 15 new patrons on the Patreon page,
I'll wear this at the Pro Tour.
oh my gosh.
It's gonna be great.
Okay, all right. Well, that's what it is. Patreon.com/LeavingLegacy. You can join there.
It's gonna be 120 degrees there. I'm gonna be hot.
Yeah, you're gonna be dying. There's gonna be yellow dye dripping down your face. Because I don't know where Tom got that from, but that's from our friends at the Dead Format, by the way. The stream is now X-ray. Wonderful. Wow.
Excellent.
It's not even late in the day yet. It's 1 o'clock.
Nah, I know. We just got lunch just arrived, Pat.
Wow.
Pizzas are here.
Beautiful. All right, we're gonna go grab lunch, and we're gonna be back shortly.
Yeah. Next round is probably in less than 5 minutes. I want to say.
All right, so we're gonna eat real fast. If Jerry top eights the Pro Tour and he wears that wig, like that's gonna be worth the $1 you paid to get in the Patreon.
If I top 8 the Pro Tour and I'm on camera, I'm gonna do Heart of the Cards for every single draw.
I don't know what that is. You
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Great, awesome. All right, we're gonna catch you guys in a couple minutes. We'll be back, and we'll get into round 4.
Round 4.
All right. All right, what's up, everyone? We are back. We have our feature match here. Topher Stetson and Anthony Voloshin. Did you hear what Stetson was on?
I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, it has something to do with a modern zombies deck.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's actually playing something akin to Zombardment.
Yes. Yeah, that's what my impression was as well.
But we don't have the list quite in front of us yet. They're working on that at the moment, so we're kind of flying blind. So we'll go just like everyone else. Stetson puts his card underneath with the new London Mulligan.
Oh, yeah, we are in round 4. Good point. Yeah, we didn't have any sound going for the first minute or two when we put the camera on while we get everything else settled in the booth. And all right, and we got lists here. Thank you,
I
Jerry.
think they're waiting.
Yep.
All right, so this is Anthony's on Finalist Dredge.
Ooh. Okay.
Interesting.
I'll take this Finalist Dredge list.
And Chris Stetson doesn't name the deck, but he's on. Yeah, this is this is interesting. So let's just run down Chris's deck list real quick.
Sure.
4 Stitcher Supplier, 4 Carrion Feeder, 4 Gravecrawler, 4 Bloodghast, 4 Hogak. Then he's running 4 Entomb, 4 Faithless Looting, 4 Bridge from Below, 4 Altar of Dementia, and 4 Cabal Therapy.
Okay, so into this game, looks like Topher tossed away a Gravecrawler into a Chancellor trigger. And now on turn 2 is Faithless Looting, making sure that his graveyard is all stocked up.
Finalist Dredge, one of the decks that drives me crazy.
Why does that drive you crazy?
You know what? I just hate what's up?
Microphone.
Oh, sorry. I was a little too far from my face. 98 players in the tournament, I believe. 98 or 99 or 97, something like that. Lab Maniac. Thank you. Just a card that drives me insane. It's irrational, I know.
Well, looking
Gravecrawler,
through this Finalist Dredge, I do not see a Lab Man.
Very nice.
So,
what? Really?
No.
Okay.
No, winning fairways. I do see some Hogaks.
Well, that card's not fair.
Well, it's a Hogak mirror. Is it not?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Chris is running 4 Hogak as well.
Right. So we already went through Anthony's out of Topher's list. Out of Anthony's list, he's running Finalist Dredge. He has your normal dredgers in Troll, Imp, Thug, and some shells this time around, some shambling shells. That's going to be because he has 4 Force of Vigor on a sideboard, another new card showing up. And then he's using Icarid, Narcometer, Nether Shadow, Prized Amalgam as threats. His Chancellor to help slow down his opponent. Mm-hmm. Some Balustrade Spies for the combo kill with a Flayer of the Hatebound. Also 4 Creeping Chills, 3 Dread Returns, some Cabal Therapies, some Street Wraiths, Hogaks, Phantasmagorians, and Bridge from Belows. A lot of cards to name when you don't play lands.
That's Entomb. Is this Hogak?
It's entirely possible.
He's got enough, not
It
quite
is
enough,
a Hogak.
Yeah. Sorry. I'm to keep dropping my mic.
You need to get a stand for that.
I had a stand, but they don't fit on this table here. We learned that via the first 3 Legacy Opens. Oh, so Hogak hits the board.
Yep.
Dang. I didn't realize he had enough to cast it.
Oh, yeah. Hogak is pretty easy to cast. If you have not played Modern over the past, couple months, or not even a couple months, past month or so, Hogak is pretty easy to get out. So we have some Icarids coming into play. Looks like going to eat some of those useless Wraiths. And a Dredge of 6. Let's see what the wheel says. Ooh, good wheel.
Yeah, Narco's going to help there.
Well, not only that, everything in that was great.
Yep.
There's a Dread Return in there. There's a Phantasmagorian to pitch anything else in the hand. I have a feeling that Topher may be a little short here, as Anthony just flipped over some very good cards. So some zombies come in from that bridge from below. Speaking of which, looks like we're getting that bridge from below now. Targeting.
Dread return for.
Oh, yeah, not bridge from below, dread return. Sorry. Ooh, a balustrade spy. This game is about to end.
Boo.
So we're going to see 4 Creeping Chills, a number of Narcomoebas. Yeah, Topher's going to pick it up.
Wow.
For those who are watching, what's going to end up happening is going to be a bunch of Creeping Chills to deal 12, and then a bunch of Narcomoebas coming into play. When the Narcomoebas end up coming into play, Anthony is going to just sacrifice whatever he has left over on the board to cast another Dread Return, bring back Flayer of the Hatebound, which is going to deal some damage, and then with the third Dread Return, do the same thing again, and bring back a Golgari Grave Troll and smash his opponent for some normally along the lines of like 40 damage.
We can check out our other
For
match
those
here,
of you who
which is
smoke
also
or go outside,
they are also in
please
sideboard,
don't
so.
bump the door on your way out because the door can lock if you bump the handle. So just be careful. Thank you.
Good to know.
Okay, so both our games are in sideboarding. So going through the sideboard here, let's first look at this Manaless Dredge list, because Manaless Dredge doesn't sideboard very well normally. But we're seeing 4 Ley Lines of the Void, which are very important.
I feel like those come in immediately, right?
Oh, yeah, right, exactly. Topher's deck is using Graveyard. Those snap in.
Mm-hmm.
These Mindbreak Traps don't seem very good, though they can hit stuff. Doesn't seem great. Ashen Rider doesn't seem like you're facing a bridge from below match, or sorry, a ensnaring bridge matchup, which is where that normally comes in. These Force of Vigors don't seem great. And these Contagions, no. Topher has a lot of small things, but they all buy back, so it's not great to like Contagion and kill them. So my guess is probably just the Ley Lines, maybe a card here or there if they feel like getting spicier, have some bad cards. From Topher's end, we're seeing some Thought Seizes, Shenanigans, 2 copies of Goblin Bombardment, some Wear Tears, Canoness, 3 Surgicals, and a Coffin Purge. So there's definitely the Surgicals coming in, definitely the Coffin Purge. Looking through this, Aethersworn Canoness actually isn't bad, because while this Manaless Dredge isn't a traditional combo deck, it does cut that completely off of their list. If they go in Dread Return, they can't follow it up with anything, and they'll just die the next turn. Thought Seizes don't seem great, especially against Manaless Dredge. They already give you a free turn. You don't want to give them a discard. So my guess is we are going to see Coffin Purge, some Surgical Extractions, maybe Canoness, and maybe Goblin Bombardment. Of note, Goblin Bombardment is very good at killing your opponent's bridge from belows, which is one of the ways this Manaless Dredge deck needs to like combo win.
It's sad to see what used to be the namesake of the deck has been relegated to the sideboard.
Oh, the Bombardment? Yeah. Well, now it has another payoff in Hogak.
It's true, but rip in peace Bombardment. We'll still call it Bombardment, even though it's relegated to the sideboard now.
Sure.
Goblin Bombardment is actually pretty famous in the history of Legacy combo decks. It was the key piece of one of the original Legacy combo decks of Fruity Pebbles.
Yep. So that card has a long Legacy history and is one of the better sack outlets that is available just in Legacy versus Modern. Yes, as people noting, Thoughtseize can be great against Manaless on exactly turn 1. So Topher could go for that route. It's not very good after that, but exactly on turn 1, it is kind of a time walk. So all things said, I think Topher definitely gets better after board, but that's kind of how it always goes against Manaless Dredge.
True. Now, Ensalter brings up a good point in chat. How does Manaless Dredge ever win with the London Mulligan rule? Like, won't Topher just mull to Leyline?
Well, unfortunately, Force of Vigor exists. So if you mulligan to Leyline and they brought in their Force of Vigors, you have just lost the game.
That is very true.
It is a it is worth noting that that option was always there. If you had 4 ley lines, you were above 90% to find it if you mulled down to 1 card anyway. It's just not an option that people can take a lot of time because it gives Manaless Dredge a lot of turns to draw their answers. And they've always had some, now they just have a better one.
True. Oh, we're seeing an altar go to the graveyard.
Yep.
That must mean Topher doesn't have any zombies in his hand to pitch, because he would want to do the blood gas, the grave crawlers,
Well, there's also that ley line against him right now.
Oh, that's ley line. I totally missed that one.
Yeah, it is the new art on the latest ley line.
Ah, okay.
So Topher did bring in the Thought Seizes, and it looks great here because their opponent also slowed themselves down a turn to play that ley line. So he's getting a lot of time to develop. Unfortunately, the things he can pick here aren't the best.
Yeah, I think just Dread. No, not Dread
Nope,
Return.
just nailing that Force of Vigor, getting it out of there.
Oh, yep. Force of Vigor does not look green from this angle.
Well, I can assure you it is.
Man, colorblind is hard.
How many rounds before top 8? This is round 4. We have 7 rounds, so there'll be 3 rounds after this.
What's Chris's plan here?
So if I had to guess, again, he's kind of either digging for answers for his ley line, depending on if he brought any in or anything he has like option things to wear tear, or he's going to have to go on a beatdown route and just hope to get enough creatures out and beat up Anthony before he recovers from, essentially his mull on that ley line and the Thoughtseize. And that looks to be what Topher is doing at the moment.
Yep, just getting in there with 2 1s. Stitcher is a 1/1.
Yep. 1/1 Stitcher, 2/1. But that Phantasmagorian is going to start Anthony real quick. We have a looting.
Topher is digging.
Yep. Sadly, he finds 2 bad ones in a Thoughtseize after his opponent has a Phantasmagorian in the yard and an Entomb with facing a ley line.
Not exactly what you would call useful cards.
Right. If that ley line wasn't there, this may actually be reasonable, as that ley line or the Entomb could find the Coffin Purge to perhaps hit a key graveyard card. But right now, it's just shut off.
Right. I feel we're going to see Anthony turn the corner real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Phantasmagorian trigger.
Yeah, let's see if he held priority. Looks like it. Yeah, putting a bunch of cards in the yard. And we're about to see a bunch of triggers on draw step and upkeep to put some creatures into play and get this party started.
Right. It's interesting. Both decks probably going to pretty much ignore the block step.
Oh, that's certainly true. So we have a Dredge for 5 here off the good old Stinky.
Ooh, that was a good one. 2 Narcomoebas.
Yeah, this is kind of interesting in that we're facing 2 graveyard decks, but they're among the 2 fairer graveyard decks. We have Zombardment, which uses its graveyard as a resource and doesn't do like a ton of fancy combo things, and Manaless Dredge, which is pretty slow by Legacy standards.
Right. It's an unfair deck in that it just doesn't do what normal Magic does.
Right.
But as far as just like broken stuff, yeah, you're right. It is on the slower end.
Right. It's pretty inevitable, like normal Dredge. It does its thing very slowly but surely, but it's not anywhere near the speed of something like Reanimator.
Correct. And we are seeing the Dread return. Is there a Grave Troll in the graveyard? I don't think
I don't think he's aiming for Grave Troll.
That
Flare of the
Flare.
Hatebound.
I missed that Flare in there. That'll do it.
That's a win con, right?
That is a win con. I don't think he has nearly enough in the graveyard right now, though.
So, well, it's not enough to get like the combo kill, but he sees Topher right here struggling against this ley line and just putting a bunch of power on the board. is a pretty reasonable. Yeah, and
Topher scoops it up.
Yeah, he realizes that he's not going to be able to survive the next turn.
Yep.
So that was a quick win for Anthony. I must say, Manaless Dredge looked pretty impressive there. It got a lot of new tools recently with things like Force of Vigor. And it has Creeping Chill in the deck now. Over the past year, it's got some new things. It had to change its stuff around a little bit, getting stuff like Shambling Shell. So it looks like we're going to move over to our other game. Okay, we have Daniel Booth versus Sean Stallat. Is that how it's pronounced?
I believe
look
so.
at our lists. Or Stellato. Oh, looks like our thing cut it over. Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Don't have the list quite in front of us right now. Someone's going to go grab those. So, yep, we are in the blind, but looks like we are picking it up exactly as they are starting a match.
Looks like Death and Taxes on Sean's side.
They're both 1-1.
So this is currently 1-1.
Going into game 3. We'll get that life total fixed for you guys.
Let me get at the bottom of the... Sorry.
Yep.
Maybe the other side there.
If possible, can you have me grab the list? But it's in game 3, so it really doesn't matter.
I thought I saw some flicker wisps in Sean's list as he was shuffling up.
Oh, that'd be interesting. A lot of people are saying that Death and Taxes is probably pretty poorly positioned right now. So it'd be interesting to see if Sean feels that way.
Right. Well, especially with all these Renin 6s running around.
Right, exactly. Renin 6 is a very good card against both aspects of Death and Taxes. It's able to both take out the creatures, as they tend to be pretty low toughness, and it fights against their mana denial plan.
Exactly. Be interesting. We haven't really seen, I'm blanking on the name, the double strike, 1 white.
Oh, Mirror Crusader?
Mirror Crusader, thank you. We've kind of seen Mirror Crusader really fall out of popularity.
Yeah, it's kind of a card that only attacks.
Right.
It's kind of a unitasker in that regard, whereas Death and Taxes, looks like we have the name switched. They must have moved after we put them up. We can swap that over right now.
Oh, get that fixed.
There we go.
Give these back to the judges, too.
Excellent.
So, looks like we have a Ponder off of, what was that, a Trop? It's hard to see. Or maybe just Basic Island.
I think it's a Basic Island.
Yep, Basic Island.
Yep.
Okay, we got Plains into Mother Rune, so it looks like it is Death and Taxes.
True that. Oh, I spoke to Sean before. Is that a swamp or?
That is a basic swamp.
Yeah.
And another card manipulation spell with this Preordain here.
So this could be combo, or this could be a Delver deck.
Yep. Both of these cards, everything that he's done so far, looks like it could be one of two decks. Obviously, Daniel knows, though we don't.
Is it just me, or has Preordain been seeing more and more play in Legacy?
Oh, it certainly has. It was a very underrated card for a long time, and I think people realized how powerful it is.
I think it's also like Arcanist has pushed that up as well, too.
Yeah.
Because people are wanting to play more than just 8 cantrips now.
True. I mean, from the Sneak and Show perspective, we've been upping the Preordain count. It started off as a 1 of, and now some lists I've seen some lists run 4 of them.
Right. It has ups and downs compared to Ponder. Ponder lets you see a little bit further. Or actually, they both see the same distance, but Ponder lets you ship everything, where Preordain kind of gives you the card you want now. It's better at selecting a single card than something like Ponder.
Just an update from the booth. Jerry keeps putting on this wig and combing on himself, even though no one's actually watching him right now. I think he's sold on wearing this wig at all times.
There's no booth cam? What? I thought people could see me. Why am I even here?
Why are you even here?
I'm just going to go kick them out of the feature match and take over.
Okay, looks like we've got snow-covered plains there. Someone fighting against that Predict. Recruiter. Wonder what that's going to find here. Obviously, we don't exactly know what Sean's playing, so this should give us a pretty big hint.
Yeah. Stoneforge Mystic, if it's fair. He could grab the prelate, so I'm feeling Sean might be on combo now.
Yeah, to me, this is screaming some type of like blue-black Omnitel list. Yeah, there's a Chain of Vapor. Oh, maybe this is Storm. That is all within realm.
Yep, true that.
Well, with that chain coming out, looks like Sean's planning on having either a bunch of selection this turn or trying to go off.
If I was a betting man, and I'm a damn betting man, I would say Sean's going to try and go off this turn.
Well, it is certainly a weakness of Death and Taxes in that... Oh, no. Just a straight pass by Sean.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, I was about to say, Death and Taxes has that weakness where it's entirely proactive.
Yeah, just tapping out for a recruiter to grab the Sanctum Prelate really leaves you open, but looks like Daniel was able to take off, just the right turn.
Yep. Again, that Sean threw that chain away for essentially no value. So I have to assume that his hand is very close and he just drew the wrong type of card.
Yeah. Ooh, Massacre. That's a good one.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm not going to say sealing this game, but that's a rough place to be. Getting your board massacred away against a combo deck.
Getting 3 for 1 is a pretty bad feeling.
Yep. And given the Massacre, given the Pedal, I'm fairly confident calling this Ant.
Yep. We're going to see a combo
Yeah,
this
and
turn
here
too.
we go.
Sack in.
Did he Ritual Massacre? Is that what he
Nope.
No, Massacre, you can, if your opponent controls a plains, you can play it for free.
Yeah, and you control a swamp.
Oh, yes, if you control a swamp.
It's
yes.
both. But
it's like
it actually looks like...
You might be going for a Empty the Warrens?
Yeah, I imagine this is going to be an Empty the Warrens here. Get on the board after you wipe away your opponent's stuff. Oh,
is that Aeon?
That
Echo
is
of Aeons?
Okay, we are on the journey, everyone.
All right, let's roll those dice.
If you've ever been familiar with watching someone cast Diminishing Returns, we're about to start seeing it.
Yep.
We got some wheels coming.
Oh, baby.
So this is actually really good on Sean's end in that Daniel's playing Death and Taxes, which is almost entirely like a sorcery speed deck.
Right.
So unless Daniel draws something like a Surgical or a Fairy here, he's going to have almost no ability to interact with Sean, which means Sean's going to be able to get to use these cards almost freely.
Yep. And importantly, Sean still has that swamp up.
Right. So it starts all those like Dark Ritual chains and stuff like that if that's the type of version he's playing.
Exactly. Getting some shuffle cuts. Is Daniel just not going to draw his cards? Okay, there we go. It's okay, Dan.
I was like, did I just skip up?
No, I think Daniel thought that Echo of Aeons is even more busted than it is. Where it's just like, oh, only you get to draw 7 cards.
Yeah, not unless a Narset's involved.
Right. Yeah, maybe he's just so used to having Narset.
If you have Notion Thief, do you get to draw 14?
Yes, you do. Notion Thief would cause you to draw 14 there.
I was actually...
Grizzlebrand.
I was in a tournament, and I actually saw someone deck themselves, because Notion Thief is not a May ability.
Right. If you played, not necessarily standard during that time, but I have definitely seen a lot of Notion Thieves kill people off of their opponent having a Consecrated Sphinx.
Yep.
That is the I will constantly draw, so you will constantly draw. Have a good day. Okay, so we see a Ponder here. Looks like it's a shuffle. That just showed a bunch of mana.
Yeah, lands, Lotus Petal, Lotus Petal.
Yep. Interesting that means Sean's not looking for mana.
He's got all the mana he needs, just looking for a win. Pass and turn.
Okay, so Daniel gets a chance to fight back.
Daniel's probably breathing a huge sigh of relief.
Yeah, I for sure thought that was game over there.
He doesn't have the prelate anymore though, so that is a big part of it. No.
Wasteland.
Yeah, that Wasteland is.
I like the Wastelands.
Yep. That certainly cuts off some resources. I believe I saw a Dark Ritual on the redraw, so Sean probably has some ways to get out, but nope.
Dolly's a problem.
Daniel is drawing Thalias left and right. I think that is his third Thalia of the game.
Is it? What's
That's a Stoneforge Mystic.
Oh, okay.
Finding a Batter Skull. So just looks like Daniel's looking for a threat and to close this.
Yep. Batterskull, surprisingly, not a lot of people realize that Batterskull is actually insane against Storm decks if you can untap with it.
Right. It's very slow and very clunky, which is the problem. But every turn, hitting them and gaining 4 means that their Storm count needs to be raised by 2.
Exactly.
Additionally, it takes away a lot of their options with like the Goblin plan. We have a Mom coming in.
Yep. Looks like Daniel got a pretty good hand off that Aeons.
Yeah, it's certainly functional. It's really nice to, start the game again, except you have 4 lands and an Aether Vial in play. But, of course, that comes from Sean letting his opponent start the game again.
Yep.
If Sean's 7 was maybe better, then Daniel's not on tapping. So
yeah, we're going to see a batter. Oh, Sword of Fire and Ice going on the Thalia.
Okay, that's going to protect it from like future chains and stuff like that.
Yep.
Also, it's going to push it out of Massacre range.
Exactly.
Notice after Aeons, that Massacre was shuffled back into the deck.
Right.
So that's a very heads-up play right there, making sure that it's hard to interact with that Thalia.
I think Sean's starting to sweat bullets a little bit.
Yep, the pressure is down. Ooh.
Another Wasteland. Got another Ritual on Sean's side.
Yeah, but in the face of that Thalia, they are not good. And
Yeah,
Sean just has a hand of mana. So this one's going to go to Daniel Booth. Death and Tax is taking down what looked to be like a Aeon Storm list.
Right.
Huh. And, in the dark, I wouldn't have guessed that that's how that's going to happen. But it's certainly interesting. No, this way. Yeah, no, I do.
Zoom in on me. No, just more of this.
No, we're good. We're good.
More of this.
Yeah, we have exactly the right amount of that. We only saw game 3 there, but in the end, like the Aeon Storm, like you storm off, you use your Aeons, you redraw a hand. You are putting it up to fate.
It's a huge risk.
Yeah.
It is. It is a huge risk.
Yeah.
Your list priced. Please come up to the camera.
What I love about it is it reminds me back in the old days of just like going turn 1 Wheel of Fortune and
right.
just like hoping that your 7 is better than your opponent's 7.
Right. Yeah. There's certainly some amount of we're just gonna restart the game here. Oh look, there he goes. He's going. Yep. Okay, so it is interesting. It's a very powerful card. But it does introduce some amount of chaos, some amount of variance. That's something like
I'm a chaos favor. I favor the chaos.
Right, but it's obviously not necessarily in that spot. But something like a Past in Flames, they're very hard to have in the same deck because one's going to shuffle your graveyard in.
Right. Yeah, that's what we call a non-bow.
Right. So you're definitely dealing with a situation where you're choosing one end over the other and have explosiveness over consistency.
True that. I think we're going to get some more spice on camera next round. I'm always a bigger fan of spice over just the pure 1 and 2 seats. What's your opinion on that?
Oh, no, I want to watch good Magic.
Well, I'm glad we're on the same page. You
see, we are different in that regard.
Spice is good Magic.
I don't think so. Magic players tend to have a bad choice in euphemisms. When you hear someone say spicy, that normally just means bad.
Yeah, but good spice. Good spice.
No. So
all right.
that said, I was the one that made the call to go put the Bolus Citadel deck in play.
Citadel? Oh, yes.
So
we got to have that.
Right. It's cool to see these things occasionally. And it's nice to see when they are winning, and that's what that was at the time. So I think we still have time in this round, so we may go.
We also have the food drive raffle.
Oh, we have the food drive raffle
so we're
as
gonna
well?
be doing the raffle after this round is over. We have a scrubland to give away. We have an Ubilate to give away. We got Ubilate.
It's a black O-ring.
The
I know what oubliette is. I played
Yeah.
more of
the second half of the word is silent. I'm pretty sure.
No, that's wrong.
It's French, so
Sure, that's wrong.
oubliette. Got an oubliette to give away. We got some GP promo, Stoneforge Mystics.
I got a print of Moat.
Got a Moat print.
I got Pervana playmat.
Yeah.
People like that. People like the SEG creature collection stuff.
Sure.
Okay. Sure.
I don't dig it, but people like it.
People like it, and that's what's important.
Yeah.
So, anything else you want to talk about Legacy right now, or?
I actually have not had a chance to play much Legacy. I've been dipping my toes in the Modern pool to get ready for
Oh, that's right. You
Barcelona.
have Barcelona coming up.
Yeah, so this has actually been great because I've been keeping my thumb on the Legacy meta, but this is my the closest I've been to the Legacy meta since GP Niagara.
Yeah. So, it's been interesting. Lots of changes.
Yeah, lots of changes. Lots of Ren and 6s in the room.
Yeah. A lot of Reanimator in the room right now, but that was true last time as well, if I recall.
Yeah.
So it may just be a lot of Reanimator players in the area.
And the Reanimator players I see are the diehard Reanimator players. I don't
Exactly.
think anyone's specifically getting on Reanimator because of the London Mull.
Right. That's what it seems like. If you go around the room, people are playing what they played before, and that may be a money thing because Legacy is expensive.
Right.
But it also may just be it didn't have quite as much effect on deck choices as much as deck gameplay.
Exactly. I think people are still going to play their deck because I think the universal result is everyone thinks their deck got better.
Right.
I don't think anyone thinks that their deck got worse.
Right. Inherently, decks like Ren and 6 decks are fair decks.
Right.
And those were what people predicted were worse. And right now, everyone's like, oh my God, this is the new hotness. So it shows that not everyone, not everything came to fruition in that regard.
I just think it's impossible to make accurate predictions in this world because there are so many new things.
Right. There's so many
changes.
variables going in, especially recently.
You definitely need Galaxy Brain in order to figure out how all of these changes coming together will actually play out.
Right. And for that, you could have listened to the podcast that I was on when I said what would happen. But hey, sometimes it works
How's
out.
that all worked out? Good?
I don't
It's worked
remember
out
that.
good.
I don't remember that.
No. Overall, this has been a good change for Magic so far. Obviously, something may break down the line. No arguments there. But right now, we're seeing a pretty diverse meta here, a pretty diverse meta online. It's helped out Modern, weirdly enough. There's fair decks have shown back up again because things have compressed down a bit. It's great in Standard. It's the best in Limited. There was nothing worse than mulliganing in Limited.
Yeah.
When no one has any catch-up mechanics and everyone's playing 3/3s for 4 and everything,
Oh, yeah.
it really hurt to go down cards. But now you can make sure that if you're going down cards, you at least have a functioning hand.
Yeah. I mean, I was always a fan of London Mulligan in Limited.
Yeah.
I feel like that is exactly where the London Mulligan
Adam Dukart,
belongs.
your list is ready.
Yeah.
Adam Dukart.
I just think it should be restricted to Limited, but that's just me. That's just me.
It is exactly just him.
If I was king of the universe, which I could be with this hair.
Yeah, sure. Sure. Yeah, keep the wave. Yeah, we can't see you. I wish we couldn't see you. Anyway, we should probably cut to break now and then try to set some stuff up for next round. We have, like you said, going to be a little bit of extended break. Maybe we'll get an interview with a couple players or something like that.
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea.
While some stuff's going on, while we're going through the raffle and whatnot.
I'll pull the raffle if you and Pat want to interview some cool dudes and dudettes.
Right. Let's see how things are going. So we're gonna take our little bit of a break. We'll be back in
4 minutes.
Yeah, hopefully we'll go find someone.
Grab some interviews.
Okay, we are unmuted here with an interview. You are, well, introduce yourself.
My name is Topher, and I am 3-1.
Okay, what are you 3-1 with? We just saw you on camera, but...
With Legacy Hogak.
Hey everyone, we're in the raffle in about 12 minutes, so last call to get your raffle tickets. Raffle in 12 minutes.
They're just calling for the raffle right now, so why did you choose this? I know you're normally Blue Mage. You've played like Delver and Miracles a lot in the past.
Well, partially due to I was lending out Blue-Red Delver. I wanted an excuse to play Hogak. It's not up my normal wheelhouse. I tend to avoid combo decks because I don't really like playing decks that fold to hate. But I was pretty impressed the first time I saw the Legacy version of Hogak with how resilient it was to the hate. The very first thing I thought was like, my 2 surgicals on the board, there's like no way that's enough to beat this deck.
Right.
And I started thinking like, geez, everyone is playing 2 surgicals. Nobody's playing like, very few people are playing like Grafdigger's Cage or, Rest in Peace. Like, I honestly can't remember the last time I've seen that cast in Legacy. So.
We did see you struggle a bit against a ley line there. Just couldn't find your answers.
that was embarrassing. I played this deck 5 leagues online.
Okay.
And so since I normally don't play these types of decks, there's still a fair amount I'm learning. And normally when I play against Finalist Dredge, all that's going through my head is, all right, Graveyard Hate and discard if I have it.
Right, you're thinking about being proactive against them.
I think about disrupting them, and I just completely blanked on them having Leyline of the Void, so I didn't even bring in Wear and Tears. When I played it, I'm like, all right, so I've got to somehow
piece together the beatdown plan.
With 2 power and 1/1, and hope he doesn't combo me in time, and my opener didn't even have any actual disruptions. It was just a fast hand, so it was the worst possible combination.
Yeah, sometimes that happens, especially in a format as like diverse as Legacy.
Yeah, I mean it's experience. I mean,
right.
People who do care about Leyline of the Void would know instantly, oh, Finalist Dredge, that's the hate they're going to bring in, that's what I got to beat. But I have never played a deck prior to today that someone would bring in Leyline of the Void against.
Right, exactly. As your traditional blue decks, you're not going to fold to single pieces of hate often, so you're just a little bit less prepared to consider what piece of hate are coming in against you.
That's the challenge of picking up the deck for me is, all right, what sort of hate does my opponent have? And fortunately, prior to this, it was all pretty obvious because it's all blue decks. Like, all right, Surgical, maybe a Grafdigger's Cage. So I bring in maybe like 1 or 2 removal for a potential Grafdigger's Cage and a couple extra discard spells against like the Delver decks.
Sure. So we saw the worst case scenario of what could happen to you, where you get locked out under a piece of graveyard hate. What drove you to the deck? Like you said, it was pretty resilient, but like what makes it better than like other combo decks or other mid-range decks?
When I was first talking about it to my friends after I got massacred by it online, I'm like, it's like Dredge, but it doesn't fold to graveyard hate though.
Right, sometimes you get got. It happens. You didn't fold to it. You did lose, but you're at least able to put stuff on the board. So I understand what you're saying.
It's an incredibly resilient deck. It's very resilient. It plays through disruption so well. And it's normal, like its game plan is still very powerful. I mean, game 1, that was like game B, whatever you want to call it.
Right.
Like just putting out Gravecrawlers and Hogak, that was still 14 power on turn 3. So I mean that's like a normal draw for the deck.
Exactly. So
just pure power. I mean, the previous rounds was just me smashing goblins and Delver into the ground, just putting an 8/8 on board. They can't answer it.
So forgive me, we had your list at the time. Are you playing Bridge from Below in that list at all?
Yeah, every spell in the deck is it is JPA's 75. Yeah. If you follow him on Twitter, he has a
he's a very good sneak and show player normally.
Yep, and so it's 4 of Bridge, Therapy, Looting, Entomb, Altar, and then 4 each of all the creatures, which is Carrion Feeder, Gravecaller, Bloodghast, Hogak, and Stitcher Supplier.
Okay, so have you found yourself, like you said, you're 3-1, so clearly you've won a good at least 6 games on the day.
Yeah.
Have you been doing like the modern combo version where you like hit your altar and like go off and do the full combo, or have your games been more of like just beating down?
Most of them have been beating down. I did have my very first game of the day. I had a very anemic draw and thought I was just going to lose to a Goblin Chieftain and Crater Maker killing me. It's actually a very good example of how powerful the deck is. My board was Altar and a single Gravecrawler. I had a Hogak in the yard, but I didn't have a second creature to put it back. and he killed the Gravecrawler. I untap, draw a Gravecrawler, play 2 Gravecrawlers, play Hogak, combo him out.
Right.
That's the power of the deck. Normally, that gets a little bit weaker post board. Altar itself doesn't actually get that much worse, but the combo does.
Right, because your opponent has some more interaction.
Yeah, they might Surgical Hogak or Bridge or something, but I had another win against 4-color Delver where the entire game was just playing Carrion Feeder, cycling Gravecrawlers, and Bloodghasts. And it was just...
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's...
normal, recursion.
Right, where you're just kind of like putting power and toughness onto the battlefield.
Yep, exactly.
It is interesting, like a lot of Delver decks have real issues just beating an 8/8 trample.
The first time I played against it, I'm like, all right, this is bombardment. All right, he's probably gonna win game 1, but whatever. And then there was an 8/8 on the board. It's like, oh wait a second, I absolutely cannot beat that. In any way.
Your True Nemesis looks pretty dumb with its 1 toughness trying to get in the way.
Yeah, I'm just like staring at him, like, can I erase this? No, I'm dead.
So speaking of like the deck's traditionally been called Zombardment, but Goblin Bombardment is now in the board.
Yeah.
Do you have like feelings on when to bring that in, or why it's still around, or why it was cut in the first place? Is it just to make room for like the Hogak Altar stuff?
Yeah, it's cut because in the end it's just not your game A or B. You're not like looking to get little bits of value. The original list needed just a repeatable sack outlet to abuse Bridge, and occasionally to like hide your creatures in the graveyard from like Source of Plowshares or stuff.
Right,
Now,
playing against the original deck, I know sometimes you could like turn into like a machine gun type like board control, but
while Altar can't remove creatures, it saves your creatures just the same. It's a better engine because you can mill yourself with more. I mean, I have many games where it's like Altar, Gravecrawler, Bloodghast, and lands, and it's like, all right, mill Gravecrawler and mill with Bloodghast, bring back Bloodghast, mill. Oh, I hit a bridge at some point. Now I've got a zombie. Now I get my Gravecrawler back. Now I keep milling, hit more bridges.
Yeah. So when would you say, like, because you had 2 in your sideboard, when would you bring those in? Because that's kind of like a unique kind of sideboard card.
Yeah. Obviously, anytime a ping effect is good, so Death and Taxes, Elves, but also, like, I wouldn't bring in Delver because it... Basically, I want to keep the number of sack outlets high enough, so if for some reason I think Bombardment is better than Altar, and that would basically come up when I expect a hate card like Grafdigger's Cage, Rest in Peace, Leyline of Void.
Okay.
I don't want to be putting more cards in my graveyard.
Right, you want something for your sacrifices.
Basically, Altar is a little bit weaker to graveyard hate. The deck can beat Surgical very easily, but you still have to put in the effort to beat it. So you don't want to necessarily flood your graveyard immediately. Sure. But basically, I'd bring it against, like I said, Death and Taxes, Elves. Miracles is a big one. Anything to, I keep in all 6 sack outlets versus Miracles.
Right, just a non-creature sack outlet seem good there.
Save them from Terminus and Swords. Any deck that I might, basically just lean on X1s a little bit too heavily. Okay. I'm still, frankly, experimenting with it because the more I play it, the less and less I want to board versus Fair Blue.
Sure.
Which is one of the reasons I'm playing Canonist over Thalia.
Right. So we were actually talking about that and the type of white sideboard cards, and obviously, like you said, you're just playing JPA 75.
Yeah.
And obviously, this is kind of I don't want to say new archetype because Zombardment's been around forever, but with Hogak in it, it's certainly an entirely different archetype now. So, do you think that this list is even approaching an optimal list, or is it do you, after playing it a lot, are you like, oh, I can change this and this and this and this, or are you like, yeah, this is a pretty solid base to build off of?
There might be room for more creativity in the sideboard, but the deck itself is already so powerful and resilient. I wouldn't believe. This is basically all of the best recursive creatures.
Sure.
So no, I think I really do believe the main board is pretty optimized right now. It's hard to believe.
Okay. Yeah. No, it's understandable. We saw it in Modern. People get it right away. It just turns out that a lot of these recursion-based decks, you want 4-ofs. You don't necessarily want a lot of 1s.
Going into the future, if this deck does become a known entity, a known and accepted entity, and people are running more Grafdigger's Cages, then maybe you're running more graveyard independent cards in the board. I was very briefly toying with the idea of Tarmogoyfs, if I was going to run green. I was trying to think of some just easy beater to side in that just completely, the problem is Goyf does not completely ignore graveyard hate, but
Right.
That's why the deck's so good, is because you can, just as you can just be casting Grave Crawlers and Bloodghast and Carrion Feeders and beating in, well, there's a Rest in Peace on board, that's...
Sure.
You can do better than that if you're scared of Rest
Yeah,
in Peace. So
you may be able to find another option out there to be able to kind of juke the idea.
Yeah, exactly. I could see the Bombardments being replaced by something that's even more independent from the graveyard.
Okay.
And the anti-hate suite is always shifting based on what you're seeing play. The very first Let's Say copied had Silent Gravestone. It was very clear very quickly that was unnecessary.
Yeah, you don't need to fight the surgicals that way.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's interesting. It's nice to see that, you're an established Legacy player. You normally come down and do well at these things. You're doing 3-1 right now, and you're, off your normal beaten path. So maybe you have something good on your hands, and I hope it goes well for you in the long run.
Thank you.
Cool. Excellent. So we're going to go to our raffle soon. We'll be off for that while they're doing the raffle here. It's going to make a lot of noise, so I won't be able to do another one of these interviews. But we'll be back with round 5 and see... you guys can post any decks in the chat if you guys want to do anything in particular, you want to see anything in particular. Other than that, I'll see you then.
What is going on, everyone? Welcome back to the Leaving a Legacy Open.
We got our episode takeover request.
Oh, okay. So we just
Ben and
hold. So sorry. We just did our raffles for charity. We gave out an oubliette. We gave out a Scrubland, I think. Some promo cards. A moat print, play mats. It was cool. And
we got.
Why don't you go over the mic, and I'm gonna put in the next game here.
We already have our show takeover request. So the person who won the Leaving a Legacy show takeover for the raffle has decided what they want their episode to be about, Pat.
Do I dare ask?
They actually had a request. They wanted to do a Miracles episode.
Oh.
Specifically, they asked for our friend Min to come on and talk about miracles.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, Min's great.
You don't have a microphone, Pat.
That's okay. I'm doing other stuff right now.
So we're going to get this match set up here. Players are still resolving mulligans.
Elijah on Miracles, I'm assuming?
I do not know. I have not seen the match.
You might be on Craigslist. Let me look it up. Four-color Delver. Okay.
Four-color Delver with Dreadhorde Arcanist. This is a creature suite if I ever saw one. 4 Tarmogoyf, 2 Dreadhorde Arcanist, 2 True Name Nemesis, 4 Delver of Secrets. It's also running the Wrenn and 6. We're starting to pull from the top tables now. So we're probably going to see some more Wrenn and 6s. More Wrenn and 6s showing up.
List can be picked up as well.
All right, so we're heading to round 5 here. I believe both these players are 4-0. And we have Elijah Hannon. He's on 4-color Delver. And we also have Ben Borodaka. He's on blue-white Delver. So we have a Delver mirror here. It's probably on the other. It's probably up here.
No, it's up there.
Yeah. So we can slide it put it where their match slip is. Yeah.
We're going to have life totals set up soon. Though I believe it's still just 2020.
Yeah. Looks like Elijah's going to lead off on a Ponder.
There's the life totals.
I don't hate my mic. It's right up to my face. I'll keep turning it up. Eventually, you guys are going to tell me to turn it down.
No, I'm pretty sure that message came in when you were just not holding the mic.
That's possible. That's absolutely possible.
Pat, if you just yell loud enough, I'm pretty sure our listeners at home can just hear you through the sound waves.
It's true. It's true. All right, so Ponder resolves, Island, and Pass from Ben.
Got a lot of good choices in Island art today.
Indeed. We have the backup. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Do you know the backup names? And do we know who is who? Who is whom? You don't know. Okay.
So, looks like Wrenn and 6 was attempted to be spell pierced, and Elijah countered back with, I believe that's Daze. Yeah, I think that's the Invocation Daze. Wrenn and 6 is in play. Now, that Wrenn and 6 is going to be difficult for Ben to deploy some Delver secrets. He's going to have to deal with that Wrenn and 6.
That's true. Now, Blue White Delver, what do they have main board to handle a planeswalker like that? Let's see. I mean, so besides attacking at it, they do have a single council's judgment.
Yep.
That can take care of that.
4 True Name Nemesis will do the job as well.
For sure. It's just going to be Wrenn and 6 is going to be around for a little bit and have the ability to uptick a few times before they're able to deploy it.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Ben is running a single Niv Magus Elemental in his list.
Indeed.
Renin 6 is already up to 5 loyalty. Swords to Plowshares on the Tarmogoyf.
Assume they're just going to grab basic planes here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got the Invocation Days, huh?
Invocation Days.
The art is so great. Looks good in foil, too.
Unfortunately, the border is terrible.
Yeah. But the art is pretty good.
The art is great. That's really the biggest travesty with the invocations. Like, the art on all of them are amazing.
Yeah. We were talking about that last night at dinner, actually.
Yep.
Dinner was not nearly as huge as I feared it might be. It was only 7 people. It wasn't bad.
Not bad. We did eat our weight in sushi, though.
Yes, a lot of sushi was consumed last night. It was a good time.
So much sushi. I also had a lot of green tea ice cream, which I was quite a fan of.
It looked terrible.
Yeah, I sat down at the table last night with a big old bowl of green tea ice cream, and Pat looked like he threw up in his mouth.
I mean, that's what looked like you looked like you threw up in the bowl of ice cream, honestly.
It was delicious.
Yeah. All right, so we got Ben resolving a ponder here. I mean, he's gonna. There's a Stone Forge.
It looks like he's gonna keep this ponder.
See.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess so. I feel like you. I mean, I guess you want to really dig to get rid of that Renin 6, but I guess if he's not getting Wasteland out of the game, it's not terrible. But at some point, he's gonna get that emblem.
Yeah, I mean, he does have all the answers for anything Elijah does deploy. He's got Force of Will. He's got Swords to Plowshare. He's got Brainstorms. So, once he deals with Renin 6, he's doing okay. That Renin 6 is getting real big real quick, though. Let's see. Preordain. Man,
So
more and more preordains.
Yeah, we were talking about that. We were talking about that earlier on the stream too. Definitely a card that's seen an uptick in play between Arcanists and just people looking for more ways to smooth out their draws. Though I think the stock on Preordain has gone way up.
Yeah, it's a super expensive foil too because Wizards doesn't want to reprint that card for some reason.
Yep, exactly.
$120 foils.
All right.
Here's a Stoneforge Mystic.
Ben draws a Stoneforge.
Gonna jam that out real quick.
And getting Batterskull.
Batterskull.
In the history of Stoneforge Mystic, do you think Batterskull is the most commonly grabbed artifact?
It's got to be.
It has to be, right?
Yeah. Now, let's see what Elijah does to counter this. Batterskull's a good way to deal with Renin 6.
It is. It is. Today we have 7 rounds of Swiss, followed by our top 8.
Now, is Elijah not running Bolt?
was waiting for cards. If you're ready, you can
Elijah is running 4 copies of Lightning Bolt. He's running and 2 copies of Abrupt Decay.
I'm surprised he taps the Volcanic Island for Ponder, because that shuts off his Bolt play.
Yeah, I almost feel like unless he wants to play something like
Is he running
Tarmogoyf right now?
Does he have Abrupt Decays?
He does. Abrupt Decays. Yep.
Maybe he's digging for Abrupt Decays instead to make sure it actually goes through.
Mm-hmm. Renin 7.
I see what you did there.
There's the decay.
There's the Abrupt Decay. That's why.
Yep.
Ben draws a True Name, but looks like Ben is a little short on mana. Doesn't look like he got any there. He is Brainstorm locked.
Yeah, that is not fun.
So this Renin 6 is going to stick around for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're looking at a Council's Judgment as your go-to answer for the Renin 6
Yeah,
at
but
this
he's
point.
going to have to draw another mana source. Yeah, 4-color Greed Pile, yep. All I want to do when I see 4-color Delvers around is just go back to Price of Progress decks. Because it feels good to 8 someone for 2 mana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm losing 8 life and not putting a Grizzlebrand in play, I'm pretty upset.
Yeah, it's understandable. Understandable. I mean, Ben's got a full grip, but they're all a lot of reactionary spells and just nothing that is useful right now. I mean, it's worth noting Elijah's not doing anything to advance his board necessarily, but he is upticking a Planeswalker, which isn't nothing. But there's no clock on either player right now. But Ben does have a hand of really reactionary stuff.
What's Red and 6's ultimate again? Remind me.
It gives you all your spells in your graveyard retrace, I believe.
Oh, yes, that makes sense.
Yeah, so you get an emblem, all your spells get retraced.
Recur those lands.
Yep.
Here's another brainstorm. Still no lands.
Jeez.
Ben is probably not feeling too great right now. And looks like we got an emblem. Oh, and that emblem is all Ben needed to see.
Yep.
That's pretty rough.
Pack it in.
Stuck on lands.
Pack it in. So now we're going into game 2. Let's look at their sideboards. So Elijah's got access to Plague Engineers, Null Rod, Winter Orbs, Hydroblast, Pyroblasts, Surgical Extractions, an Ancient Grudge, 2 Liliana's Triumph, and 2 Thoughtseizes. What's Ben got on the sideboard for blue-white?
Ben's got 2 Meddling Mage, 2 Rest in Peace, which if he is really upset about that Ren and 6, we might see come in. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's the best considering what Ben has seen, but if I'm in Ben's shoes, I'm starting to think maybe he's doing some other graveyard shenanigans besides just Ren and 6. And actually, he did show a Tarmogoyf as well. So
yeah, and he has 2 Dreaded Core Arcanist as well.
Yep. Ben's also got 2 Disenchant. Don't think those are coming in. 2 Cataclysm. I don't think he's going to bring Cataclysm in against the Ren and 6 deck.
Nope.
1 Engineered Explosives, which could come in as it's another answer to Ren and 6. Mm-hmm. 1 Caracas, probably not. 1 Pithing Needle, which I could see coming in. 1 Sword of Fire and Ice, which I think is going to go.
Definitely looks like he bring in the Rest in Peace.
He
there.
is bringing in the Rest in Peace. 1 Celestial Purge, which is pretty spicy. 1 Gideon Ally of Zendikar, and 1 Force of Negation. Mm-hmm. So it definitely seems like the Rest in Peace is coming in. Looks like Ben's having a hard time deciding what to board out, which I don't blame him. All of his stuff does do good things against 4-color greed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I do believe it looks like Ben is bringing in Cataclysms.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I guess he's just planning on doing the 1-2 punch of Rest in Peace Cataclysm. Good night, Ren and 6.
Is that Meddling Mage he has for a sideboard too?
Yeah, Meddling Mage.
No, it wasn't.
He does have Meddling Mage in the sideboard. Looks like he's boarding out his Force of Wills, which I can see, in this attrition style
You don't want
matchup.
to 2-4 yourself against 4-color Delver if you can help it.
And both players are shuffling up.
I had to look at what Cataclysm did.
It does him good stuff.
Yeah, it does. It seems like a commander card.
It is a commander card.
Okay, that's probably why.
It's usually seen in Death and Taxes, but Blue-White Delver plays it every once in a while. This is our backup feature match.
Yep, they are also shuffling up right now.
Yeah.
All right. Yield pile shuffle.
Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. Some good piles. Good piles. How's your energy levels, Pat?
High. Very high.
You don't have the microphone again?
Very high.
Good. Pat was sleeping for a second, guys. Don't worry.
Yes, I was just updating the stream, but sleeping, sure.
Both players continuing to shuffle. That's the great thing about Legacy, Pat. All the shuffling.
A lot of shuffling. Yes, Ren and 6, if you're not someone who's following a lot of Legacy, it's become extremely popular. It's given a little bit of life to Rug Delver. Though I haven't seen that yet today. We haven't had it on camera, but And it's also just a good reason to play pile decks.
So Ren 6's price go on a meteoric rise recently.
Yeah.
It hit $120 on Magic Online.
And it's already that was in Modern Horizons, right?
Yeah.
Was it in War of the Spark?
It was in Modern Horizons. People are already asking for a Ren and 6 reprint, and it's still in print. Like, people are asking for a reprint for a card still in print.
Yeah, Rug is on the rebound, I would say.
There's actually quite a few Rug decks in the room today.
Nice. I like to see that.
Yeah.
When Rug's a good deck, I think that's I will say it seems like the metagame here is pretty evened out, and it's nice to see a lot of variety out in the field.
As a Sneak and Show player, I'm much happier with a lot of Rug Delvers compared to a lot of Grixis Delvers.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
So, looks like Ben has some lands this game. Got the Prismatic Vista in his hand, so he's not going to run into the same situation he did last game of getting choked on mana. That is, unless Elijah breaks out those Wastelands. Come on, Elijah, give us a tilt. Let's see what's in that hand.
No, he doesn't want to give it.
Doesn't want to tilt his hand. Let us see.
Very withholding.
I see some blue cards. That's about it. Force on Stoneforge.
Mm-hmm. Pitching,
Looks
Brainstorm.
Yep, and Ben has the days, but Elijah is able to pay for it, so he's just going to say, yep, that's okay. Stoneforge goes to the bin.
Mm-hmm.
Elijah's being very meticulous with his card dexterity. In the tank a bit. It looks like Elijah might be stuck on lands this game. Now, if he, oh, there's the Wasteland. Okay.
There's a Delver, and he's going to Wasteland the Tundra there. Vista. Going to grab, I'm assuming basic planes here. Yep. Gonna play out that Stoneforge. Now, does Elijah have the days in this one?
Now, interestingly, Ben is not running the back to basics, which could be very good against Elijah.
Back to basics is a card that I feel like a lot of decks who have access to it should be playing.
Yeah.
Especially with all these 4-color piles around. Just seems like where you want to be.
Daniel Holland, you're listed.
And
there's
Big
running
Boar
6.
running 6.
And there's a days here for it.
Does Elijah have an answer?
Elijah?
No. Can I tell you a pet peeve, Pat?
Sure.
So one of my favorite flavor cards from Modern Horizons is the Sneak Attack for Planeswalkers.
Oh, yeah.
The creature that, pay a red, put a Planeswalker from your hand into play. In the art of that card, which is the Sneak Attack for Planeswalkers, not Nicol Bolas, not Ugin, not Karn, Renin 6.
Oh, really?
Renin 6 is the Planeswalker being put into play with that new Sneak Attack for Planeswalker cards, and that is a big pet peeve of mine, Pat.
Why? It's a Planeswalker.
Who is going to Sneak Attack in a Renin 6 for one turn?
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I mean, what Planeswalker would you rather have for one turn?
Ugin, Karn, Nicol Bolas.
Okay, those are all 3 Planeswalkers, yeah.
6 mana Liliana, 5 mana Sorin.
Have you seen this? Is it the Sorin one that is basically a black Sneak Attack or a black show and tell?
Oh yeah, it's the show and tell for vampires.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the day when Wizards prints a
good vampire,
like a Grizzlebrand vampire, and I'm like, oh, we fucked up. It's a pretty metal germ token Ben's got there.
Is that Darth Maul?
Something like that. I don't think so. Those are
Delver's
some
coming
weird
in.
earrings.
Worth noting that Ben does have an answer for that Delver secrets. He does have Swords to Plowshares in hand. Unsure if he has a way to back it up, but this is likely Tarmogoyf coming down.
No.
Ooh, is that a Winter Orb in his hand? It is a
Yeah.
Winter Orb. I like that.
Wow. Okay. That's a gamble.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Because Ben is technically ahead on board right now.
He is. And he just drew another land. Get in there.
Do it up.
Ben's ahead on board, but obviously wins the race because with the lifelink from
Batterskull.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard. Yeah, Elijah cannot race the Batterskull.
Yeah, I'm surprised why Elijah deployed that now. Especially, we see his Swords to Plowshares in Ben's hand, so even if Delver somehow starts running away with it, he does have an answer in hand.
Yeah. All right, here's Ponder. I'm assuming he's going to look for another land. I don't know any one-mana answers he has to a resolved, I guess, Ancient Grudge. But no, he'd have to flash it back for a single mana, so he's in a tough spot right now. I think Elijah's in a tough spot. I'm not sure. Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of answers to that resolved Batterskull right now.
Mm-hmm. And then once Ben gets untapped that third land, he'll also be able to protect the Batterskull that way.
Mm-hmm.
Draw
Is that
a
a
Jit.
Jite?
Yep,
Yeah.
Jit for Ben.
I like him leaving back Stoneforge Mystics for the activation next turn.
Yep.
Yeah, I think that Winter Orb might have been. He maybe just got too excited to play it. I don't think he was in a good spot to deploy his Winter Orb. I've definitely played my share of Desperation Winter Orbs, and they haven't worked out for me either.
Yeah, sometimes I just want a Coca-Cola, and that polar bear looks pretty friendly, so I'm playing Winter Orb right now.
I like it.
That's how you play Magic, right?
Indeed, yeah. I'm always
Just stream of consciousness.
yeah. I'm just looking for brand identity there for sure.
Buy Coke.
All right, so Ponder resolves. All right, in comes Delver Secrets. I don't think Ben even has a reason to kill the Delver at this point.
No, not
He's just
really.
Bring in the Jite.
Untapping one
Yep.
island.
One will untap.
No. Oh, okay.
There's Daze.
Yeah. If any doubt about
Don
Ben
Cologne.
activating that
Counter when you have a minute.
Jit, that Daze really sealed it, knowing that Elijah's tapped out.
And this is going to get in. Boom, boom, boom. Now that's enough to kill the Delver.
Yep.
And which is going to do. I imagine at this point Elijah's going to want to maybe put back the rest of his cards. I don't think he's got
telling her to scoop it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he scooped up the Delver, I would have scooped up the rest of my cards. But he drew his card for turn, and he saw the writing on the wall. So we're going into game 2. Going into game 3 in round 5 here.
In the words of the early 2000s classic movie, Galaxy Quest, never surrender, never give up, Pat.
I do like that. Make him kill you, right? I do like that. I do like that method. So let's see. Knowing that Elijah might play Winter Orb, do we think that Ben's going to want to bring in something to answer that?
I don't think you bring in Disenchants just for Winter Orb. I just don't think you're that afraid of it.
Yeah. I mean, I almost feel like, well, I guess that Winter Orb is only really is probably shines when you're able to get Ren and 6 active as well.
I mean, Winter Orb is great when you're already ahead on board.
Right.
I'm guessing Ben brought in his engineered explosives, and if he puts that on 2 for Ren and 6, that's also technically an answer for Winter Orb.
Sure.
But yeah, Ben has to actually be afraid of it. All right, Meddling Mages. Is this his sideboard right now?
Yeah, I believe this is. Yeah.
Boarded out to Delvers. That makes sense with Ren and 6s.
Well, those might just be the overlays, right? Oh no, they're probably
No,
right. Yeah,
yeah.
You're right.
I think boarding out Delver against Ren and 6 decks does make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Boarded out. So, okay, he's boarding back in Swords to Plowshares now. Boarded out a Daze. Looks like Ben just boarded out some piecemeal stuff. Couple Dazes, Force of Will, Delvers. He has not brought in his Engineered Explosives. And Elijah, as always, is a black box, unreadable.
Yeah, he doesn't. He keeps his cards close to the vest, as they say. I think I've actually played against Elijah at Time Vault, one of our cool stores in the area here. And I think he was on Grixis then.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I played against him a few times. Real nice person.
Yep. Knows what he's doing, for sure. All right, so who are you favoring here? If 4-color Delver's in the play.
Honestly, I'm going to give it to 4-color Delver because it's on the play. I think the play is huge in this matchup.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's interesting how Ben was really able to play kind of a reactionary game there for a while and then just establish a Stoneforge Mystic and then just get there with Batterskull.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, as long as Ben can get the mana, he can stay in the game. But that Ren 6 is going to make it pretty difficult for him to do so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, drink some water, Ben. It's hot out, man. I had to go run outside real quick. It was gross.
It's like over 100 degrees here today.
Yeah, it's brutal.
The AC's pumping, but 100 sweaty dudes and dudettes in a room definitely put some pressure on it.
Indeed. All right. One thing I have noticed today, the London Mulligan has been nice. We've seen like all like pretty interactive games today. Nothing's been a complete blowout.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's to be expected. I think
is it though? Wasn't the concern with the London Mulligan that games were going to be huge blowouts because combo was going to take over and everyone's going to be Black Red Reanimator and Storm and Sneak and Show?
That was small brain. I mean, I don't like the London Mulligan.
How are you able to figure that big brain you apparently have underneath that wig?
It's hard, but my galaxy brain, how I've always said since the beginning, is I don't like the London Mulligan because I feel it's going to lead to predictable lines of play, and opening turns of matches are going to be very, very similar to the point of boredom.
Early Delver flip. Did you guys see what Elijah flipped Delver with? I didn't see.
Nah, you're too busy razzing me.
It's true. Just getting the sick burns in. It's too hot for burns today, I guess, huh?
Too hot for burns.
Just so everyone remembers, if we get 15 new patrons for the Patreon page, Jerry has to wear this yellow wig to the Pro Tour in Barcelona. And if we get 30 patrons, he's agreed to dye his beard yellow as well to match. So if you guys have seen this, you can visit it at patreon.com/leavinglegacy. All right, so Tarnby wants to follow up play here. And Ben's gonna need some answers here.
Tom Smiley was like, imagine you playing the Pro Tour and you get paired against this person who's been grinding away and it's their dream to play on the Pro Tour, and then they get to the Pro Tour and they play against you and you're wearing a Yu-Gi-Oh wig
and playing a meme deck
and And then if you beat them, will you feel bad? And my answer was no. I will not feel bad because I'm heartless.
I just think that they'll no longer give Pro Tour invites to GP top 8s for Legacy. I think
it's like this is what we get when we give a top 8 to Legacy people.
This is why we can't have nice things. It's because people like Jerry go to Pro Tours with yellow wigs.
You're welcome, guys. You're welcome.
And if you want to see that happen and see the photographic evidence, you have to go to patreon.com/Legacy.
Shilling hard.
I just want to see you dye your beard, honestly. All right, so brainstorm here. Why just considering these cards he's putting back?
I'm guessing that
Ben's hand's got. Looks like you got that Stoneforge Mystic and Batterskull.
Yeah.
Which is a card you don't want to have in your hand together.
Nope.
Never feels good. No, worth noting that's a little bitty Tarmogoyf right now.
Itsy bitsy Tarmogoyf climbed up the spout.
Don't think that's how it goes, but sure.
So it's going to go in my households.
Okay. So gets in for 4 there. Ben's going to need some answers here in a real quick way here. He's going to brainstorm a start. That's a good way. Looks like a true name, a brainstorm, and I can't tell what that white card is.
Cataclysm? That's Celestial Purge.
Okay. Is it? It's not Vista. Is it Vista? It looks like, almost like Prismatic Vista. Hard to tell. See, I feel like if Chalice was going to be the meta, we'd already see it. I think it's been. How long have we had the Mulligan for? 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we've already would have seen that
I don't
online
think so.
and in paper.
I don't think so.
We would have.
Legacy moves slowly.
That's not true. That's not true.
That's not true that Legacy moves slowly.
No. Look how many new decks we've seen today.
Yeah.
We've seen some Barman.
Yeah, but these cards have been out for months. Like we're just starting to see Prismatic Vista show up in more decks besides just Miracles.
No, it's been in Stoneblade. It's been in Blue Red Delver.
Not really.
Yes, it has. It's not like a 4 of, but you see them as like 1 or 2 ofs. Because you don't need it as a 4 of. That's not what its role in that deck. Zach did mention too that are you telling people you're playing for the PT or is it a closely guarded secret?
I'm playing memes.me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Playing Quest for the Holy Relic. White Weenie. Gonna be great. I do leagues on Moto, and I either 5-0 or 1-4. There's like no in between.
Attention Magic players at table 22, Stephen Hartford and Arnold.
Yeah, that was Prismatic Vista.
Hamilton, please report to the judge station if you are.
That's another brainstorm.
Again, table 22, Stephen Hartford and Arnold Hamilton, please report to the judge station.
Is that a Gideon?
I believe that is a Gideon.
Okay.
Steve, your list is ready to pull.
And a Wasteland too. Let's see. Brainstorm
Jake,
on the
we
stack.
can't hear you on this side of the room. You sound like a mumble.
Pyroblast.
Attention Magic players, table 22, Stephen Hartford and Arnaud Hamilton, please report to the judge station. Again, table 22, Stephen Hartford and Arnaud Hamilton.
Down came the days and washed the Goify out.
I think chat's on like a 10-minute delay.
It seems to be. Let's see what's going on with the chat settings. No.
Just slow internet access.
Oh, this seems fine.
All right, Vista. And
it's going to grab the island for Flusterstorm.
Yeah, which means he doesn't get the shuffle effect off Brainstorm, so Pyroblast on the Brainstorm. Ben really wanted that Brainstorm.
He does.
So he's going to Flusterstorm to protect it.
Burn a force. Yeah, burn a Flusterstorm here.
Elijah's going pure beatdown plan. This is looking like old school Rug Delver.
Yeah, well, I mean, like Ben doesn't have any answers right now. 2, 3. What's he got here? Got another Wasteland. No Legacy PT.
God, I would actually take the Pro Tour seriously if it was a Legacy Pro Tour.
That'd be really amazing, but it'll never happen. So
yeah, and it's a modern Pro Tour, so I'm gonna meme it.
Yeah, Legacy GP in Atlanta. I'm actually trying to get out to Syracuse the week before.
If Wizards wanted me to treat the Pro Tour seriously, they should choose a serious format. Sick burn. I'm going to get all sorts of hate mail for that. I know it.
Got a couple true names in hand.
That true name will do work against the Tarmogoyf, but he still needs to deal with that Delver.
Yep. Indeed. I assume maybe he's... I don't think he even has the swords right now, so... That Delver's going to do work. 255. Yeah, 255. Yep.
Time is it now?
There's no... 255.
Oh.
There's no delay. What do we have, 97 or 90?
98 people.
Is it 98?
Yep.
I thought there was an uneven number.
Oh, so what it was is 98 people registered, but a car broke down 3 miles out.
Oh.
So 3 people weren't able to actually get in. They had to do side events because
Oh, bummer.
they walked.
Really?
They walked from 3 miles out.
It's like 109 degrees outside.
Yeah,
right
I
now.
appreciate their dedication, but they got here at like round 3.
Oh, bummer. And here's Ren in 6. That's a problem. Ben just not being able to develop a threat this game. And Ben with just looks like a hand of kind of reactionary spells here.
I think what's going on in Ben's mind right now is that Simpsons meme of just Ralph on the back of the bus, just like, I'm in danger. Cataclysm.
So this is pick one of each, right? And sack the rest?
Each player chooses 1 land and then sacks the rest,
Okay.
which I feel is not your best play with a run-in 6 active.
Yeah, also, like, tapping out for it seems bad.
And he's behind on board.
Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome. The Legacy GP in November. That's in Italy. That's fantastic.
Yeah, if I fall in love with Barcelona, maybe I'll just never come back and I'll stay for the Legacy GP.
If you stay in Barcelona, we'll never be able to make that time difference happen for recording the podcast. So Zach's
No.
Yeah.
So see what it is if I stay in Barcelona, I'm going to adopt the Barcelona lifestyle of taking siestas during the day. So recording won't be any issue, Pat.
I feel like our viewers in Barcelona might disagree with you, believing they have a laissez-faire lifestyle. I think they're probably a little more active than you think.
Siestas are a real thing, Pat.
Sure.
They're not like your purple elephant that you have as a pet.
Is this Cataclysm still going on here?
Yeah, Cataclysm's still looking like it's going to get resolved. So Elijah's going to keep his Tarmogoyf. Is going to keep his Ren in 6. He's going to keep his...
I don't think he gets to keep the Ren in 6.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Each player keeps... Oh, that's the wording.
Yeah.
I was thinking the wording on Cataclysm was like Pernicious Deed, where Planeswalkers get to stick around because they're not labeled, but I guess Cataclysm actually chooses which cards.
Cataclysm reads, each player chooses from among the permanents they control an artifact, a creature, an enchantment, and a land, then sacrifices the rest. So you get to pick one of each. You don't get to keep any Planeswalkers when Cataclysm
Yeah,
comes
because
in.
it says sacrifice the rest. Okay.
Exodus.
So that I take it back then. And Ben just scoops it up because Tarmogoyf he doesn't have an answer for.
Yeah, but also that Tarmogoyf just grew because of the
Planeswalker and
graveyard.
yeah.
Yeah. Elijah saying, "Hey man, I had it regardless."
Yeah.
But you know what? Honestly, I think Ben just really had couldn't develop an early threat and had a really hard time answering all the questions Elijah was asking.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, let's go to our backup feature match, which is over.
All right, cool. So yeah, we'll do some ASMR. Oh, Pat, come on, I'm not ready.
Oh,
Gotta get my face on. Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good. But I think at that point it was just I think Ben was just saying, "Hey, look what I have in my sideboard."
Way to ruin the magic, Pat. Way to ruin the magic.
Hold on. All right, fix it. Fix yourself.
That's not gonna work.
I wanted people to see you struggle. That's
Struggle, just look at my day life. I like this wig because there's a lot of different ways to wear it.
I feel like there's only one way to wear it, but you're choosing it to wear it a lot bunch of
Nah, this is like a 90s cartoon style.
You look like kind of like Kurt Cobain if he had lived.
Kurt Cobain let himself go.
Yeah, and he was still alive today. Yeah.
True that.
Yeah.
True that.
Or like Kurt Cobain and Jack Black had a love child.
Nah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that'd be pretty awesome.
Take that as a compliment.
Yeah, it is a compliment. Jack Black's one of my favorite people. You know, I actually met him once.
Really?
Yeah, I met him when I was working at Whole Foods in Providence.
Well, was he buying like?
He was buying fish sticks, and he was wearing, you know, like the shirts that have like they're fully printed of a pug's face.
Yeah.
And sweatpants. That's what he was wearing.
All right. Yeah. You know, I'm glad Jack Black is exactly in real life like I picture him.
He was down there shooting the movie The Polka King.
Never heard of it, but okay.
Yeah, he was a super nice guy. He was great. He was great.
Are you sure it was actually Jack Black and not some dude who just
1,000% sure it was Jack Black. 1,000%.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
So we got a few minutes left before round 6 starts, right?
Yeah, both those matches went real quick.
Yeah, was not expecting that. So how do you feel about where the Legacy metagame's at right now? I asked Zach this already, but
I think the Legacy metagame is in a good place right now in that nobody knows what the hell's going on.
It's great. Yeah.
Which I think is good. I mean, I think the Legacy metagame was in a great place before, so I'm happy that it hasn't just been absolutely ruined.
Yep.
So
many new cards.
Yeah, it seems like we're getting phases. Like we went through the Karn phase, then we went through the Dreadhorde Arcanist phase. We're still kind of in the Dreadhorde Arcanist phase, but I do feel
I like that phase.
It does feel like we've shifted gears over to the Ren and 6 phase.
Yep.
Though I don't necessarily think those things can be mutually exclusive. We might be in both, you know.
I think Arcanist matches up well versus Ren and 6, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and I mean, truthfully, there's still a ton of things in Modern Horizons, and now M20. Like, I haven't even looked at M20 lists yet. That set's already out, right? Like,
I think it is. I don't think it's that good though. I don't think there's anything in there for Legacy though in M20. Was there?
You know what? Honestly, I'm okay with that because we have so many cards. Like, there are still a bunch of cards that haven't started to see play yet that I wouldn't be surprised if they start to see play.
Can I tell you the next phase of Legacy that's going to be going on?
What's going to be going on?
It's going to be Finale of Promise. I'm calling it now.
What is Finale of Promise?
Finale of Promise is red X, and you get to choose an instant and or a sorcery card from your graveyard with CMC X or less and cast them for free.
I don't think that card's playable.
I want to pay 3 red for an extra bolt and a chain lightning.
Yeah, see, what you said there was 3 red.
Red, yeah. Or red, blue.
You run in, like, Pyretic Rituals in this list?
No, man. Just blue, red, Delver.
How often does blue, red, Delver get to red?
All the time.
All the time?
No, it could be red, blue. 3 mana. It plays Treaty of Nemesis. It plays, like, 2 in the main board.
All right, but you want to play 3 mana for...
Yes. For 6 damage, yes, I do. Very much so. Spread out across 2, like, it's like kill your Ren and 3 to the face.
Oh, it can target anything?
Yeah, I mean, well, if you're targeting a lightning bolt and chain lightning in your graveyard.
Oh yeah, because
you're
just casting it.
Yeah. I can target Brainstorm and a Ponder.
Isn't this just a bad Dreadhorde Arcanist? Like, do you really need more Dreadhorde Arcanist?
It's to build your own Dreadhorde Arcanist.
Why don't you just play Dreadhorde Arcanist?
I do play that, but I want to play more spells from my graveyard. It feels good.
I feel this is reminding me very heavily of Wizard's Lightning and how you said Wizard's Lightning was going to be the next thing to break Legacy.
I still think Wizard's Lightning is a good card.
You know what? I'm not going to blame you, Pat, because when Kaladesh came out, I said Toolcraft Exemplar was the next Delver of Secrets. And,
I forgot about that.
Which is why I'm running it in my Pro Tour deck. I need to win the Pro Tour Toolcraft Exemplar to prove everyone wrong so that they now see that it is the next Delver of Secrets.
I don't care how you do the Pro Tour as long as you're wearing that wig.
I might wear this wig even if we don't get 15 new patrons.
You just can't wear your LAL shirt.
People are just going to be like, no, we don't know him.
Veil of Summer. People are saying that's an M20 card.
Veil of Summer. What's Veil of Summer do? I haven't even seen it.
I honestly don't know. Let's see. Let's look it up. I don't think either of those Chandras are very good, personally, Romario.
No, neither Chandra, I don't think.
Veil of Summer is a green. Draw a card if an opponent has cast a blue or black spell this turn. Spells you control can't be countered this turn. You and impermanents you control gain hexproof from blue and black until end of turn.
That's a card that does a lot of things.
That's weird that you get hexproof. Why don't they just call it protection?
You get hexproof from blue and black?
Yeah. Why don't they just say you get protection from blue and black until end of turn?
I don't.
Oh. Thank you, Zach. Zach's disembodied voice coming through the...
Yeah.
Fair. All right.
You gonna take a break?
Yeah, I wanted to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to come back for round 6.
Round 6. We'll get Zach back in the booth, because he actually knows things.
All right, we'll see you guys in a few.
See ya.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to round 6. This is Pat.
This is Zach.
This is Jerry.
That did not go as well as I wanted it to, but that's all right.
Should have given us a warning.
Well, you guys aren't a perfectly performing improv group?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, it's supposed to be a yes and.
We got a couple rounds.
Okay. Anyway, so we're in round 6. And
I was told this was a barbershop quartet.
with 3 people, yes. We're in round 6. We got Chris Field on Blue Red Delver and DJ Secco on Junk.
It's not nice to call names. That's all I'm saying.
All right, everybody. Sorry for the short delay. Welcome to round 6. You may begin.
So this is the 4 Dreadhorde Arcanist build and 4 Monastery Swiftspear. So that's interesting. 2 cards that I don't normally see together in Blue Red Delver lists. Also running a main deck Echoing Truth.
So I was actually talking to Chris before this tournament started, and basically the idea was that he didn't like having Young Pyromancer because he felt it made him have too many 2-drops and made his dazes bad.
I feel this is pretty telling that Chris is picking up Blue Red Delver because he is typically a combo player. Very rarely do I see him playing non-combo decks.
He also plays Blue Red Delver and Burn. That's pretty much his range, is Blue Red Delver, Burn, and like combo decks. So while this is good, I can see him hitting it, right now.
Okay. Have you guys taken a look around the room? Have you seen many combo decks in general? Because I don't think I have. I saw 1 or 2 Reanimator, couple Dredge, and 1 or 2 Storm decks, and that was pretty much it.
I've seen more Reanimator than anything else, but yes, it does feel like this is a much fairer meta, at least in this room today. Oh, it looks like we're getting started with a fetch land.
Yeah. I was actually talking to my friend Josh, who we had on camera earlier. He was the one running Red-Black Reanimator. He actually dropped from the tournament at 2 and 3, and he said he wished he had played Death Shadow today.
It's understandable. Again, if everyone is playing these like Delver decks with dazes and forces and ability to interact cheaply, then your combo decks can have some problems.
Combo deck's gonna have a bad time.
So we do have an interesting one out of DJ here. We have it listed as Junk. He has it listed as The Rock. Sometimes it's Abzan. Basically, it goes by whatever it wants, but it's essentially white, green, and black value-based cards.
Good stuff. Deck.
Yeah, this is the epitome of a good stuff deck. It has Pernicious Deed, some Mox Diamonds, Vindicate, like some Inquisition, some Thoughtseizes, Hymn to Torok, some Lilianas. It's just, this is the trade binder.
I'm surprised he's not splashing red for the Ren and 6, because I feel Ren and 6 would be quite good in a list like this.
Sure, but I know personally DJ doesn't like to stretch his mana bases too far. He likes to have more utility lands, so he probably couldn't fit it in.
True. That is true. Leading off with a turn 1 Wasteland and followed it up with a Bayou. Okay.
Yep. Okay, so my guess is here we're probably seeing either a Tarmogoyf or a Bob. Bob would probably be better in this spot, but we will see.
Yeah, I feel you don't want to deploy your Tarmogoyf super early against Blue Red Delver because you just really open him up. Oh,
he does have some main deck Scavenging Oozes, which are very good against Ren and 6. I was talking to him about that earlier.
Only if it lives, which doesn't look like it does.
Nope, that Bolt's going to take care of it right out. So again, we are introduced to the Fetchland Shuffle-a-thon.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps one of the worst things of any of the older formats. They allow you to play some cool decks, but at the same time, a lot of time is wasted doing that. And they slammed True Name Nemesis.
Windmill slammed. I think for the next Leaving a Legacy event, I'm going to bring some Trivia Pursuit cards that we can do during Fetchland fetches.
Oh. Well, then I definitely want to be in the booth. I'm good at trivia.
You're looking at the senior year bar trivia champion right here. Crush bar trivia.
Okay, so we have Tarmogoyf out of DJ's end.
Tarmogoyf is a 3/4 at this point, I do believe.
Yeah, I believe it is a 3/4.
Yep. Oh, maybe a 4/5, actually. I saw him.
Yep, because there's a preordained, so we have a sorcery instant land creature. Yep, there's a 4/5.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, but it is dazed, and then the daze is paid for. So, interesting daze there. Just trying to tap down his opponent's wasteland, I'm assuming.
I guess so. He's going to waste the waste, maybe?
Yeah, perhaps the only red source in his hand is a volcanic or something like that.
Yeah, really.
He doesn't want to expose it. Although it actually doesn't look like oh, no, that's exactly it. The last card there was a volcanic.
Going to get a good brainstorm in before he commits to that line of play, though.
Right. It's always smart to, see all your options.
Unlike me, who just closes your eyes and blindly chooses.
That makes a lot of sense, actually.
How about my life decisions? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, life decisions, too. I was just talking Magic, but thanks for that own self-dig. So Chris is tanking on this brainstorm here. It's definitely important, these early game brainstorms.
Yeah.
Especially in situations like this where both players are playing very light on resources.
There is the Volcanic.
Oh, and we
for
have
a preordain.
Yep, looking to probably ship those cards, or at least some number of them back.
Bottom one, top one.
So this is interesting because we know he's drawing a volcanic island here. If he's going to waste the waste or waste the blue sort or the bayou.
Now this is interesting.
Yeah.
Where he is wasting the bayou. Okay. Where sometimes you commit to a line of play, and then you think about it again, but it almost forces you to stay on that line of play because you don't want your previous plays to lose their value. You don't want it to be for nothing.
Well, right there, he found a second volcanic, so he's not worried about DJ eating DJ's resources to kill the volcanic.
Right.
Because while DJ is technically winning this race, at any point Chris can stop attacking with that True Name Nemesis and just shut down DJ's single creature.
Exactly.
And now we see what looks like a Delver.
Maze of Ith effect on True Name and Nemesis.
Right. Speaking of Maze of Ith, DJ actually has one in his list in the main deck. He has a couple what people would consider sideboard cards only in the main deck as one ofs, things like a Vindicate, a Pernicious Steed, a Plague Engineer, a Maze of Ith, stuff like that.
Swords to Plowshares on the Delver Secrets.
Interesting one, actually. I'm looking at this list with a Yavimaya Hollow.
Ooh, main deck Yavimaya Hollow?
Yep.
Wow, okay. And there's the second Wasteland from DJ.
Yep, that is going to really hurt Chris's chances there. But again, he can just stop this race at any time, okay? Going to use that floating red to hit him with a bolt.
Yep, and that bolt helps even up the race, too.
Right. Oh, that Bob could be good or bad.
Yeah, that could bite DJ in the butt later.
Okay, looks like DJ is going down to 9 to play that Bob. Certainly, both players are pretty low on resources here.
Did we mention, are these players playing for top 8?
I believe they were both 4-1 going into this round. I can check. Ooh.
Retract for True Name, put him down to 6. It's just interesting because he's going to leave himself open to getting sixed by Bob and Tarmogoyf. But I guess after this, he just leaves back True Name Nemesis and hopes to draw bolts off the top, and DJ's going to get damaged by his own Dark Confidant. What did Dark Confidant flip that turn? What did he reveal to Dark Confidant that
I don't think we saw.
Okay. I'm not sure what it was.
So DJ is dead if he cannot answer that True Name right now.
Is that Pernicious?
Ooh, he has a sword, so what he could do is he could swords his own Tarmogoyf to buy a turn, or swords his own Bob to buy a turn.
So he's going to put him to 5 and then
scoop him up.
Okay.
Okay, let's see if anything is going over in our other feature match right now. Okay, it looks like we have Merritt versus Grant Fishman. Merritt we saw earlier. He was playing that Naya Zoo deck featuring the Punishing Fire engine. And it looks like Grant is playing some form of blue-white, either maybe Stoneblade Delver control.
Man, flavor fail Grant not playing Merfolk with a name like that.
That's what I said.
Yep.
I agree.
It looks like, looking at the list here, it's just straight up miracles out of Grant Fishman. So 2 main deck Force Negations over there. It's Force of Wills, Preordain, a Supreme Verdict, only 3 Terminus, 2 main deck Spell Snare. Looks like 2 Narset, and playing the set of Accumulated Knowledges, as well as 2 Mentors.
Yeah.
3 Jace, no Angels.
Yep. For our chat, wondering about Ross McGee, who won the Leaving a Legacy Open number 2. He is in the house, and he is doing well. I believe I believe he's still 4-1 last I checked.
Still rocking the tie-dye.
Still rocking the tie-dye.
I have Ross McGee here at, looks like he has 10 points, so he is 3-1-1 going into this round.
3-1-1, okay.
If he wins out, he'd have a chance to top 8.
He could still have a chance to top 8.
If he wins out, that's almost certain that he'll top 8.
Okay.
But taking that draw early does hurt.
Got a Noble Hierarch.
Yeah, this is the part of the game where Merritt's deck is going to look a lot worse, as Grant is definitely taking control. Especially that Jace.
That looks like a Jace. Yep. Pump fake on the Jace.
Oh yeah, that's I guess he had Jace and a Supreme Verdict that's going to end up coming the next turn. He just left it on top there.
Does he bounce a Snapcaster? Oh, he bounced. Okay.
Looks like he's trying to get in for some damage.
Yeah, we don't know exactly the life totals here, but I can almost guarantee that the Jace is going to be problematic, knowing that Supreme Verdict's coming against Merritt's almost entirely creature-based deck.
I think Merritt may be at 12.
Yeah.
Still shuffling up.
Yep, looks like both players are beginning to present over there. We'll go back when the names are...
Wild McCattle. Wild McCattle is kind of an endangered species in Legacy these days.
Yep. It's what makes this deck Zoo. But we're about to also see why people don't play Zoo.
Bouncing his own Snapcaster? Oh, no.
And there's the Supreme Verdict. Just when you thought it was safe to go back in the water.
Yeah, that was a land by Merritt there. So unless there's a Punishing Fire in the yard, which it looks like there might be, judging by him separating those lands.
Ooh, nice unlimited plateau.
Yeah, this is that part of that game where Miracles gets the squeeze on you. They have all their mana good. They have a Planeswalker in play, and he's just going to keep brainstorming and burying them under cards. We see an accumulated knowledge here. Getting a full grip. That looked like 3 or 4 cards.
I feel this game is probably in the bag.
Yeah, and there we go.
There we go.
Let's see if the other matches started up. Okay, it looks like they're still resolving their mulligans. Chris has his cards down, so my guess is that he is kept wherever he is at. And it looks like DJ is putting a card on the bottom, so we're probably ready to get going here. Yeah.
It's
Words
okay.
Gets up after a while.
It's not that tough. Let's be real. We're talking into microphones.
Listen, sir, I am a professional.
Yeah, sure.
Something. Professional something.
My work found out I had a podcast, and so they voluntold me to start a podcast for the work.
Oh, that's rough.
So now I actually literally do get paid to talk into a microphone.
Okay, so we're going to see a nice basic out of DJ here.
I believe Merritt is undefeated right now. Is that correct?
No, Merritt has a loss. He took a loss last round.
Last round.
To 4-color Delver.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The only undefeated players right now are locked for top 8, so we're not showing them on camera.
Right, exactly. I watched one go and get a burrito, actually.
That's the real top 8 play.
Hey, it's the upside of going 5-0.
The burrito rounds.
Okay, so we're seeing Force Pitch Force right here on this Bob, which makes a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. That Bob's going to eventually flip of the bolt there. That may take care of the next threat as long as it's not a Goyf as well. But that Bob could dig DJ, further and further ahead. Another bolt. And he's really it looked like a Scalding Tarn.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a Nemesis at first.
Yeah, it looks like it was a Scalding Tarn.
Fancy hand moves from Chris over there.
What do you think about deploying the Scalding Tarn instead of the Wasteland right now and taking care of the Bayou?
I think personally I would Bayou there, but given his hand, didn't he have another Force? Maybe he's just okay with whatever shows up. Mm-hmm. and he wants to perhaps attempt to hit like a specialty land that he saw in game 1 or like a white source to like take DJ off plow or something like that.
Here comes another Bob.
Yeah, it looks like he has a force but nothing to do with it. And I imagine we're going to see this bolt. Yep.
Did Chris just have the soul read and knew who DJ had another Dark Confidant? That's why I didn't go for the waste?
It's possible. Maybe he thought he could beat anything that DJ did, and maybe he needs the mana for something else. Cracking in for another 3 here, putting DJ to, I believe, 14. Now he's got his choice of lands.
I think you take the white source, right, at this point?
Yeah, I think the white cards are more likely to get out of this situation. Ooh, especially now.
Yeah. Now, we haven't seen a Dreadhorde Arcanist flashback a spell today yet.
Nope, I think everyone that's been on camera's died.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, I still have a huge pet peeve about Dreadhorde Arcanist. Why doesn't it have flying? Look at that art. That art looks like he is levitating in the air. It's a downward angle. Like, that is a very confusing art. It looks like he should have flying.
It's because he's trampling on you.
Same thing right now. He's like, this should have flying, right?
No flying there. Trust me, they don't give red, good keywords.
It's true.
One of my favorites is Goblin Sky Raiders, which flavor text is the goblin word for flying is more accurately translated as falling slowly.
All right, so there's Scavenging Ooze.
Scooze could be good if Chris doesn't have an answer for it right away.
He does, though. He has the bolt in hand for it, I believe.
Well, he needs to use the one in hand rather than just getting to flashback the one for free, which is at least something. We're seeing a brainstorm here. That now the force is live. I don't think DJ is gonna be able to get out of this very easily now. Though he does have 2 abrupt decays, which is a way to get around that.
Now, do you abrupt decay the Dreadhorde Arcanist first or the Delver of Secrets first?
Right now, I'm going to say probably the Delver.
Agreed.
But you're certainly going to need to find a couple things.
Doesn't attack with Arcanist.
No, that is interesting.
Well, that's because Scooze could block the Arcanist and grow.
Yeah, that's fine, though. It wouldn't kill it.
It would become a 3/3, which would kill the Arcanist, but I thought Chris still had a
There's a bolt in his yard.
Yeah, he could have attacked with Arcanist there and killed the Scooze.
Yep. Well, trying to save the bolt for later. Maybe he feels that it's just a better use later.
Is that a rest in peace? Or
No, that looks like a time. That is a timely reinforcements.
Oh.
Yep. DJ has 2 timely reinforcements in his sideboard.
I've been getting that cast against me in my modern practice, and let me tell you, that card is quite the pendulum swing. I forgot how bad it feels getting that cast against you.
Yeah, you need to be behind in like 2 major aspects of the game, but when you are, it is worth the 2 and a white.
All right, so Bolt takes care of Scooze there.
Yep, Bolt's gonna clip down that Scooze, and then come in for a bunch of life total. And now we're looking at, does DJ have anything he can do?
I don't know.
Well, I know he has a 1 of Pernicious Deed. Ooh, that is a Plague Engineer.
Oh, that's the
my guess is this is just. Oh, he's letting it go. And a Mazavith. Okay.
Dreadhorde Arcanist, it triggers on attack, right? Not
yes,
damage.
It triggers on attack. You still get that, but I imagine Human was named here.
Yep.
So that's gonna hit 2 of those creatures.
Right. That's interesting. That
actually, is Arcanist a human? I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I think it's a zombie wizard.
I believe it is a zombie.
Yeah,
wizard.
I remember it's a zombie wizard because I was really pissed off because I was playing against Dreadhorde Arcanist and Gravecrawler deck, and I was just like, "Why is this a zombie? Whose idea was to make this a zombie?"
Well, I can't actually see what he wrote, but now that you mention it, wizard is also a reasonable name there. But I believe actually the backside of insect elaboration is already, it loses its wizard but keeps its human, correct?
I think it's actually just an insect. Hold on.
I think it's an insect aberration.
Yeah, I think it is too.
I always forget what it is on the backside. I know the front side's human wizard.
Where's the other side of this? Come on.
But he plays a Tarmogoyf here. Nice 4/5 Goyf. He's digging himself out of this hole. That Mazavith is coming in very clutch right now.
You are correct. There was a rule that said that lands have to be played in back, but this is the Wild Wild West. We don't follow the rules. Also, DJ asked nicely, and if you ask me politely, I'll usually say yes.
We have not gotten a meta breakdown yet. I believe that'll probably be going up later this week.
Yeah, we'll be posting VODs. We'll be posting deck lists once we can get those. We had some tech issues, guys, so sorry about not having the deck list now, but we're going to try and get those out to you ASAP.
Mm-hmm.
Chat disappeared. Chat. Man, we're seeing quite the army on Chris's side of the field.
Yeah, any spells are going to get very scary, like that one. That's a blazing volley.
Yep. That does 1 to all opponent's creatures?
Yep. That's going to deal 1 to all its opponent's creatures, but more importantly, going to double trigger prowess. Going to let that go in, try to get some points across the line.
Do you just attack with both Arcanists here and get like a Brainstorm and the Preordain?
Yeah, I mean, the Tarmogoyf's tapped.
Yeah, I think that Chris probably did miss an opportunity there. That said, he is at 9, maybe afraid of some form of crackback. Sure. But
maybe that engineered plague dude, I forget his name. Maybe he is on zombie or wizard, and the Arcanist would die if he gets blocked.
That is possible.
Yeah, they could be O2s, and they don't need to flashback anything. That would make a lot of sense.
Yes, that's actually probably what it is. You can only flashback zeros right now.
Oh, good point. Good point.
Yeah, so my guess is this is naming Wizard. Which is a good name on DJ's end.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. DJ really trying to claw back from the Jaws defeat here.
I think he's well ahead now.
Yeah, losing that Delver was actually a big blow because Chris is going to have a hard time forcing through damage unless he draws some burn spells.
Right, that Mazavith is making chump attacking very painful. Ooh, that will end this, though, if this resolves.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Now he gets to attack with
he attacks with the Dredge. Yep.
Yep.
Oh, wait.
What's he got?
Nope, that's scooping.
Yeah, he can untap it, but he still gets to cast the spells, and that's going to be too much with all the prowess triggers.
Yep.
Okay, back over here. So we have Grant playing Miracles and Merritt playing Punishing Zoo.
And just in time.
Good.
Just in time.
Good. Well, it appears they are back to shuffling, though. No one seems to be de-sideboarding.
All right.
So maybe this is going 1-1. We'll get our people to go check right now on that. So, in the dark, which side matchup would you rather be on?
Definitely Grant's side.
Okay, so you're looking more at the blue cantrips here versus the small creatures?
I will always. In fact, Zach, if you ever hear me say, you know what I want? I want to put my brainstorms and ponders on the shelf, and I want to pick up some green and red dudes. You have my permission to put a bullet between my eyes because I've been abducted by aliens and you are talking to a clone.
I'll keep that in mind. So what are you playing at the Pro Tour again?
I'm playing white dudes, white little dudes. There's a big difference. Also, it's white-blue. Got those meddling mages, fairy imposters.
Oh, you are going deep.
No, what actually I have found is an amazing interaction, and I wouldn't be surprised if it starts seeing some play in Legacy.
Sure, what?
Thalia plus the Fisherman Changeling.
Unsettled Mariner?
Yeah, Unsettled Mariner. Having both of those in play at the same time is pretty busted.
Yeah, Unsettled Mariner is a surprisingly good card. If you read it on its face, you're like, yeah, this is fine. And then you play against it and you realize how annoying it is.
Well, it's a changeling.
Right.
So it has the potential to show up in a lot of unexpected places.
Right, any tribal deck that is blue and white can just, fit it in.
Yeah, so, humans is already playing it. But, even something like a blue-white Merfolk list could run it.
Right, but people don't also realize, you see that card and you're like, oh, it's a little dorky creature that protects your creatures. It protects you as well.
Yeah, you also get protected.
Yeah, I have definitely watched people cast Thoughtseize into that and then just put their Thoughtseize in the bin. Very sad.
Well, also, it's not just spells, it's abilities, too.
Right.
So it protects you from, wastelands. And, Mariner is a really good card that I think is going to start picking up some play.
Yeah, right now, there's not too many tribal decks as far as Legacy is concerned.
Especially blue-white tribal decks.
Right, exactly. But I could definitely see a world where if a tribal deck becomes good, that is definitely a part of it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that is a card that plays a lot better than it reads.
Yep, for sure. No. Okay.
Okay.
Close enough.
So this is a 1-1? Is that where we're at?
Correct.
Okay.
They're going into game 3.
Okay, so this going into game 3 here. They have it in the way anyway. It's fine. Okay, so they're trying to resolve mulligans. Look like Merritt is going down while Grant's going to be keeping his hand.
If we have time after this round, we should grab an interview with someone to see how the London Mulligan has been for them today.
Sure. I love it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Like I said, I've been playing with that in particular for a long time, and I have loved it since, but, not everyone is me.
I like the feeling, but I also like the feeling of eating ice cream every night.
Sure, but I don't think this is an ice cream situation where... Well, no, I understand exactly what he's saying. Yeah. He's saying that sometimes you can have too much of a good thing. But I think that playing Magic, even if you're looking at your lines being compressed a little, is better than spending your day going 0-2 because you mulled to 5 twice.
Mm-hmm. True.
And yes, I do agree there is some amount of compression in your keepable hands now that your mulligan range gets bigger. But... in general, I'd rather have everyone's hands look a little bit closer to ideal than a lot closer to very bad.
I mean, for what it's worth, I haven't seen anything super busted happen today. We haven't seen anything like that. Like a deck has not emerged that abuses the London Mulligan that I've seen yet. We saw Black Red Reanimator, and that wasn't even I think that deck actually lost on camera, I believe. So, I mean, I think it's in a good spot right now.
Didn't we see Citadel Storm win on camera?
versus Dredge, though. That's a deck that doesn't have permission and like Zach was saying, doesn't exactly present a very fast clock. He did win on the multi 5 though in game 1. So
yeah.
but Dredge also just kind of crapped itself.
Yeah, I think it's also the meta we're in right now. Like we said, with running 6, pushing all these low to the ground Delver style decks and Dreadhorde Arcanist. I think the combo decks that can take advantage of it are going to be pretty suppressed from that angle. And even with the increased card selection from the London Mull, I don't think it's going to be enough to battle the current meta.
Right.
If I was playing in this event today, I don't think I would have brought Sneak and Show.
We do have a Sneak and Show doing well today. I will say that.
Connor's doing pretty well.
Connor was actually asking me about list choices last night. I was helping him with the sideboard. I just think, I actually kind of like DJ's style of kind of going next level above and beyond the Delver decks with kind of doing a more fair mid-range. I think I might actually, if I was playing in this event today, I think I might sleeve up Esper.
Oh, that's actually interesting. I've been thinking that Bug may be a little underplayed right now.
Yeah, for real. I love me some Bug matchups. Some of my favorite Magic is Esper versus Bug. I love those matchups.
Does that always go to time?
Yeah, but you have a lot of fun doing it.
Yeah. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying those are grindy games. Yeah.
Okay, so Merritt has put a quick clock on here with 2 3/3s. And let's see what Grant can do to get out of this. That at the end is a back to basics, and that's looking like what's going to happen.
Yep, back to basics.
So this is interesting in that it's only cutting off one land right now. It's actually equal. It's cutting off one land on both sides.
Technically, it's card disadvantage because you have to play the back to basics itself.
Sure, but the question is, will Grant be able to come back from this with Merritt's mana being constrained? Because if Merritt can't redeploy successfully, a single Terminus or something like that is very devastating.
Right, and it does look like Merritt has plenty of lands in hand, so he's not feeling the pressure from that back to basics yet.
Right, and oh no, that's very bad for Grant. He just locked himself
He brainstorm
without white.
locked himself. Yeah, and there's the hand gestures. Mamma mia.
There is a brainstorm in there. So, yeah, it looks like he kept a no white all cantrip hand and has yet to find white, and these two Nicodles are going to punish him for it.
Nicodles, the OG Delvers.
Can I say that this is the second time we've seen someone play a piece like, we saw Winter Orb earlier, where it really just came and killed the Delver player who played the Winter Orb because it just wasn't the time to play it. I think that wasn't exactly the time to play the back to basics in that game.
Well, looking at what Grant's doing right now, I don't think Grant had much of an option being stuck on white. Sure. And it is only... it's locking down a single red source, which he is not in want for. It's probably best just not to give Merritt access to, like, I don't know Merritt's hand exactly, but let's say if he were to have 2 lightning bolts or something like that, that could cut down an entire turn.
Yep.
That's a choke that is immediately getting Force of Negation.
I can have my back to basics. You cannot have your choke.
Yeah, that is a rough life to be under choke and back to basics. Okay. That's
Ooh,
game.
Yeah, brainstorm lock into brainstorm lock.
Okay.
That's the second time we've seen that today.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a rough loss from Grant. His hand seemed to have all the tools, but just didn't function in a way to get mana out. Which is a little bit of a weakness. I'm a Blood Moon player myself, and people always get a little bit surprised that you can Blood Moon a deck with so many basics. But in the end, like, their mana base is so basic heavy that they need the ability to find the correct ones. And right there, again, he kept a completely reasonable hand and just found only basics because his deck is so heavy in basics that, cutting on things like Tundras mean that you're less likely to find that white mana.
Yeah, and again, just another point where we just saw that. That back to basics was all he had to do with his hand, unfortunately. And
He was just cut on color right there. That's good for Merritt. Both those players were 4-1 going into this round, so it's looking like Merritt's probably going to be able to draw into top 8. Barring any pair ups or pair downs. So we'll be seeing some, different cards, I will say, in the form of wild Nicodles. Haven't seen those for a while.
Yeah, it's pretty fun to see that.
Yeah. I will say, someone in chat noted back to basics isn't really killing him. That is true, though he may have needed that mana to cast a sweeper if he did find the white, but frankly, it was probably right for him just to jam that there and hope that he could draw out of it.
Yeah.
And I don't fault him for keeping that hand at all with all those cantrips.
Nope. I mean, that's kind of what the deck wants a lot of times, is just a handful of cantrips, because then you're able to find exactly what you need.
Right, exactly. But not this time. Increased selection is not Demonic Tutor.
Indeed.
So Jerry's out there right now finding an interview.
Yep.
Because looks like our rounds went a little short this time. Meanwhile, is there anything the chat wants to know right now? Anything we can talk about with the Legacy format? Anything like that? Because we have a lot of people out there right now who seem to be enjoying themselves. Looks like Jerry has got an interview, so I'm going to swap that over to him in 1 sec.
What's going on, Anthony?
Not too bad.
We'll give you a mic here.
Oh, yeah, that would probably help. So it's been going pretty good so far.
Awesome.
Event started, Tom Hepp, the great guy he is, put a bounty on me for the counterbalance, which I lost immediately in the first round.
Of course.
But we ran it back, so we're 5-1 now.
Okay.
So,
on TES?
Yeah.
Of course.
Nothing else, right?
You write for Cook's website as well, right?
Yeah.
TheEpicStorm.com.
Yeah.
So how's that been? What are your matchups been like today?
All blue except for the last round.
Okay.
So I started my last round one was against Blue Red Delver, which Dreadhorde Arcanist is just a really good card. I know like you are able to get under it if you're able to, but if they can get that going, you're done. Pretty much. They're gonna have a billion counter spells you can't win. After that, I played against Ian McCoon, I believe is how you pronounce his last name, on 4-color Delver, which went pretty good. Lost round 1, ran it back, and then from there on, Grixis Control into Rug Delver were both wins, and then I played against Bug as Foretold.
Really?
Which is like it plays like rhinos, like just make 2 8/8s.
Oh, sure. Is it also playing like the Charlotte's Agents and all that stuff? It's like the Cascading Rhinos deck?
I didn't see that card.
Okay.
I did see like Ice Fang Codal though.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that is running around. Yep.
And then this last round was against Death and Taxes, which was like kind of a breather after like all these permission-based decks. Like, I win game 1, and then game 2, I just open up a hand of like Double Dark Ritual, Rite of Flame, Lotus Petal, Land, ad nauseum. Like, all right.
I'll keep this one. So one thing that we kind of talked about a lot in the stream, and I want to hear from people who have been playing in the event, is like, how has the London Mulligan been treating you and your opponents in that respect?
It's been very positive.
Yeah.
Being able to, especially like playing a fast combo deck, being able to like decrease the amount of clunky draws you have by just being able to like, all right, this card, don't want them, but you get to look at a whole 7 is really nice. Like most of the time, yes, like you're putting away like extra copies of Chromox that you don't need, just because that can kind of clunk things up if you're on a mulligan, and it gives you like a lot of more faster combo potential essentially.
Right. Has it led to fewer non-games in your opinion?
100%.
Yeah.
Like,
and for your opponents as well, like has that been the kind of the case where even if they have to mull to 6 or 5, there's still like a game to be played there?
Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of times they'll mull, like even if they don't have interaction, like let's say they mull to 6 or 5, they'll still at least be able to like land, cantrip, maybe stick out a threat. Like they're not completely dead in the water. And I think it does promote mulliganing a little bit more, So while you're not aggressively mulliganing, you can, you don't have to keep bad 7s because, I really don't want to mulligan now.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, awesome. So any other insights from the floor? What have you seen out there? Like, around the other tables, have you seen a lot of combo? It seems like we haven't seen as much today.
Not a lot of combo. This last round to the left of me, I did see Black Red Reanimator, I believe, and I think Manaless Dredge is 5-0.
Really?
6-0? Or no, not 6-0. They just drew this last round, I think.
Oh, okay.
But that's kind of a surprising one.
Interesting. We did have a Citadel Storm on camera earlier that won against a Manaless Dredge deck, which is pretty interesting. Yeah, it was pretty interesting.
That's a very interesting matchup.
Yes, yeah. I think one game with Aether Flux Reservoir, and won the other game with Citadel, where you can just like, if you have 50 life, you can just 50 your opponent. So something obscene like that. So, yeah, it's been pretty interesting, man.
Yeah, I mean, overall though, what I've mostly seen is just like, I haven't seen so many 4-color decks, but I have seen a lot of like, I've seen a lot of Delver decks. I've seen a lot of Plague Engineer. That's a card of just. Obviously, I'm not a fan of it, but it's been pretty popular.
Yeah, we saw our first copy cast in this past round, so at least on camera. Yeah, it seems like a beating against an Empty the Warrens deck.
Yeah, especially because like the thing is a lot of board wipes. You can be like, all right, make you discard your board wipe and then make my goblins, but like they can just be like, all right, Plague Engineer, hold up my Force of Will, go.
Yep.
And it makes it a little bit more difficult. Yeah.
Awesome. So now you're X and 1 going into round 7, I believe we're going to now.
Yes.
Awesome. So you can probably draw in a top 8. You think?
I was looking at the standings. I think there's one pair of 5. I think there's one pair of 5-1s that if everyone drew, like one pair wouldn't make it in.
Okay.
I wasn't the very bottom of the breakers, so maybe there's a chance I make it in, but we'll have to see.
Once you see the standings and all that stuff, I'm all for breaker math, so don't ask me to do the math for it.
I mean, it's been a little bit of a roller coaster, being like, all right, got the bounty and immediately lost it, level 1 to where I am now. But
the old foil counterbalance, huh?
Yeah, just kind of keeping it one round at a time at the moment, though.
Of course, yeah, that's the best way to approach it. What are you hoping to see in round 7?
Manaless Dredge.
Awesome. Well, good luck to you. Do you want to plug your column over at the epicstorm.com and all that stuff?
Yep, you can find articles I write at the epicstorm.com. I keep not noticing where the camera is.
That's all right, don't worry.
And then also you can find my stream at twitch.tv/grapeshot with 2 A's. And then you can follow me on Twitter at grapeshotnh.
Awesome. All right, Anthony, thank you very much for coming in.
No problem.
And we're going to catch you guys in a few minutes with either another interview or our next round.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, everyone. Welcome back. We got round 7 kicking off here. We have Blue White Delver versus Storm for this matchup.
Yeah, so this is likely a winning in, I believe.
I think so, yes.
Okay, well, that's haven't double-checked our math, but that's what we believe is going on.
I should have had you pick them because the 2 tables I picked, one of them just automatically drew.
Yeah, I wish I could have seen the standings, but I was walking around getting stuff ready.
I think was that 9 through 16 all have the same payout, so maybe people are just like whatever draw.
Right, yeah.
So you took a second look at pairings and realized that they're going to play.
Oh,
Connor and it's fine. Just do them.
Well, they'll be our backup
John
then.
and still.
First and second table both drew.
Yeah,
that's what I figured. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Cool.
table 1 2.
Okay,
right.
so we have John Kerman and Sean Stellato. I believe, had both of these players on at some point today.
Yes. For sure, John. I'm not sure about Sean. Maybe you and Jerry commented on Sean's match.
It's entirely possible. I believe we just came in at the end of like his match 3.
What?
Table 3 just ID'd too.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. So we just got note that tables 1 through 3 all ID'd in the top 8. Yeah, I guess that would be how the math breaks out. So likely these 2 guys are actually playing for a win and in. I tried to pick the matches that I thought were for a win and in. But
sometimes the math doesn't make it easy on you.
Yeah.
But it's likely that we're looking at our 2 matchups for win and ins here for our last 2 spots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, indeed.
Well, we'll see how things go. Looks like Sean is still resolving some number of mulligans, which on Storm can be good or bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes you'll mulligan, and then you get a really good 6-card hand or a really good 5-card hand. And
Right, exactly. It doesn't. It is a combo deck that is a critical mass combo deck.
Sure.
Looks like he's going back to the well again. This is starting to get rough though, because eventually you don't have enough card draw in these type of decks. You have a lot of selection, but you may need a physical amount of cards to go off.
Now, the one thing that he has going for him is John is not on a deck that has necessarily the fastest clock. It certainly has a clock, right? It has a turn 1 Delver, which is obviously a fantastic clock in Legacy. But if he doesn't get that turn 1, turn 2 Delver, Sean's going to have some time to establish a threat, establish his combo, rather.
Right, but on the same token, while he lacks in clock, when you're blue-white, you tend to have the right type of disruption.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You're obviously not like in Thoughtseize land as well as...
Sorry. Yeah, John's just sending me love notes under the camera there. John, one of our locals here.
Yeah, I don't get to see John a ton, mostly at these type of things.
He took a bit of a break from Legacy while he was finishing up his bachelor's degree.
Makes sense.
But now he's back in the format and really enjoying himself. Is Sean taking another mulligan?
This is...
Oh, no.
He does know there's London mulligans, right? Yeah, this is rough.
This is to 4 now, I think?
This is either 4 or 3.
Yikes.
It depends on if we caught it when he started on his first one or on his second.
All right. Let's get him a playable hand here.
Well, I can't see a lot of what's going on in John's hand, but I definitely saw a Force of Will, so that's a rough sign when you're mulliganing so low. The downside of Force of Will is normally that you're pitching a card. Who was tables 1 through 3? So
we're going to get those standings in a moment here.
Yeah. And we can't make any guarantees. We're not going through the math on them, but they drew assuming that they were going. But this game has started. So we have a basic into a ponder. Just a nice selection to begin the game. Good news for Sean, it's not a Delver.
Correct. So that's, I guess out of all the possible starts that John could have, the only thing that's worse for him would be pass, right? No land pass.
Right.
But yeah, ponder is a fine play for John here. He's able to set up his next few draws.
Yeah, especially with that keep there.
Yep.
That signals bad things for Sean.
Certainly has Force Will in hand, and Sean is at, I think, 4 cards. See, I think he mulliganed to 4 and drew to his 5th. He's going to play Delta Pass. John draws return. Can't see what he drew. Plays his own polluted Delta. He's going to fetch away whatever was on top of his deck there from the ponder. So maybe a 3rd card he just didn't want there.
I don't know. You still would do that on your opponent's turn to be optimal, and getting this Tundra here is signaling that this is probably a Stoneforge Mystic.
Sure.
Yeah, and he's going to play this without presenting.
Yep.
Yep. So here's the clock.
Batterskull will do that. And it's worth noting that when Batterskull starts gaining life, it becomes even more difficult for Storm to win.
Right. Sometimes they can storm count all the way up to like deal 30 or 34 damage, but probably not on a mulligan.
Right, especially on a mulligan so low. Yep, absolutely. Snowfall, we are getting those pairings for you. Give me a moment, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, right here we are looking at just cracking the fetch, figuring out what land he needs to get. He needs to play this game perfect from this point to win from this much of a deficit. So every decision he has, even things like this, mean a lot. If he fetches the wrong land, maybe ends up coming down the wrong color on turn 4 or 5 or something like that, and it could be a problem.
All right, so just looking at the pairings for last round, we know that the first 3 tables all drew. We had Anthony Volushin and Blake Demers drew. Jacob Haversat and Christopher Field drew. And Merritt El-Masri?
El-Masri, yeah, I believe.
El-Masri and Frank Kimball all drew together. We know Anthony Laverty and Brent Gilmore are on table 4. And Connor Haley and Josh Santos are our backup feature match, and we're looking at Sean Stellato and John Kerman, who are on table 6 right now.
Yeah, so
they're our primary feature match.
It looks like we have a bunch of people who are fighting in a scrum to get those last couple spaces.
Exactly, yeah. There's a lot of 15-pointers here. And with Sean and John both at 13 points, they might be actually fighting for 9th place.
It's possible.
But
we'll see how things go.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize that these were our 2 13-pointers. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Sean drew with Storm. It's not impossible, but it's not an everyday occurrence.
Mm-hmm.
Those are always some nerve-wracking turns against Storm in time because they don't need to be on the board at the beginning of their turn to kill you by the end of it.
Yep, exactly. All right, so here comes Batterskull. This is going to be a nice clock for John here. And Sean has hit cantrip after cantrip to slowly build his hand back up, so that's not terrible for him.
Right, he's upping his selection, but again, he's just down so much on physical cards.
Totally.
He's going to need something like an Ad Nauseam or something like that to resolve and get through, and that's going to be real rough facing so many cards out of Blue-White Delver.
Mm-hmm. So Sean's staring down a board here. He's looking at a Batterskull. He's looking at a Stoneforge Mystic. Draws for turn. I see he has a Burning Wish in hand.
Yep.
Not sure what his draw for the turn was.
Well, it's probably
like
another
LED in hand as well.
That's possible. Oh,
So
looks like
Dark
he's
Red.
starting to get some stuff going. This is always an interesting question. Do you force a will the Dark Wit?
Man,
Obviously John does.
I think I do here, and I think it's because he doesn't present any other black mana.
Sure.
That may be the only reason why I would do it.
So you're thinking that because there's no extra black mana here, you're stopping his ability to disrupt you?
That's what I'm hoping for, especially on that kind of mulligan. Yeah, and so Sean plays a ritual and passes. However, I know that like excellent Storm players oftentimes will just play a ritual just to get the counterspell out of your hand as well.
Right. I think Sean's probably a little too low on resources to present that bluff, but it's certainly not outside of someone's range.
Mm-hmm. So now Sean has 2 turns to claw his way back into this game here.
Yeah, and I'm not going to lie, I think John has 2 Force of Wills. Oh, and
a true name.
Is that 1 turn now? That is 1 turn.
Yep, exactly.
So
I like that play by John. Cut the time he has in half. Basically, even if it's 1 less card to pitch to Force of Will.
Right, he's forcing Sean to go off on this turn or die, and he knows that he has some interaction that's going to make it very difficult.
Oh, a Ponder says that he doesn't have a lot going on right now.
Well, yeah, especially off that mulligan. And he can only keep this if this allows him to kill. So this is likely going to be a shuffle. Oh, nope.
He takes it. I think he's taking the land off to the top there.
Okay, so maybe he just has more selection and is trying to figure out what to do.
There's the LED. That's Storm 2. Do you force this lines out damage here?
No.
Okay. LED? That's Storm
Certainly
3.
not force that one.
Now, are you able to count Storm with Storm with die here? I know they're doing it for the purposes of being on camera.
Right.
But are you allowed to do that by the rules now? I know
Storm you can. Yes, Storm is unofficial as far as I know.
floating mana, no.
Floating mana, you technically, if you're not on coverage like this is to aid us, and so you can see at home.
Exactly. Yes.
If you're playing a one-on-one, match at a GP or whatever now, you need to represent your mana like as a physical writing on a piece of paper, so that if something gets bumped or whatnot, there's no change.
Yep. And it says Burning Wish, crack LED.
You just counter this, and it's the end of the game.
Yep.
Okay. That was a pretty rough one for Sean, a pretty simple one for John.
Yes.
But we'll certainly see how that goes in future matchups. Let's check in on the other match right now and see how they're doing.
These names are both wrong, but we're gonna update them for you right now.
Yeah. So I know the person I know both those people, but right now we have who is currently labeled as Sean is Josh Santos.
Carry me to the counter.
Or no, I'm sorry.
I believe that's Connor, right?
That is Josh, I believe. Pull it back for a sec. Can I see the decks?
Yeah, you're right. You're totally right.
Oh. So
yeah.
yep. Yeah, Connor is playing Show and Tell.
What's Josh on?
I believe is some type of rug delver.
Okay.
I see rug colors. I see delvers. A little bit of unique choice. Oh, then looks like Connor's scooping him up in the face of Josh's overwhelming board there. So looks like Josh is up 1-0 there. So since we're going back to our regular match, let's what would you expect to see out of people's boards for this Sean versus John match?
So I imagine.
Mike.
Oh yeah. I need the microphone. I imagine Sean's gonna want to bring out something's gonna. I think something like Duress is probably something he's gonna want. Empty the Warrens. He'll leave in the sideboard, but I think he'd take Duress, maybe Chain of Vapor.
Chain seems a little loose there. Normally, blue-white doesn't present you with problematic permanents. They present you with problematic spells.
What Massacre?
I could see a world where Massacre's good play here. It's going to hit Del. Yeah, I believe Massacre should come in.
Yeah. Not a ton. I mean, a lot of this sideboard he wants to wish for. So maybe he just doesn't. Maybe he just leaves the Burning Wishes and gets them on a sideboard.
Sure. How do you feel about those Hope of Gyaraverse?
That's the other card I'm thinking of that presents. That's the flying artifact, right?
Right. The one that functions as like a single term Xanthid Swarm.
Right. Yeah, I kind of like that. At the very least, it's a body.
Yeah, I like that card. Well, I'm not. At very least, it's a body's a little rough. I guess you can get a block in with it if absolutely necessary.
Right.
But I think if it's in your sideboard, it's in there for a matchup like this. It's interesting to note that there are 2 Empty the Warrens in the sideboard. So it's possible that in a counterspell heavy matchup like this, one goes to the main deck and one stays as a sideboard. So it's wishable. Oh, he already has one. Yeah, so he's probably going up on that.
Yep.
So he still has his wish target one, but at the same time, you get to keep those hands where you explode out and just play a bunch of 1/1s and then go, well, here you go, opponent, deal with 1/1s.
Right. And Kermit has access to plenty of stuff in his sideboard. Is he thinking? You think he's going to be bringing something like a Rest in Peace?
Do we have his list anywhere in particular?
I have it on the Cardboard Live site here. Let me see.
If we have it, I can go peruse through. But yeah, against this particular thing, I don't know if he knows what he's facing because I'm not sure I'd bring in Rest in Peace against against Tess, but I might against Ant.
Right.
And he doesn't know he's facing all these Empty the Warrens.
That's true. I guess he doesn't have Rest in Peace in his sideboard, so that's not something he would bring in. What does he have access to? He has access to Surgical, which isn't awful.
Surgical's not awful. It's not the
Flusterstorm
best.
is definitely something that he's going to want.
Yeah, that's definitely in there. I wouldn't. What? Sorry, what was that?
Click?
Yeah, Click's fine. It's probably better than another slower threat. Like it has to just be better than a True Nemesis here.
Do you just cut like Jace? Cut back to basics?
Yeah, stuff like that. But back to basics still isn't the worst if you can play like a very counterspell heavy game plan and force your opponent to use their mana. Additionally, we'll probably see an Engineered Explosives. It's just a 2-mana answer to Goblins.
Yep, totally.
And I imagine there's definitely worse cards between all the Swords to Plowshares and stuff like that he's boarding out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's worth noting that he does have Counterspell, Force Negation, and Force of Will all on his main board.
Right. This is set up to be not necessarily a good matchup for him, but he is prepared for it.
You could probably cut Council Judgments too, right?
Right. That is another very slow single target removal spell. That's not going to do much.
Yeah, Judgment and even Jite, the Jaces, the swords can all go.
Yeah, GT is at least interesting, but yeah, you definitely want to cut down on your package there and just probably keep the Batter Skull, maybe the GT. The swords definitely going to go. The Jaces are a little interesting. What's the average value of these guys' decks? My guess is probably over 3K. Okay. Actually, come to think about it, these ones are on the lower end of things. They play a little less duels.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to lead off with a Chromox into a Thoughtseize.
Oh, he does have he did keep the back to basics in the main.
Yep.
And there's a Surgical and 3 lands.
Okay, so he's being left with a pretty weak hand here.
Yeah, no clock at all for John.
That Chromox is very good against that back to basics. That said, Sean didn't play a land there. So he must have kept a powerful hand that I would guess is light on any type of mana. Because he just he mulliganed and then put down 3 cards on turn 1. So he only has 3 cards in hand.
And I don't think he drew a land this turn. He just passes. I did see a Lotus Petal in his hand, so he does have access to some mana there. There's the Engineer Explosives.
And this is brutal. He's considering...
How do you like that?
Oh, just right here using it as Stone Rain?
Yeah.
I love it.
For zero mana Stone Rain.
That said, we don't know exactly. We're missing one draw step in there. Oh, no, we see a Jace. Yeah, he should just pop this here. He's not representing anything. He's not holding up anything. And as far as he knows, it's just going to cut his opponent off. And, yep, Sean just passes right back.
Yeah. All right, there's a Petal. Probably just to unlock his hand and maybe play a cantrip here to dig for something.
Yeah, he needs to find a steady source
Do you
of mana.
just force this Ponder here?
I would.
If you had a force?
Yes, if I had a force, I'd force this Ponder. If I had any type of interaction with this Ponder.
Yeah, so Sean finds the land and just says, yep, we'll take that land. So Prismatic Vista and passes.
Yep. Oh, that's actually interesting. He's definitely holding up something now because we know he has a Jace in hand. And not just slamming a Jace here seems a little wrong unless you're holding up something very particular.
All right, gets that Underground Sea off the Bloodstained Mire. I think he has another Polluted Delta in hand as well. Yep.
Okay, so he's starting it back on.
Thoughtseize.
Ooh. So here's the issue with not jamming the Jace. You're now presented with a conundrum. Do you use your permission spell on this to save the Jace? And it's looking like he is.
Snapcaster.
Snap Fluster.
That's actually not terrible.
No, it gets down not a nice clock, but it gets down a clock. Oh, he's just playing the Snapcaster targeting the Fluster.
Oh.
So, okay. Okay, so this is actually an interesting line then. He's forcing his opponent to take the back to basics or get Stone Rained again. That's his plan here.
I don't mind that. That seems pretty good.
So he just played that and make sure he could get a clock down. And here I would be surprised if he doesn't play that Jace.
How many cards does Sean have in hand? It's hard to tell.
It is hard to tell. It's not that many. Yeah, this is actually kind of an interesting spot. Oh, there we go.
So there's a duress.
So again, he's put to the fire again. Does he use the permission that he is at least bluffing that he drew, or does he let the Jace get taken? I guess it depends
3
on
cards in
Oh.
Sean's hand.
Okay.
Surgical's the Ponder.
Okay, that's kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie.
Echoing Truth, LED, and another Thoughtseize.
Okay, so Sean's hand's just mono disruption at this point.
How many do you have in your deck, sir?
I think he was just giving the old peruse on
Oh,
the
yeah.
first one to
Oh,
see
yeah,
if there was
give it a
anything he
look-see.
needs to think about. These players right now, I believe, are 4-1-1. They have 13 points.
Correct.
Okay, so these are 4-1-1. So they're either going to be just on the outside or just on the inside. We don't know yet.
But they're definitely going to be the people who are playing super hard in this last round.
Right. Either way, they are playing a good match of Magic.
Yep.
Though, for what it's worth, Sean kind of got hit with some mulligans and some poor draws here. Okay, so this is interesting. The clock... sorry. What?
Sorry. What I'm thinking is he has the ability to play Snapcast right now to surgical that Thoughtseize out of his hand. You think it's worth doing?
So
the second Snapcaster.
I don't hate that. What I will say is I probably would have just played it there to get a clock down.
Yeah.
Because in your yard, he doesn't have... Like, he got rid of the Flusterstorm, I believe, last time. He may have not targeted it. We're not 100% sure. If there's still a Flusterstorm in there, you probably keep it. But it's certainly an interesting place where doubling your clock when you know your opponent doesn't have anything is impressive.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, it's kind of problematic to just go shields down and hope that Storm doesn't draw out.
Mm-hmm. All right, John draws for turn. All right, getting in there with Snapcaster Mage. So I guess Sean didn't fire off that Thoughtseize.
Well, he saw his hand last turn, knew that if he just did that, he'd put down the Snapcaster Mage and he would get whatever irrelevant card he drew. That, not to say that Thoughtseize is dead, but that Thoughtseiz's role at this point is just to clear the way if you do draw your combo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, Sean just seeing a lot of hand disruption and not a lot of his spells that's going to help him win the game.
Right, which is kind of a downside to afterboard out of like these decks.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you may overboard or something like that and be presented in this situation where you're drawing all of your protection or all of your hate and none of what your deck's supposed to be doing.
So John is showing a 2-turn clock here. We're still on Sean's turn, but he needs to do something here or next turn, and he's giving John another chance to draw another card.
Well, the interesting thing is we know he has a Snapcaster Mage.
Right.
So we can just put down the Snapcaster Mage right now, and then, and that's exactly what's happening.
Yep. Well, nice job on John to take it down 2-0 in the final round here.
Yep. Let's see if the other matchup is still going.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, it is still going. Oh, we've walked in at the weirdest time. There seems to be a show and tell on the stack.
Ooh, I like it. And what is this a Hydroblast? What is that?
That looks like, is that the Flusterstorm?
Oh, okay, Flusterstorm.
Yeah, it's looking like it's, I saw Connor hold up a 4.
Okay. That's a stack, yep. I'm going to go get that life pad moved down.
Just remember to update it for him. You got it.
Okay, so we're starting to see some things on the stack. We have 4 Flusterstorm triggers targeting that copy of Show and Tell, which I don't exactly know what Connor's thinking about here. His hand would need to be really good to fight through 4 triggers.
That's fine. All right. What happened there? I missed what.
The Flusterstorm just ended up taking out the show and tell.
Makes sense.
We know that's at least
I-
one.
Oh, Josh has won?
Yeah, we know Josh has won at least one of these games. We don't know if this is game 2 or 3.
Okay. Now, Connor did say he was running the main deck Boseiju, and he said it's done a lot of work for him this weekend.
Oh, yeah. I have actually talked to him a couple times, and it has been very important for him.
So Rug Delver, all right, yeah, he's going to read Arcanist here.
Yep.
Say, that can't be right.
Well, it's where the trigger is.
Yes, yeah.
So you do need to target, I believe, on the attack.
Correct.
So that will never be able to flash back a 2 using that Noble Hierarch. I believe that's how that works. I could be wrong on how Arcanist is exactly worded, but
Yeah, I'm not 100% if you get to a 2. Although, are there what 2-mana cards is Josh going to want to flash back anyway?
probably nothing. There may
Yeah.
be like an Abrade in the sideboard
sure,
or
sure,
whatnot,
sure.
but
Yep.
it's very unlikely.
Yep. All right, Connor draws for turn. He just passes. He's got time here against Rug Delver. It's not a terrible clock he's facing down.
No, and he's just constantly using this Arcanist to slowly pull ahead. Sees what I believe was 3 lands there.
Mm-hmm. Not what he's looking for.
No. So I know Josh doesn't normally play Legacies. These are mostly like borrowed cards from him. I'm wondering if he knows the importance of that Boseiju that could show up.
And then keep holding up Wastelands. And
Right,
things,
things
yeah.
like that.
Oh, there's a Blood Moon.
Looks to be a daze in the front of Josh's hand.
I mean, Connor does have a way to pay for the days, for a single days.
Sure.
That is a Noble Hierarch, I believe. The other one, right?
Yes, that is a Noble Hierarch.
What's
Those are
the-
2 Noble Hierarchs
yeah,
now.
different arts.
Yeah, one is the RPTQ promo.
Yeah. And it's worth noting that Josh doesn't really have an issue with mana right now because he has his Noble Hierarch to tap for green and blue when he needs it.
Right, and Blood Moon will fix up red. So it looks like he is going to daze and try to trade the daze for a petal. Which in his spot actually isn't too bad. Okay, it looks like we have another daze.
Looks like a Pyroblast in hand too. Is that what that is?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah.
That's a fairly regular card out of these lists. And we have a Force back. Pitching a Spell Pierce.
See, I don't know how much I like that.
Yeah, I'm not exactly with Connor on that one either.
I feel like you want to hold it for your combo.
Ooh, and it gets blasted.
So what's worth noting here is that there's not a huge, still not a huge clock represented from Josh. I guess it is.
It's
3
3 a
damage
turn.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, and he's forcing back.
Wow. So he's gonna say, I want all of your. I want all your permission spells out of your hand.
Okay, it looks like they're just talking over what resolved when. Sure, it looks like Connor was still thinking about letting the blast resolve.
Mm-hmm.
And as a Flusterstorm, that thing is definitely not resolving.
Wow.
So that was just like 8 or 9 cards thrown away by both players there over a Blood Moon. which put things very good for Josh Santos right now.
It's worth noting though that now Josh is basically empty-handed. So if Connor can find a show and tell,
sure,
that's Josh doesn't have any permission for it, but
he
Josh
does
is presenting a clock right now that
right.
is gonna be very hard for Connor to deal with.
And things like this with his brainstorm.
And there's a lightning bolt, I believe, off the top.
I don't know.
Set?
That's I believe it is. Doesn't have a ton of mana.
And gonna get to play a land for turn as well.
Okay, fetching away cards he just put on top. Yeah, in general, the Sneak and Show matchup doesn't want to see Delver on the other side. It was certainly much worse when it was like Grixis Delver, but this is still not a good time. And now Josh presenting lethal on his next attack, being able to flash back that bolt. And it looks like Connor's going down here. There's a defense grid, and the last card in his hand, I believe, was an Emrakul.
Yep. Not what he's looking for there.
So Josh just reading the grid and making sure nothing bad's going to happen off of this.
Defense grid is pay 3 for a spell?
Right, on your opponent's turn.
Yeah. That's it. That's game.
Yep.
Oof. Tight one from Josh. Rug Delver.
Yeah, no, it looks like he always just kind of had it.
Yep.
His hand was full of disruption, and the Arcanist kept flashing back cantrips to allow him to find more and more disruption.
Do you think it's worth holding on to all those? I guess if they don't get into the fight over the Blood Moon, do you think Connor just holds on to all his permission to stop him from flashing back some of his spells? Or
no, I think that's a losing battle.
Yeah.
Well, I don't actually think fighting over the Blood Moon was worth it. I think fighting over the cantrips also isn't worth it.
All right, so we're gonna get our pairings for the end of round 7 and the
Sure.
Swiss.
Sure.
And then we're gonna get
Which
into
way are we
our
going? This way.
and then we're gonna get into our top 8 rounds.
Oh, okay. So now with that, I believe we'll have Josh in. I'm not 100%. And then I think it's either going to be the winner of the blue-white Delver player,
Yep, John.
John,
Yep.
or whoever was on table 4.
Right.
I believe is how it's going to end up being.
I think so,
it's going to
too.
be some scrum amongst all those
It's
people.
gonna be very, very tight, but we had some really good matches in that round, so that was really good
Yeah.
to watch.
And we'll definitely be back with the top 8 and hopefully able to help everyone out with our commentary here.
Awesome.
Yeah, we have some interesting decks going up there, and hopefully we're going to see some tight play. I know we have a bunch of good players in it.
Yeah, we do. We have awesome players in the top 8, so yeah, awesome.
We'll be back with the top 8, maybe some stuff in the meantime, depending on how long it takes.
Yep.
And we'll figure things out as
Sounds
we go.
good. All right, we'll see you guys in a few.
See you in a few.
What is up, everyone? Welcome to the quarterfinals.
Hello,
of the
hello.
Legacy 4. Oops. LAL 4. In your homes, on your streams. I like these sleeves. Dig the Haruya sleeves.
I got some Haruya sleeves against some of the, those are Dragon Shield matte art.
So, we're in our top 8 now.
Yeah.
Those are not our top 8 standings.
No. Everyone right now is actually looking through their opponent's deck list, so their deck lists are physically in their hands, not ours.
Indeed.
But if I recall, we have a 4-color Delver here against Black Red Reanimator.
Mm-hmm.
Our other feature match is a Rug Delver against Miracles. Do you guys know any of the other people involved? I believe we have a Storm.
We definitely have a TES player in the top 8, Anthony
Yep.
Laverty, this is his 3rd top 8 in the 4 tournaments he's been to with us.
That'll work.
He's been an excellent player. He's been very, very consistent. Excellent TES player. We have... What else do we have in top 8? Oh, you keep touching stuff. That's all I can think of off the top of my head, but we'll have all the metagame breakdowns and all that stuff afterwards.
Sure. As well as deck lists and everything.
Deck lists. Yep, deck
As
lists
some
we'll
people have
have.
asked for particular deck lists.
Yes.
They'll all be up.
That will all be up on the Leaving Legacy Facebook page. I'll get all that stuff for you guys. Oh yeah. Let's pull up the chat. See what's going on in the chat today. Thanks everyone for hanging out all day with us. It's a long day. Hope you guys can hear us.
Yep, just checking on that. Looks like we can see our levels
we're good.
moving, but
We're good.
if someone could just put in the chat, how many copies of Ren 6 in top 8? I don't think a ton.
No, not a ton.
No, I know they're in this Delver deck. I believe it is a 4-color Delver deck as opposed to a 4-color like pile deck.
Take the top 8 standings and just write directly on the paper here.
Yeah,
No, that's not it. It's probably out on the food donation table.
So again, we came in here first because we have a Black Red Reanimator player, and frankly, winner, loser, draw, they are going to do it quickly.
Yes, absolutely. And we have a good backup feature match as well.
Right. A nice match with Miracles in it, which will hopefully still be there by the time we look in.
Is Jacob mulliganing here, or is he just resolving his first draw?
I think they are just still shuffling.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so this has been a great day of Legacy down here in Gaming, etc.
Yep.
Had a lot of fun.
Can someone in the chat just point if you can hear us?
I mean, they should be able to.
They should be able to, but that one person who said sound has me questioning things.
Awesome. All right, so we're gonna get a draw 7 here from each of our players. Who do you like in this matchup?
So personally, I'm actually good friends with Jacob, so I'm pulling for him here, and I know he's a very good player. He has a Legacy top 8 and a GP as well.
Nice.
And Blake is a good guy as well. So personally, I'm pulling for Jacob, though overall, I think this matchup is going to favor Blake.
Mm-hmm.
The raw speed of Black Red Reanimator is something that the bigger, like 4-color versions of Delver are going to struggle with.
Mm-hmm.
Cards like Ren and 6 just don't do a lot. Cards like Abrupt Decay don't do a lot.
I'll be interested to see. Well, 4-color Delver, I think, is even a little tougher. If it was something like,
if you would like your prize money, I would come up here and claim it.
Yeah. So the good news is that, well, not necessarily good depending on whose side you're on, Jacob knows what he's facing right now. So every hand that he's going to keep probably has something to do or is at least powerful enough to beat a turn 2.
Sure. Yep.
You're not going to blindside your opponent here with these known deck lists.
Yep. Which is nice.
Looks like Blake's going for the mull, while Jacob is electing to stay. And Jake's staying hydrated today, as it is, well, about 100 degrees out. So it's a nice day to be inside. Thank you. Yay, you can all hear me.
Okay,
That's
good,
probably a problem for you guys at home. I'm kidding.
All right, so now Blake is going to 6 cards on this mulligan, I believe?
Yes.
Yep.
Still gets the C7, though.
Right, of course, yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Looks, and he's pondering.
Yeah, I think that's going back. I didn't. I think I saw everything but a land there.
Yep, a little rough. All right, Jerry, with official scouting reports here, you want to talk about who we have in top 8?
Yes. First seed, Anthony Laverde on Storm. Second.
On what? Sorry.
Sorry, Tess.
TES, yes.
TS. The Epic. Sorry, you're
Kinda.
right. Actually, yeah, kind of. Just kidding, Brian. Second place, we have Josh Santos on Rug Delver. Third place, we have Anthony Voloshin on Manalist Dredge. Fourth place, Blake Demirs on Red Black Reanimator. Fifth place, Jacob Haversat on Four Color Delver. Sixth place, Merritt Elmar. Sorry, man, I am sorry, Merritt. I can never say your last name. He is on Zoo. Seventh place, Frank Kimball on Miracles. And eighth place, Christopher Field on Blue Red Delver. I also have deck lists for us.
Awesome.
Excellent.
So we're looking at deck lists here. We're going to hold on to these so they don't get lost. These are all... Oh, these are the feature match ones.
Excellent. So now we are looking at these deck lists. I'm going to hand you Blake's because he's on your side, and I'll take Jake's because he's on mine. So I'm looking for game 1 things here. Okay, so it looks like Blake's going to start out with a pedal.
Lotus pedal.
From Jake's side, this is kind of force or bust. Once Jake gets a turn, there's some thought seizes and some dazes that can interact, but this is some force or bust right now. Looks like Blake uses the pedal, puts some stuff in his yard, doesn't hit the land, though.
And Jacob just goes tarn pass.
Right, but I know there's a daze in Jacob's hand, which is very powerful when his opponent is missing lands.
Blake misses a land drop again.
Yep. Blake kept his hand with the pedal and the Faithless Looting, trying to find the land, because it looks like he had every other piece, but couldn't get there.
Interesting.
I mean, that's what's going to happen.
Is that a Badlands?
That is a Badlands. Which is interesting because there's a daze, so there must be another land involved.
Okay.
My guess is we're going to see like a Thoughtseize or something like that here, and then another land played.
Oh, Wasteland. Interesting. Thoughtseize. So he's just not worried about that.
Well, a Thoughtseize here on a 4-card hand is very, very good.
You take that reanimate spell, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, there's already targets in the yard, so. Because since you take that reanimate spell, it's impossible for your opponent to draw both a reanimate and a land in a single card.
Yep, makes sense. And also, you don't want to do him any favors by putting Chancellor in their yard, so.
Right, well, if you look, he's already a Chancellor in Blake's yard. I believe a Chancellor and a Gristlebrand.
Okay. A little tough to see on top.
Right.
The Dredge player, I believe, is actually not fully manaless. I could be mistaken. But yes, there is a Dredge player in top 8, which is pretty awesome. Yeah, we had a nice diverse top 8 this week.
Yep. Like I said, some people are all worried about Ren and 6 or worried about Narset, and here we're seeing a roughly good spread of all of them. And that's kind of how the room was.
Totally. Yeah, very much so. We didn't have like a lot of issues finding new or interesting decks to put on camera today. Out now. Yeah, we're basically maxed out now.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we're talking at an appropriate volume because as people leave, I remember from last time I was on camera doing this stuff here that you can kind of hear us a little bit. So we're going to be sure to be at a reasonable volume.
Yeah, this is going to be more of an ASMR video today.
Yes.
All right, so we have a Tarmogoyf hitting the battlefield now. A nice Tarmogoyf. Got happy little trees behind him in the background there.
Gone full Bob Ross.
Yes, Blake did mulligan, I believe to
5?
Yes, correct.
But the hand Blake kept was revolving around a Lotus Petal finding a land, so that led to a little bit of a problem that it didn't. So it kind of tossed away a bunch of cards for what is essentially no long-term value other than getting a good card in the yard.
There's no Chancellor trigger. I don't think Chancellor was revealed off the opener.
And even if it was, Jake did specifically hold up a Wasteland in before casting that Thoughtseize, and Blake just may have forgotten the trigger. Oh, yeah, because clearly your stuff's coming in after now that I'm thinking about it. So, yeah, it looks like Blake forgot the trigger. It didn't matter. There was a wasteland anyway. That is not a judge call. You're allowed to let your opponent miss their own triggers.
All right, so Scalding Tarn's going to the bin.
Okay, so here's where Delver's going to take over. It has a lot of powerful interaction. It's establishing a pretty quick clock, and this Dreadhorde Arcanist, when it gets to attack, is going to get that Thoughtseize again.
Yeah.
And again, we know there's a Daze in Jacob's Yard, which is going to cause a lot of problems.
Yep.
Chat's not on necessarily a full delay, but there is some amount of back and forth.
Yeah, I don't know why I have it set so that it's like the non-delay chat, but you guys are probably about 30 seconds behind us. There's not a whole lot I can do about that currently. We are doing our best, though. All right, so Jacob ponders here, and he sees Delver of Secrets and 2 other cards. I'm not 100% sure what they were, but Arcanist can be very powerful here.
Right, and that looked like another Thoughtseize, so I'm not going to call this one for Jake, but I'm going to call this one for Jake.
Yeah, it's about as where it's going to be.
Ooh, he's just going to take that ritual.
You take the ritual over the...
Maybe he takes the therapy? I don't know. This is actually kind of interesting.
Interesting.
I think because you have an attack, you actually get to get both.
Oh,
you
sure.
have a Dreadhorde Arcanist.
That's a good call. I think I think when you do when he's going to attack, I think you take the ritual. Just cut him off a mana. That way your Daze is extra alive now.
Right.
Oh, he's gonna flashback the Ponder. Okay.
Sees no threat in his opponent's hand.
He may have other permission spells in his hand. I'm not 100% sure what he has.
Right.
What's it?
Oh, decklist.
These are all the ones I have. All right, so Tarmogoyf and Arcanist getting in there. It's worth noting, I believe he did have a bolt off the top as well.
Yeah, it can certainly cut down this clock.
Yeah, and Delver's a follow-up play.
Right.
Here's Chromox.
That's a good draw for Blake, but it's not going to be enough.
Yep. Flips Delver.
And showing his opponent his fate.
Yeah, game. I think that's pretty much game here.
Yeah, with that amount of power in play, yeah.
He's going to ponder.
No reason not to.
No, absolutely.
Especially with that Arcanist on board.
Yep.
Like, Jake is not one to give away percentages in a game, and, you know, if everything happens exactly wrong, he may be able to lose this. So get that ponder out of the way.
Absolutely.
Find the cards you need, attack with that, get the ponder again.
Yeah, so Jacob's in a great spot right now. Arcanist and Delver and Tarmogoyf flashing back another ponder.
Yep, he's just digging for as many force. Oh, that'll do.
He's got bolt, and I think that's game.
Yep.
Okay, so wow, Jacob with a really clean win in game 1 there.
So it's looking like the important things in Jacob's sideboard are that he has a Tormod's Crypt and 2 Surgicals, and also 2 Liliana's Triumphs. And out of Blake's sideboard, we're looking at maybe a Magus of the Moon. They took the deck list from us, but it didn't look like there was a ton of other interesting things in there for this. For Black Red Reanimator, most of your sideboard's based entirely off, like, hate.
Yeah.
Stuff to counter hate against you. I did see the Magus go in. Did you see what the other 2 cards were?
I didn't see the other 2 cards.
So we know that Jake is putting in at least 3 copies of, like, Graveyard Hate. I'm unsure if he's going to try to bring in anything else.
So in these post-sideboard games, who do you feel is favorite here?
In these games, Jacob gets better. But I have to say the Black Red Reanimator especially on the play, is probably still the favorite. Maybe if this goes to a game 3, we could see a different world. Our other game is currently also in sideboard, so not going to move over there as we don't have any idea what happened.
Yep.
Don't worry, I'm looking out for you guys.
Yeah, we're trying to keep the legacy action coming at you. Live action, like the Turtle Man says. So Jacob probably looking to sideboard out some of the less good cards in his deck in this matchup. Probably something like Lightning Bolts are coming out of the deck here.
That's probably a pretty good choice. So there were, I believe, some Abrupt Decays, but those do hit like particular reanimation spells like Animate Dead. So
Trinity Nemesis seems like it's worth taking out.
Yeah, it seems pretty slow. Definitely the clock here is...
It looks like he is leaving in some of his bolts, though. It's interesting.
They do provide some amount of reach.
Totally.
And may be better than a specific removal spell or something like a Ren and 6. Like, you can almost guarantee the 3 Ren and 6s that were in Jacob's list are in his sideboard right now.
Yes.
The only thing Ren and 6 can possibly do in this matchup is Wasteland Lock your opponent. But even then, that's so hard to do when they have petals and rituals and stuff like that.
And it's also just
it's not a realistic game plan.
It's just also kind of a slower plan. You need time to get into that Wasteland Lock
Right,
plan. Exactly.
You're looking at turn 3 minimum before you start throwing those things. So they're just considering their sideboards here. Blake obviously has a little bit less to consider as he has a little less moving pieces and something as intricate as a 4-color Delver deck that has a lot of mana considerations as well as blue card considerations and so on and so forth.
So the deck lists, that made the top 8. I'll run them down again. We had Anthony Laverty on TES, Josh Santos piloting Rug Delver, Anthony Volushin piloting Manalist Dredge, Blake Demers on Red Black Reanimator, Jacob Haversat on 4-color Delver, Merritt Elmasri. I'm sorry, I'm so bad at the name. It's awful. Elmasri on Zoo. My apologies, Merritt. Frank Kimball on Miracles, and Chris Field on Blue Red Delver, rounding up our top 8. So we had a really diverse top 8 at this tournament, and the rest of the metagame looked like it was really, really diverse. So it was pretty great.
Right, and it's also worth noting this was not a clean cut. People were fighting in the last round to get there.
Yeah, for sure. John Kermer, one of our locals and a friend of mine, won his final round. He ended up being 5-1-1 and bubbled out of top 8. Made it into 9th.
Right, yeah.
Yep. So, which is a tough beat.
Yeah, I believe at the second one of these, that was me.
Yeah.
I was 9th at, we had an extra round, so I believe I was 6-1-1, something like that. It was some event.
That is the worst when it's not a clean break for top 8.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a feel bad.
But hey, that's, we play this game. We know that, the breaker system and everything, I'm not going to say isn't perfect because it is what it is. There has to be someone in 9th.
Yep. I can't tell if the people discussing the moon landing are actually being serious or if you're just trolling the chat, but now I'm very interested in what's going on in chat, for what it's worth. All right, so let's see Blake. I'm sure Blake is hoping to get it better than a 5-card hand this time around.
Right. Worth noting that when on the play, Blake is looking for a turn 1.
Yes, 100%.
Because passing the turn is very bad.
Oh, and Jacob immediately throws it back, so he's
right.
going to 6.
I imagine Jake also knows that. And right now, Jake is on 4 Force of Wills and 2 Surgicals for what he can do at this point. So he's looking for 6 cards, while Blake is looking to go off on turn 1, because I think he's going to throw back. I think Blake would have thrown back anything that doesn't do something on turn 1, or isn't full of 3 to 4 disruption spells. Because the game gets much harder if he passes.
Yep. All right, Jacob's going to look at another 7 cards. I will say, and talking from Anthony Laverty, he was obviously one of our top 8 competitors asking him about the London Mulligan, and he said it's reduced variance for a lot of people, and it's also led to a lot fewer non-games, which is exactly what you said was going to happen. So that's pretty great.
Right. It's just been a interesting thing for me. Again, we're living in a different world than we were living in before. Not necessarily a better world or a worse world, but a different one.
So poor Jacob having to go down to 5 cards here. So he's getting the other end of the of variance that Blake felt in the first game of the round.
But again, Jacob knows this game is essentially a loss for him. Just like game 1, he was expecting to lose, and Blake went down. This is he is searching for, a 6 of essentially to be able to interact, or Blake is not keeping a 7 flash like that. So at this point, I think Jake's either going down, or if he hits a hand that's literally perfect, if Blake passes, he may keep. But realistically, he's searching. Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
He is digging for answers because he knows the odds of him winning, even with a good hand, are very low.
Wow.
We had 98. Well, 98/95.
Yeah.
We had a 3-player issue where they arrived late due to some car problems.
Yeah, I heard they walked to the tournament center after the car broke down, which is wild.
Yep, that's some dedication at least.
It is. That's a 3-mile walk in like 100 degrees outside. That's
I believe there were some New York players, if I recall.
I'm pretty sure there were players down from Canada as well.
Oh yes, we did have players down from Canada as well.
Which is crazy. People travel from way farther away than I ever expected to come to these tournaments. So
yeah,
pretty amazing.
I was walking through and I was just overhearing people speak French.
That's amazing.
I was like, "What the heck is happening?"
We're so fortunate to have such a great legacy community over here, and we, for everyone who attends the opens, we really appreciate everyone who comes by and participates in them and is just part of the awesome community that we've built up here. All right, so there's a Chancellor trigger. That's not good news for Jacob.
No, Jacob does have the surgical.
Surgical's not going to do anything if Blake turn ones him here.
Right.
They can't stop us all, right? They can't stop us all. This chat is wild. All right. So, Blake's grabbing Badlands here. Do we think we're going to see like a Thoughtseize, or do you think we're just going to see Dark Ritual?
No, I think we're seeing someone go off.
Yeah. Faithless Looting. Okay, that's actually not what I expected to see.
Well, if there's a pedal involved, then...
Sure.
Personally, if Blake were to just Faithless Looting and pass here, I think this keep would have been a bad keep.
So if Jacob has something like Ponder in hand...
And that's what happened.
Yeah, so that's
Wow, this is actually very good for Jacob, because now he gets that land down, he can play a Surgical.
Yeah, Surgical is going to get that Grizzlebrand.
So hopefully for Blake, if Blake has a Thoughtseize effect of some type, this can get messed up.
I believe he has Animate Dead in hand, so he might just choose to say, "Show me what you have," and Animate Dead that Grizzlebrand.
Yeah, this... I don't know. Obviously, I have a perfect world view from up here, but I don't think I keep this hand if I'm Blake, if you're going to be doing something like this and then passing. Because...
Oh, Exhume, okay.
Okay, Exhume's a good one. It's going to mean that there's not going to be a Grizzlebrand in play, but there is going to be a Chancellor,
which is a clock and a tax effect.
Right.
So there's Surgical's Grizzlebrand.
Yeah, and there's the pay for the Chancellor trigger.
Yep. The next LA Open is not set yet. I'm hoping to do sometime in October, but October's pretty crowded, so we'll see. We're going to have to talk with Michelle, who's a TO here over at Game Etc.
Yeah,
and
she's great, by the way.
Oh, she's fantastic. Yeah, I love this store. And we'll figure it out between her, myself, and Jerry when we can all get ourselves in the same location and hit another Open. But fear not, we will be doing these. My goal is to do them every quarter, which might be a little...
well, that's what she was saying, too. She said probably about 3 months, so it'll be somewhere within that area.
Yeah.
Worth noting, the important thing here, Jake gets to remove these Grizzlebrands, but also gets to see how his opponent sideboarded.
Yep, absolutely. He's going to see
he sees the Magus of the Moon and knows now to try to keep those lightning bolts.
That is not something I would expect myself out of Black Red Reanimator. I'm surprised that that's something that they'll have.
Yep, it's just like a Blood Moon effect that they can reanimate. So there's like against lands or whatnot, there's some decks that have real issues beating it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course. Yeah, makes sense. So this Exhume is going to resolve, and he's going to get a Chancellor, but it's also worth noting he has Entomb and Animate Dead in his hand as well. So
Are there only 3 Gristlebrants?
I think so.
That's weird. Normally, I've talked to a lot of people.
Was that Tidespout Tyrant he went
That
by?
was a Tidespout Tyrant,
Okay.
yes. I've talked to a lot of people who have
Grave Titan.
played a lot of Black Red Reanimator,
Mhm.
and normally the first thing they tell me is don't ever shave a Gristlebrand. So
Wow.
Blake going against conventional wisdom here at least,
Yep.
but it's paying off. Ooh, that hurts that your ride canceled on you. Don't worry, you'll make the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we're going to see a Chancellor of the Annex come to the board here, which is a 5/6. Is that correct?
Yes, it is a 5/6 flyer that is going to force spike every card your opponent plays. That said, given the position, I would not be surprised to see Jake play into the force spike here out of hopes that his opponent misses it.
Mm-hmm. Missed another land drop, I think. I mean,
that's what it looks like,
Jake's
just
had
through the
there we go.
Badlands.
Jake's had a tough time hitting those lands this game.
We didn't have an issue in game 1, but either way, this game has been a game of land so far.
And there's Grave Titan.
Yeah. And while we're, all over but the crying here, I would like to put out some amount of early thanks to the judge staff who have done a great job all day, making sure that we have our deck lists and everything's all set up.
Yeah, they've been fantastic. Ian and his crew always do a great job with the opens here. I think he's actually head judged all the opens for us, and they're
believe
they're
so.
wonderful. Yeah, they're wonderful. Unmask, pitch unmask.
Yeah, this is going to be a
Yep.
concession to preserve information.
While they're sideboarding, let's see what's going on with this Miracles matchup here.
Yep.
I am unsure who is ahead and who is behind. I don't even know the life totals, but
Yeah, we can at least look at the board and go, there's a Winter Orb, so that tends to be pretty good for the Rug Delver player.
indeed.
So we do have their lists in front of us, I believe. Nope, we have the other lists. Nope, we do have their lists.
Noise.
Okay, so what does...
Chad.
You broke him.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Excellent. Oh, where they're debating whether we went to the moon or not.
So there's a Nature's Chant, a Disenchant, and that's it out of the sideboard, and 2 Council's Judgment.
Yep.
So 4 cards for Frank to be able to get rid of that Winter Orb.
Yeah, being under the Winter Orb effect from Miracles is not a place you want to be.
Right, no. You like to use all of your mana basically every turn.
Yep. And for sure, like, Josh is going to be able to be much more efficient with his mana than Frank can be. And we just saw Josh play his winning in last round where he beat Sneak and Show.
Right. And what is a pretty good matchup down to this, which is a lot closer of a matchup.
Mm-hmm.
So, looks like we're going back over here. Again, we popped in for a second in the other one to see what was going on, but we don't really have any of the information to make it a reasonable thing to watch. So now these guys have gone and re-sideboarded, and who would you like to be in this matchup now? We have a 4-color Delver on the play.
I think I like 4-color Delver just because they have the chance for disruption. They have Thought Seizes, and he might even have access to Duress, which I kind of like. But again, if he's mulliganing down to 6,
this just looks like
this is just shuffling up. So yeah, I think I like Jacob here on the play.
So Jake's has 3 Thought Seizes, 4 dazes, 4 forces, 2 surgicals, and a Tormod script. Those are the important cards.
Yeah.
Theoretically, a Hydroblast, though I don't know if you'd bring it in. Also, 2 Liliana's Triumphs, but those are more answers rather than...
And did you say surgical too?
Yes, 2 surgicals.
Yeah, surgicals inside.
So 3 hate cards, and then let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11. So looking for roughly 11 cards to be able to do something here.
And I think if he's able to play a land, he's able. Even if Blake shows a Chancellor of the Annex, and he's able to play a land and then hold up something for
holding up a force or a daze is very important.
Exactly. So he's gonna have a little bit more play here than he did in the first, than he did when he was on the draw. There's certainly a possibility that Blake was a little gun shy after having to mulligan so down to 5 cards in game 1. He saw a opening 7 in game 2 that was like probably keepable, like borderline, and he kept it. I've definitely been in that seat where like I've had to mulligan, and then the next game I keep it like a not so great hand because you just don't want to be in the mulligan seat again.
Yeah,
I've definitely been there.
No, you need to remember to separate yourself. What happened last game does not have any effect on this game.
Totally. But alas, I'm just a mere human, Zach. I'm not a man made of metal.
Okay, so it's looking like Jake kept his hand, and Blake mulliganed once, but we'll see how things go from there. I will say from Blake's end, you're not comfortable with Jake keeping a 7.
Yeah, indeed.
That means that Jake has 1, if not likely 2, pieces of interaction.
Looks at there.
And you're going to need to fight through some things.
So there's it looks he has Chancellor, Animate Dead, maybe 2 cards. I'm not sure what they are.
Yeah, this looks like another mulligan.
Wow.
Well, that's kind of what you get on these decks when you're running a small number of lands. Like, you have a lot of variance in your particular draws.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm looking at it right now. There's only 10 lands out of Blake's deck. Or, sorry, 13 lands out of Blake's deck.
Mm-hmm.
And then a Chrome Mox and some Lotus Petals. So you're looking at a very small number of things to start this off.
So you have to choose. Do you want to raid Area 51 or go to GP Atlanta? Oh my gosh! All right, so Jacob's waiting for Blake to resolve his mulligans here, and he's going down to 5 now. Is that correct? See, Grave Titan in hand. Maybe it was double Grave Titan he had in his draw to 6, but let's see.
That'd be difficult as there's only 1 Grave Titan in the list.
Okay, there wasn't 2 Grave Titans then.
This definitely looks like a rough hand from Blake, but looks like a keep, but figuring out what to put back.
Yep. All right, so he's going to bottom 2 cards here, and he's going to tell Jacob to go have fun. No Chancellor trigger, Ponder. Fires out the Ponder, turn 1.
Well, without seeing that Chancellor trigger, that's very nice there. Being able to sculpt your hand. Again, when you're down on resources, every time that Jake plays a card that interacts with you, it's just very bad.
Yeah, totally.
So finding, like, force, you're not... With the double mull, and a Tormod script.
Yeah.
With the double mull, forces are no longer card disadvantage. Mm-hmm. They're just shutting down your opponent.
Here's Swamp. I assume we're going to see some kind of hand disruption here. Unmask.
Ooh.
Oof, wow.
Ponder, force,
surgical,
delta.
Yep. All right. So he's going to Ponder again.
So worth noting, the thing that Jacob's hand is lacking is a clock.
Indeed. Which, if you give Blake enough time, he's going to assemble the combo here.
Right.
And he's going to kill you dead. He has the opportunity to play around Tormod's Crypt.
So it looks like Jake went and kept the Thoughtseize off that. So he's going to shuffle away the rest of the cards, keep the Thoughtseize, and see what his opponent's working with. So it's likely we see a bad lands here.
Yep. Good call. And I assume we're going to see a Thoughtseize.
Yeah.
Exhume and Reanimate. With the land, do you just take the Exhume here?
This is actually interesting. Because they took your Surgical already, both those cards are pretty similar. I think I take the Reanimate for mana purposes. It's easier to daze
Sure, okay.
and
Yeah, I can see
Exhume. And it's like right now, if they were to draw Entomb, they could play Reanimate, like Entomb Reanimate. You have the answer, but they could. You know, it's only a draw or two away before that, where you need to draw an extra mana source to do two things at once. And it looks like Jake agrees and just leaves his opponent with the clunkier spell.
Yep. So Daze is super live at this point.
Right.
Plays Mire, passes the turn. Now Jacob needs to draw a threat. And I think it's True Name. Here we go.
Yep.
That is a threat.
It's kind of slow, but it'll do the job.
Yep. Cabal Therapy.
Okay, so knowing Jake's hand here, he might as well show it because they're going to enforce anyway.
Yeah, so at least he gets to keep his Ponder and fire that
Exactly.
off. Yeah, there's the Ponder.
That looks like that's going back.
Yep. Says no thanks.
That looked to me like two lands and a True Name, which is a bad situation to be in here. Because even if you keep the True Name to increase your clock, you can't play it this turn unless that card that he drew was a land. So, I agree.
Just looking for permission at this point.
Right. You're
or
just
more disruption.
Right. You're looking for your Thoughtseizes. Oh, there was a land. It looked like it was just drawn off that Ponder. Yeah, you're looking for your Thoughtseizes, for your Dreadhorde Arcanist, for your other various like permission spells.
So Blake draws, says go. Jacob draws. In goes a True Name. Down goes the pen. Down goes a sideboard.
So it is worth noting that there was one downside of leaving your opponent with the Exhume, and that's if an Exhume is cast, you don't need to target. So after the Tormod's Crypt resolves, if Blake also drew an Entomb to be able to put something in the yard, you would get it back. So you don't get the full counterspell value, but that takes a very specific set of cards. But there is some downside to that versus leaving them with the targeted Reanimate. Specifically when you have a Tormod's Crypt already in play. So here comes... Oh, Jake's just dropping everything right now.
Jake's having a rough time here. This is another True Name?
Yep.
Yeah, wow.
Well, it's a 2-turn clock. And there's one Tormod's Crypt to eat the first thing. But that said, Blake doesn't even have anything in the yard.
Yeah. So here's a Thoughtseize.
Targeting Jake. Forced over.
Force, yeah.
So this is likely to take the force here is my guess. Because the clock's already fast enough, and if Jake draws a land, it becomes live.
Is it worth doing... Is that the play right there that you make? Because if he draws Lightning Bolt, the game's just over?
I mean, that's still fine.
Oh, that's exactly what happened.
That's what happened.
Yep.
You still make that play.
Yeah.
Because you need to hope that you draw something like a Faithless Looting to get your way out of it. Oh,
All right, so it looks like... I'm not sure who won in this match.
Yeah, it looks like we just transferred over to the match that was already done.
Awesome.
So we are looking at Jacob moving on in the to the semifinals. And we do not know who was out of that other match. We'll go get that checked right now, won't we, Jerry? No? You're staring at me funny? Back to the memes? Okay, he's going to the meme factory, everyone.
Hold on one second. I'm gonna give you a bracket so we can know.
We were just wondering who won the other camera match. I finished before this somehow.
Anthony, Alan.
Oh, looks like looks like we have our top 4 set. We don't know it 100% yet, so we're going to go check on that right now and give them a couple minutes. So actually, right now we are going to give ourselves like a minute or 2 break before we get back into things. We're going to give the players some time to look over lists, go get something to drink, go to the bathroom and whatnot. And we'll see you back in with our top 4 in maybe 5-10 minutes. Probably a little bit less. We'll be back. For those tuning in, we only went to it once, but our Josh Santos, our player on 4-color Delver, beat Miracles on our second feature match, but somehow they finished before Reanimator. What a crazy world.
All right, so while Zach is going to get the rest of the top 8 bracket there to see what we're looking at for the semifinals. So we had an awesome event here today. We are going to the semis now. We got 4 players left, battling out for over $2,000 worth of prizes. It's been a lot of fun. Any questions from the chat today? I know some people are asking about the next Open. We're hoping. I'm hoping personally sometime in October. If it's not too crowded with other awesome legacy events. Let's see. Where are the memes? Jerry's walking around the tournament floor right now, so I guess he's the walking meme everyone loves. But we do have Jacob moving on into the semifinals on 4-color Delver, which is pretty exciting. And I believe our lone Miracles player was just defeated by Rug Delver, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was the other match we peered in briefly at. Yeah. And we got Jerry in the booth. What's up, Jerry?
Hi, friends.
Hello. How are we doing?
I'm doing wonderful.
Been a good one today.
It has been a good one. We've made good time, too.
Yeah, it's only 6 o'clock. It's not super late.
We finished 6 hours sooner than our last tournament.
Was it really?
Yeah, we got out here like 11:30.
It was really late. I do remember that. We had a round less because I think we were at 7 or 8 rounds last time.
We had a round less, and we also started an hour earlier.
Yeah, which I'm like all about, man. Yeah.
But also just seems like the round turnaround's been really fast this time.
I believe one of the judges told me that they were about 55 minutes for all the round turnovers today on average.
Yeah.
Like they average 55 minutes, which is like for a legacy tournament.
It's pretty good.
Thumbs up, man. Yeah, for
pretty
sure.
Good.
For sure, which means like all the deck checks went pretty smoothly and there weren't too many issues with that, too many snafus, so that's good. But if there are any questions for Mr. Jerry Me, GP Niagara top 8 competitor, soon-to-be Pro Tour competitor, yellow wig
Pro Tour
wearer.
champion.
Huh?
I thought you were going to say Pro Tour champion.
No, soon-to-be Pro Tour champion, but you got to earn that, my friend.
Soon to be neck deep in tapas and paella.
You know the secret to a great paella is?
What?
Just a tiny bit of saffron.
I do love my saffron. There's this nice Chinese place right by my work. Get the Singapore noodles every time.
Really?
So good. So good, Pat.
When I go to a Chinese food place, I just get like the most Americanized version of like, I get like sweet and sour chicken, maybe like General Tso's chicken.
Lots of good stuff.
They need those deck lists.
They're coming. We're getting set up. People will be a little lackadaisical in top 8. They're like, I made it.
LAL is definitely at outside Area 51. We're trying to avoid all those idiots storming the gates.
Outside Area 51?
Yes.
Nah, inside Area 51. Storm the gate. Submit your deck list to the guard. Good to go.
So, Jerry, we saw 4-color Delver take down Black Raider. We saw Rug Delver take down Miracles. We see a lot of Delver in the top 4 here.
I was kind of tired, so I looked at some memes.
I saw that. I heard you chuckling in the background.
There are some good memes. Memes for life.
Well, we haven't even seen Ren and 6 yet in the top 8. I mean, maybe it was in the 4-color in the Rug Delver deck, but we haven't seen a ton of Ren and 6 today. Like it's been cast once or twice. We saw it Ultimate once, but that's it. It hasn't been like a Ren and 6 heavy day for coverage at least.
For coverage, there were a lot in the room, but not a high conversion rate to top 8.
Which might tell you something, Jerry. Maybe it's not as busted as people think.
Maybe not. Probably is.
Jerry, what's the hardest part about playing Sneak and Show?
Ooh, hardest part about Sneak and Show is choosing what color sleeves to use. Also, thank you, Jacob. Man, I was about to go out there. My OCD was kicking in pretty hard. Are these names correct?
No, not yet. This is the old match. This is Jacob.
It's going to be Jake and Chris.
Okay.
Chris is on blue,
Red
white,
Delver.
blue, red,
Chris
Delver.
Fields.
Chris Fields. And then the other one is Josh Santos and Merritt. Again, here's how to spell everyone's names.
Yay. You know, Pat, remind me for the next one to get more sleep before the next Leaving Legacy Open.
I told you that last night.
What is that punishing?
Zoo. Punishing Zoo.
Okay. Do we want to start with the zoo list or the...
No, I'll start with the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we're going to start with this. Is this my... Where's the bracket I gave you?
It's up here.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, sir.
So we got Jacob and Chris squaring off. Looks like they are finishing up their shuffling.
Oh, Anthony knocked out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unfortunate, Anthony. He makes top 8 every time, but he gets knocked out in the quarterfinals every time.
Still an excellent showing from Anthony again.
True. Still shuffling.
So these are the two players that we're going to be watching for our first feature match. So I believe we have Chris on the play, or is it Jake on the play? Oh, no, it'd be Jake on the play because Chris was the 8th seed.
Yes, Jake is on the play.
So who do you like here?
I actually kind of like the 4-color Delver. I think the versatility of the deck has more tools. Chris is definitely lower to the ground, and I think if Chris wins the die roll... Oh, actually, Chris did not win the die roll, so because he's 8th seed.
Because he's the 8th seed.
I think that would have been a really strong advantage that he no longer has, so I'm going to have to give this one to Jacob just on pure paper value.
Sure. How do you feel that Renin 6 is in this matchup? Because talking to Chris earlier, if we go over his list, he actually doesn't have the Young Pyromancers.
True.
So the Renin 6, which is normally very good in this matchup, instead of seeing Young Pyromancers, is seeing Monastery Swift Spears.
Yeah, I guess what it comes down to is, does Jacob have a good removal suite in his draws?
Yeah, he definitely has the tools to get the job done.
It's just a matter of if he draws them or not.
Right. Worth noting that the painful, or not necessarily painful, but the awkward mana base of 4-color Delver could come into play here, as blue-red is a wasteland deck.
True, but Chris is not running Price to Progress
No, it's not going to explode him like a shotgun, but it's definitely a aspect of this game that Chris can make himself wasteland-proof, while Jacob cannot.
True that. So we got Force of Will, Brainstorm, Delver. Looks like is that an island?
I think so.
Lightning Bolt and another Force of Will.
So he's being put to the test right here. This is one of the hardest things to decide of whether you're going to let this this Thoughtseize resolve or force it.
Yep. Oh, Dreadhorde Arcanist. Oh, that isn't a Brainstorm. That's a Force of Negation.
Oh, there's a Force of Negation. You're right.
What do you grab in Jacob's seat right now?
I guess it really depends on Jacob's hand. If he has an answer for the Arcanist, then I leave that. Same thing with the Delver. It depends on if he has a bunch of answers. The thing is that you're looking at 3 blue cards. You can't break those up. If you take any one of them, the other one's going to happen.
Exactly.
So I think what could end up happening here is that he takes the Force of Negation or the Force of Will, get one of those out of there, and then force Chris to use one to pitch to the other as kind of a value deal. But frankly, this is actually just a very hard choice. This is very dependent on what Jake has in hand.
Damn. If he takes the Delver, though, it does remove Chris's turn 1 play. Chris is basically sitting there doing nothing.
Right. It just leaves Chris to hold up a lightning bolt.
True.
Yeah, this is actually just a very, very hard play. I'm not going to fault either player here for their decisions on this first turn.
Mm-hmm. Jacob does have the Wasteland. I did see that in his hand. So Chris is going to want to be defensive with his fetching.
Right.
Jacob is struggling over this choice here.
It is.
Taking the Delver.
Okay.
I don't hate that play, honestly.
Yep.
I like taking the Delver just because it limits Chris's turn 1. I mean, he basically just passes, holds lightning bolts up.
Right.
Like we're going to brainstorm from Jacob. I saw another Volcanic and a Wasteland in Jacob's hands.
So this is interesting. Seeing the lands he's seen, is this going to be one of the times where you don't want to be using your Wastelands? There's a lot of moving parts in this matchup, which is why we chose to put it under camera.
Right.
There's a lot of tactical decisions being made by players who have made, the right ones all day to get here.
Doing a lot of hand shuffling over there. Playing a Scalding Tarn. I think Jacob put the other land besides Wasteland on top of his library.
That would make sense. Seeing what Chris has, one of the weaknesses of Chris's hand is that essentially he has 2, or actually has 3, but he can really only cast 2 card disadvantage spells in all 3 of his forces.
Right.
So the game plan here may just be to eventually outcard Chris.
Mm-hmm. And it looks like Chris drew a Chain Lightning.
Right, that definitely looked like a Chain Lightning.
So,
which is interesting because that card's pretty good if Jake presents a threat like this. But
yeah.
Not great otherwise in this type of matchup.
Yeah, interesting. He knows Chris has the lightning bolts. Is he just sacrificing Delver to the bolt gods?
It's going to happen at some point.
Yeah. Just trying to clear that out of his hand, 1 for 1 him.
Right.
Does Jacob have daze in his hand?
It's possible, but
just daze it to force Chris to force.
Yeah, we'll see. Nope, just dead. Just a cardboard trade for cardboard.
1 for 1.
Oh, yeah, still the old score. Thank you for reminding us. Okay, so we have a second Thoughtseize here that is now seeing that Chris has a Daze and a Chain Lightning added to the previous things that Jake knew about.
I think, yeah, he's taking the Dreadhorde just because that just leaves Chris with really not much to do.
Right.
Is that another Chain Lightning?
Yep.
Yeah, drew another Chain Lightning. No lands. Chris is having a hard time right now.
Yep.
This is an ASMR quarterfinals.
Yes.
ASMR quarterfinals. Gotcha.
Yes.
That needs to be answered.
Yep, that true name right there is going to cause one of the forces properly pitching the days, as that's time has run out. But Jacob here sitting on that untapped wasteland is a scary thing for Chris.
I love having days when my opponent has 3 to 4 mana.
Yeah, it's
It's worth noting that Chris is going to have access to plenty of basics too.
right.
But right now he's stretched so thin that he really wants to get a volcanic out.
Right, exactly. Chris has plenty of basics of each land to get, but if he's only stuck on one land, he's going to have to make a decision at some point. Worth noting that Jacob's hand apparently is also all answers, as they are just passing back and forth.
Mutually assured annihilation.
He's chosen the island, probably has drawn a cantrip and wants to try to find a second land here.
Yep. Let's see, Preordain? Ponder? Brainstorm? It's a Preordain. It's a pretty good one to have when you don't have a fetch land available.
Right. A Brainstorm here could be just absolutely devastating if you miss.
Yeah, Brainstorm just tells you just how screwed you really are.
Right. So it looks like he's putting some to the bottom there.
Okay. Is he going to draw?
I don't know. Maybe he just put it directly in his hand off a scry.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, that's what it looks like happened. Or maybe both at the bottom. Unsure.
I think he drew another Preordain. I
Okay.
think that's what it was.
So decided that seeing further was better than hitting the land, or attempting to blind hit the land there.
2 on the bottom.
Yep. This is bad for Chris, though Jake has been unable to punish him so far.
Yeah.
That's the thing, is like Chris is not in that terrible of a position. I would not fire off this wasteland if I was Chris.
No, he's going to need the mana from the wasteland more than anything else.
Yep. Even though he's not far behind he's far behind on developing his board, just in the mana base, but yeah,
Right.
He needs the mana desperately.
Interesting, Jacob tapping the wasteland there, giving his opponent the opportunity to hit his wasteland.
Yeah, almost like he's baiting it out.
It's entirely possible.
See a Dreadhorde Arcanist.
This is going to be a powerful card if it can be resolved, then fought over.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to imagine it just being going to be fought over on the stack. As Chris doesn't currently have access to those Chain Lightnings and Lightning Bolts.
And Jacob all too happy to let that Dreadhorde go to the graveyard.
Right.
He has a Force Will in hand.
I think Jacob knows that if this matchup goes forever, his deck is more powerful.
Yes, he definitely has the late game advantage.
So if his opponent is trading off 2 cards for 1 constantly, then even though his opponent, has had mana problems, which has led to a flood of actual cards, that as long as these cards are being pitched to Brainstorm, Jake's not falling too far behind.
You think Jake's trying to clear the way for a Renin 6?
It's possible. Again, the Wasteland lock aspect of it doesn't have too much of an effect against Chris, but something like the Retrace emblem does.
For sure. And finally seeing a threat come into play. Monastery Swift Spear crashing in.
There's a little innocuous threat here. I wonder what's going to end up happening. I don't know. I think if I'm Jake here, I take the damage and then fight over this in end step. If you're going to fight over it at all.
Nope. He's fighting over it now.
Okay, well, Chris just binned it, so.
Assume Jake's casting a lightning bolt or some such.
That's probably what was mentioned.
Yep, there we go. Nice bolts. Beta bolts.
I think they're foreign, but
Okay.
That's what I have.
Another wasteland.
another wasteland.
At this point, I almost feel like you want to force Chris to use that wasteland.
It's not doing a lot for Chris is the thing. Because there isn't a second blue source, you're not getting a ton of value off of this wasteland. It's not casting a True Name Nemesis or anything like that. If it was Island Wasteland, I think I'd trade the 2 for 1.
Yeah.
So it looks like a decision is being made on this Dreadhorde Arcanist. Now this is a card that can run away with the game.
Force of Will, Hardcast.
Nice use of those wastelands.
Love it.
Yep.
There's a Force
Force
Negation
getting
back.
pitched. Let's see. Did those Force Negation get pulled back? Chris just put Force Negation in the blue card back.
It's not his turn, so he can't cast Force Negation.
Oh, yeah.
That's why. That's why.
Yeah, you can't use it to protect your spells. It's certainly difficult in a format like this where both's legal. That you need to remember that there is a difference between those.
Right.
Because in so many respects they equate, they're equal to one another. So, and they function very similarly, obviously.
Right. And now we have another Thoughtseize here.
Full burn in the ponder. I think, do you just take the ponder here?
So this is interesting. I personally think you take the ponder.
Yeah.
That being said, you're down at 11 and you're at a virtual 5 with those chain lightnings. Yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
You can also throw those back at him.
Yeah, that's a risky life to live, though.
Yeah, I like that life though.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, Geek Lasers. Appreciate the sub.
Storm count 4.
Woo!
Remember, if you want to see Jerry wear that yellow wig at the Pro Tour, you have to get on the Patreon, patreon.com/leavingalegacy. 15 subscribers gets Jerry to wear the yellow wig at the Pro Tour.
Yeah, after I said that, Pat took me aside. He was like, "You set the bar really low for that."
It's very low. I'm pushing for that all week.
It's like, yo, one retweet and I'll wear this yellow wig at the Pro Tour.
I mean, what's the worst that happens? You look like a fool at the Pro Tour.
That's already gonna happen.
I have a guess what's going to happen anyway. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm going for the paella. Let's be honest.
Yeah, chat is like almost like a full minute and a half behind us now for some reason.
Yep. It just happens when you broadcast for a long time.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's probably what happens when you're on broadcasting straight for over 8 hours.
So we're seeing Chris try to use these wastelands to pick apart Jake's mana.
Taking off the... Wow, okay.
Yep, he's just going to make him use the fetch land if he wants to get specific mana or to bounce back that chain lightning.
He took him off red mana and then chain lightning to Delver.
Yep.
That makes sense. Preserving his own life total a little longer.
Yep.
Jake really hasn't presented much in the way of threats. He's
Yeah.
got two Delvers that both got answered really quickly. And I think they fought over True Name Nemesis, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, there was some... I don't even think it was a full fight, but yeah, every threat he's been presented has died. Mm-hmm. Same thing with Chris.
Is that preordained?
Chris getting his third preordain of the game.
Kept one on top here. So, something good.
He's putting up a fight, that's for sure. As Volcanic Islands.
It's got brainstorms as well.
Likely not long for this world, however. Thank you, Zach. We appreciate it. Zach in Arizona.
Yes, thank you from Zach
what's up,
Zent.
Zach?
Okay, so we have a brainstorm here. Ooh. Looks like 2 dazes in Chris's hand.
Yeah.
And one of them's going back.
One's going
So
back.
he still thinks there's value in one of them.
Well, I mean, Jacob did just go from having Force of Will mana down to 3.
Yep. There was certainly an exchange of resources that has happened here where both players seem to be on pretty equal footing.
If I'm in Jacob's shoes, I'm really hoping I draw a Ren and 6 soon.
Yeah, or just a threat.
Right. The thing here is Jacob's deck has not only True Name Nemesis and Ren and 6 and Dreadhorde Arcanist, but also Tarmogoyf.
Yeah, that's another good one.
And a Tarmogoyf here is huge.
The Jacob did just burn his fetch land and did not get a green source. He went with the red source. Dreadhorde Arcanist.
That's what it looks like.
Another one.
Which is, again, not long for this world.
There's the lightning bolt. I mean, I'm actually okay with this because every bolt that his creatures eat is a bolt not going at Jacob's face.
Totally.
Right. I think the way that Jacob, obviously people are pretty equal here, but I think the easiest way for Jake to lose this game is get double bolted at some point once he hits 6.
Yeah.
I mean, Chris has fought valiantly, though, from being in a place where we thought he couldn't claw back from.
Yeah, this has been a good fight on Jake's end. So we have a Delver showing up.
And Delver going away.
1 for 1s. 1 for 1s all day. I forget, did either player mulligan at the beginning?
I don't think so.
This game's been so long, I have no idea.
And Jacob's getting back up to Force of Will mana.
Volcanic Islands.
I haven't seen this much hand shuffling since Kibler days.
And there's an Arcanist.
Yep, we have an Arcanist hitting the board.
Now, does Chris have 2-3 dazes?
I
He
see
has
2.
two.
I think that's 2, a Force of Negation, and a Chain Lightning.
Oh, okay. And a Ponder.
Any Gurmag anglers in the 4-color list here?
I do not believe so. I think it's just using Tarmogoyf in that spot.
Okay.
Gurmag Angler and Dreadhorde Arcanist don't really play well together.
They're not the best friends.
True.
That said,
And Ren and 6 at the same time. Like, you don't want to double all your lands either.
right.
Yeah, we might see Gurmag Angler really hit the sidelines for a while in Legacy.
Well, here we have a very important thing going on.
Yes.
This Goyf cannot be Force Negationed.
Nope.
This Goyf cannot be dazed because of that open mana.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure this Goyf cannot be killed either.
Yeah, it was a pretty big wasteland on that volcanic island because it shut off Chris's second daze.
Is that a 4?
Ooh, he did draw a Force off of that Brainstorm.
That's turn too late.
Yep. Too late. And he drew another island, too.
Island.
Sure.
Oh.
We're going to find out here.
So it looks like that 4/5 Goyf comes smashing in. And a Ponder second main.
This is kind of how we predicted the match going. I mean, we're so far late into the game that this is just where Jacob starts taking over.
Right, they traded resources consistently through the first 10 to 15 turns of this game, however many it's been. And then eventually cards like Tarmogoyf and Ren and 6 exist in Jake's deck, where in Chris's deck, his advantage is, he has a lot of early beats.
Yeah, I think Jacob's looking to close this game out really quickly at this point.
Yeah, it's going to take 2 burn spells to kill that Goyf, and it's going to take 2 burn spells that also need to fight through permission.
Right. 2 burn spells not going at Jacob's face. Oh, is this a true name coming down next? No,
Oh, no.
another Goyf. Oh, he must have. Oh, he tapped it for Ponder. That's why.
Pay for days.
Yeah, this is likely paying for days here.
Bring back an island, days it.
Jake content with letting that go to the guard.
It's okay. We'll just
2
for wanting him.
Yep.
Oh, true name.
Ooh, and Jake has no response. Okay, we are back to parity.
Yeah.
Yeah, that true name was a real good draw for Chris.
That was. Here's a Brainstorm. In the tank. Just checking to see how big Tarmogoyf is.
Yep, make sure they're not missing anything here.
2 cards. Oh, I do see a Ren and 6 in Jacob's hands.
That is going to be a powerful card.
It's gonna force Chris to kill it, and if he doesn't have another burn spell, he's gonna have to kill it with the True Name Nemesis, which leaves him open to getting beat in the face with the Tarmogoyf.
Right.
No, this hasn't resolved yet. He has the opportunity to force a negate or just force it.
Yep, it's looking like a force of negation. Specifically force of negation here because it exiles the card. So it won't make the Tarmogoyf any bigger.
Which is very nice.
Also,
For
you don't lose the point of life either, so.
Yeah.
Just upsides all around.
Don't think Jacob has any answers. He has a Force Will, but I don't think he has a second blue card.
No, I agree with you.
I don't know
that
why.
Forces look stranded for a little while.
Yeah, it's going in the tank.
That said, Chris is now playing off the top of his deck.
Yep.
A top of his deck that we know has had some issues finding lands, so he is a little prone to flooding at this point. Ooh. Did he draw another true name?
He must have.
Nope.
No.
Maybe he drew a bolt.
Yeah, I guess so. Here comes Goyf.
This is an interesting play from Chris.
Yeah.
Another Tarmogoyf. So yeah, so interesting because Chris can't attack there and bolt
Right.
for the win.
But that second Goyf has certainly...
Getting bolt in there.
All right.
Those are 3.
Oh, I thought that was going to be a bolt, but it's just another volcanic.
he is in range now.
Looks like he has fetch land and two other cards.
Yeah, that's really interesting that... he has the Chain Lightning. That's probably why he cracked him with true name.
Yeah, but
He's
we
1
know...
point of damage off.
We know now... He's more than 1 point damage off. We know that Jacob has that Force of Will that we've seen.
And also,
Right.
But also here's the thing is that if Chris decides to Chain Lightning, Jacob can bounce it back and kill Chris before the Chain Lightning hits Jacob.
Right. Now that he's at 3.
Yep, the way they stack. So Chris cannot Chain Lightning. What is it, Blood Decay?
Ooh, looks like it's going to seal this. Yep.
Seal the deal.
Wow.
And after a long, pretty good game 1, Jacob has taken it.
Yeah. Let's take a quick look at our other matchup.
Yeah, see if they're still going over there. Okay, looks like they are just starting up what looks to be a game 2.
Yep.
Unsure who won game 1. We can send someone to go check on that probably. Just
That's someone being Pat.
yeah, well, someone without a mic
Eyes
in his
on-
hand was the question.
Eyes on the ground. Looks like Days on the Green Sun Zenith with a Delver of Secrets being the turn 1 play for Josh. And looks like Merritt went turn 1 Savannah Green Sun.
Yes. So, now that we're just peeking our head in here for a little bit, how do you think this matchup goes?
Good question. I mean, I feel Punishing Zoo has the edge. As long as the removal gets drawn by Merritt, having that recurring removal suite with Punishing Fire against a Rug Delver deck can be very good. But Josh could get his True Name Nemesis or Nimble Mongoose hands and kind of blank the removal. I still think in the long game, Punishing Zoo wins out, which is why I'm going to give it to Merritt.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting that this Punishing Zoo idea is able to get on the ground with its wild Nacatls and smaller creatures, and then use removal to clear the way.
Yeah.
As opposed to something like a Delver deck, which gets on the ground then uses counter spells to protect. So it's pretty interesting that in this particular matchup, they're both doing a similar thing with
Right.
different tools.
Exactly. Josh Santos seems to be having some trouble.
Yeah, he's talking about something. I'm unsure what.
Some hand gesticulations.
Oh.
We are counting cards.
Yeah, it looks like people are counting cards to
Oh.
see if someone drew something.
Yeah, looks like we have a judge call.
Yeah, so well, the judge call looks to be going on there. We are going to at least look in on our other game over here. No, they're still going over their sideboard lists.
Yep, still sideboarding, so we'll stick with the judge call for now.
Right. Yeah, this looks like a question of whether someone drew a card either for turn or off a cantrip or something like that. It looks like they're back to playing.
Yep. Let's see what Merritt does. Looks like he's got plenty of lands.
Yep. Yep, Merritt just searching through, finding the right mana base for this. It's very important that against something like Rugged Over, you don't accidentally leave yourself without a color if you get wastelanded.
Yeah, that's very true. Fetching the right lands and fetching the right lands in the right order is very important for a deck like this.
Right. Especially against a deck like Rugged Over. That is very likely to give you a stifle every once in a while and mess up your whole plan.
It's Punishing Fire.
Yep, that Punishing Fire is going to clear out that Dover.
Let's see what Merritt chooses to deploy. He's got a wasteland. Might be debating taking Josh off of his tropical island.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a bad play at all.
Yeah, it seems like Josh missed a land drop as well. And it looks like, I guess he's playing around Days. Green Sun for 1, playing around Days.
Looks like we're going to head back to our regularly scheduled matchup for the moment. Okay, so we have Jake vs. Chris here. Oh, got to mark that Jake is up 1-0. He definitely deserved that victory.
Yes, he did.
So a quick Chain Lightning takes down that Dover.
Looks like a Monastery Swift Spear in Chris's hand, so he does have a threat.
Yep.
But he is
choosing to deploy this Preordain, maybe sculpt his hand to protect the threat better.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think it's because he only had an island up. He used the Volcanic to Chain Lightning the Delver.
Yeah, that's killing the Delver was more important than getting on the board himself.
Yep. And here's a Dread Horde.
So my guess is a similar thing this turn where this is going to get bolted.
Sorcery Speed bolts.
You don't want your opponent to untap.
Yep. And a Ponder.
This is working out pretty good for Chris's end. He's constantly both answering his opponent's threats and sculpting his hand.
Yeah, not a bad tempo play.
The only thing that's a bummer for me is that because he has to play so many cantrips with Arcanist. I feel like I've said this before, that so much of his deck is just air, so he doesn't have enough threats, I think, enough threats to present to Jacob to really put him on his back foot.
Yeah. It definitely does drag the game out a bit, which is exactly what Jacob wants. Jacob plays the long game a lot better. Jacob's in the tank on that Ponder.
Yeah, there's a lot of very variable cards in this matchup.
Yeah.
Cards that can be good at some points and not at others.
And he's choosing to keep. Looks like, I believe he kept a Polluted Delta.
Yep, that makes sense. Again, it's developing your mana early is very important. So we have a Brainstorm on Chris's side. Again, just trying to make sure that you have the right cards here. You do not want to be the person caught left standing with the wrong cards for your opponent's cards.
Yeah, matching up poorly does not work out.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than staring at something like 2 Force Negations and having to beat a Tarmogoyf.
Yeah. Thanks, Sigmund, Gary. I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry, but appreciate it.
Okay, so that Monastery Swift Spear coming in for a small little pittance of damage here. But yeah, it's a start.
Leaving that Volcanic Island up tells me that Chris has a bolt in hand because he does have a ponder. Choosing not to use it, though. See a Force of Will as well. That red card, I believe, is a bolt.
Right. Which I assume is why this Swift Spear ended up resolving.
Right.
It's much better to trade a resource like a bolt, which can only be traded for small creatures and like damage at the end of a race, than it is to trade these kind of universal counterspells.
For sure. All right, we see a Delver in Jacob's hands.
I'm actually really interested to see what Jacob did with the Ren and 6s after this match.
You mean if he boarded him out?
Yeah, so normally they're very good against Blue-Red Delver, but if you look at Chris's particular list, he does not actually present you many targets for that 1 damage.
Just the Delvers, right?
Just the Delvers.
Yeah.
And the Wasteland plan also isn't very good against your opponent's deck.
Yeah.
That not only has their own Wastelands, but they're full of basics.
Right.
So the only thing that really does is put like a long-term clock, almost like when you resolve like a Liliana of the Last Hope or something like that, and eventually threaten, the ultimate. I feel that in this matchup, he may have ended up siding them out depending on how he values that ultimate and how he values the ability to click a Delver specifically for 1.
Right. And Delver eating a bolt, and Dreadhorde Arcanist resolving, which means if Chris can untap with that, that might be Chris turning a corner.
Right, but I'm pretty sure he's not going to untap with that or it wouldn't have resolved.
What is that?
That is a Liliana's Triumph.
Yeah, that's the edict.
Yep, that is the
better Diabolic Edicts.
Yes.
Delver of Secrets
Ooh.
meets a true name.
That is a beautiful daze there.
Yeah, that was a lightning quick daze from Jacob.
Yeah, could not have had.
Flips Delver to Force of Will.
Ooh, this is looking very bad for Chris.
Yeah. Delver crashing in. And we're going to get a Brainstorm. Oh, I see a Tarmogoyf in Jacob's hand. If that Tarmogoyf resolves,
yep,
that's going to be lights out for Chris real quick.
Right, though it is playing it into a daze here. We don't know if Chris has one specifically, but it definitely leaves open the ability to get a very, very valuable card hit for a card that is not valuable.
Also, what's interesting, so Jacob's going to be deploying that Tarmogoyf. He's putting a lot of emphasis on that Badlands. Double Tropical Island Badlands. If a Wasteland comes out on Chris's side of the field,
right, he can knock out a lot of mana. But that
there goes another.
That Scalding Tarn just fixes that up.
Yep.
But this is nice. He played that Scalding Tarn to be able to get around a daze.
Yeah.
And now again, Chris is looking down the barrel of a gun here.
Yep, Chris missed his land drop last round. Looks like he's going to miss it again this round.
Sure, and playing this Delver here is amounts to little more than a chump blocker.
Right.
Even if that gets in the air, you're looking that it's going to be on blocking duty at some point.
Here's a Brainstorm. It's like Brainstorm, Force of Will. Couldn't make out the third card. Oh no, Brainstorm, Lightning Bolts. What is that?
I don't know what that is.
The other card in his hand?
Yeah.
Was that a Tormod's Crypt? I don't know. Truthfully, we'll figure that out as we go.
Tormod's Crypt, not the best answer for Tarmogoyfs because your graveyard.
Right, but also he's seen Arcanist and Ren and 6 and things like that.
True. That's true.
Maybe he considered it worth a card. I'm unsure what the card actually was. We'll see when it hits the board. It is.
It was a Tormod's Crypt.
It was a Tormod's Crypt.
Bolt on the Delver. Now, even if he uses Tormod's Crypt, I don't think Tarmogoyf gets any smaller.
No, and the Renin 6 here just did exactly what it was supposed to do.
Killed the Delvers. So we do know Jacob left his Renin 6s in.
Yeah, at least one. Now, Chris.
Held it right now?
No, it looks like he has one card over on the side. At least one, maybe two. But Chris is just, cantripping air into air here, trying to find his answers.
Echoing Truth, which is a main deck card for Chris.
Right, he was playing Echoing Truth in his main deck. That was a nice answer to like Blackguard Reanimator as well as something like a Tarmogoyf.
Yep. Ran 6 ticking up.
I don't think he changed Graveyard Order, though. Since we've seen these particular deck lists, that neither of them care about Graveyard Order.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure he was fading them out and just mashed them all together. Like,
Yeah.
basically had like 4, 4, 4, 4, and then just pushed them all together.
Right.
In the correct order.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Graveyard Order technically matters in Legacy, though it is a very, very small thing only used by 2 or 3 decks.
2 or 3 great decks.
I'm not arguing. I like those decks. It's only really important to those decks.
Right. Talking about Pox.
Yeah, with your Spinning Darkness.
Spinning Darkness and Nether Shadow?
Yeah, but that one's not in Pox. Nether Shadow doesn't care. That only cares it's the only creature in the yard.
No, true.
Yeah, Nether Spirit Nether Shadow cares, but they play Nether Spirit. That's what it is.
Some occasionally they'll run Nether Shadow as well.
You need like 3 creatures above that for it to come back. They don't have enough creatures for it.
Oh, Chris went down quite a chunk.
Yep, that Goyf is beating in.
And Jacob just quickly tapping that life pad.
Right, this is all over but the crying right now.
Jacob just wants to draw a bolt. I know that feeling. Just give me a bolt.
Well, now we have that point where Chris is dead to any of the various bolts and needs to both deal with 2 threats on the board at the same time.
Not looking good. Bonder.
Will give it a shot.
God, not gonna. Yeah.
That is a Pyroblast.
Kind of wish that Pyroblast was a Hydroblast.
Yeah. Kind of wish it was a Submerge.
Yeah. But the important thing here is that, like I said earlier, a lot of cards in this matchup are very variable. That Pyroblast on a different board or when they're fighting over is the best card in the matchup.
Right.
But right now it's looking at dead targets and, fighting a Counterspell War is not worth it.
Yeah, it just kind of goes to show you how important the cantrip battle is. This game I feel was really determined, on the cantrip stack.
Yes, and just the fact that in this particular matchup, as we saw in both games, Jake managed to drag both games out to where most people think Delver decks are very fast decks.
Right.
But as long as they both kept answering each other, eventually Jacob has these like non-blue based haymakers, so you can't hit him with Pyroblast, you can't hit him with something like a Force of Negation, like in case of Tarmogoyf, and we saw in both games these Tarmogoyfs have been monsters.
Right. Yeah, I mean, that is kind of what we predicted. If the game goes long, Jacob kind of locks it up pretty easily.
Yep.
Here's Swift Spear.
Swift Spear, Chump Spear.
Yep. Even with a bolt, I don't think it takes out... It might take out the Goyf with a bolt here. Well, thank you. We're happy for having you, David.
Now I just want to play Price of Progress even more.
Yes, a Price of Progress would certainly be good on this board.
Be amazing.
Well,
I mean, Jacob probably wouldn't have just been playing out all of his lands willy-nilly like that if he.
Yeah,
knew
he
that.
also everyone knows each other's deck lists. He knows he's safe to do this. That said, a Price of Progress in this spot at the best is getting you a draw, because you're taking 6 damage with that current mana as well.
Hey, if I'm going down, I'm taking you with me.
Yeah, no, that's a legitimate strategy. I once won a game of Magic Online after 7 draws. It was a very, very fun cube deck.
Jump block.
Ooh. Ren and 6 going manual mode here.
Yeah.
Getting those last points of damage in.
Whenever anyone says Ren and 6 isn't a win condition.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at our next one.
Ooh, are we finishing up here? Looks like we are just finishing up. People are putting their decks away.
Yep.
Looks like they finished at almost the exact same time.
Yeah.
I wonder who won that. We'll send someone out in the field right now to go check.
It's a Pat. Pat's a going to check. I believe Merritt.
My guess would be Merritt, given the timing of those games.
By body language as well.
I don't know. Josh is pretty much always happy.
Yeah, okay.
It's the type of person he is.
Pick up your garbage, kids. I'm not your mother.
Yeah, I see Josh on a weekly basis, and I will admit he has a habit of leaving things around. We yell at him for it all the time.
Take care of the environment.
Is it Merritt?
It is.
Okay, so this is actually a rematch of earlier. Apparently both players have reported that they had a very good game, I believe, in round 5, which Jake won to secure himself his double draw in.
Was that on camera?
No, it was not. We got Merritt on the next round.
Nice. So we got Merritt on Punishing Zoo versus Jacob on 4-Color Delver. What do you like and what are you favoring?
So, again, I don't have their exact lists in front of me. If I had to guess, I'm going to take Jake here. So Punishing Zoo, the recurring Punishing Fire aspect of it seems very good. The fact that it has a hard time beating True Name Nemesis seems very bad.
True. True Name Nemesis is going to be very, very difficult for Merritt to deal with.
Right. In addition to cards like Ren and 6, where I know that from earlier, Merritt has a single Ren and 6 in his board, but none in his main, and nothing like a Life from Loam or anything like that. So his 3-color mana base is, not likely to get locked, but it is a possible thing that could happen here.
Right, and Jacob just has much better ways to regain that card advantage. I mean, Merritt's only real card advantage is Punishing Fire.
Right, it's kind of a Punishing Fire engine. Additionally, though Merritt tends to be pretty good about playing around these things. I've played with him for a long time. Daze tends to be very live against like the Green Sun Zenith decks.
Right. Yeah, you're just so tempted to tap all your mana for Green Sun Zenith.
Right, it's a way where Daze ends up working great later on.
Oh, for fuck's sake, go fix it yourself. Be sharp late, you can fix it.
Oh, man.
You just sack tapped me.
I went to go give Pat a reassuring tap on the knee and I accidentally just sack tapped him instead.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why I brought in to make sure that we stay on track.
What's a track?
Yeah, exactly. Stay on target.
Stay on target.
So, who do you think, we talked about it, but chat have anything to say here? Who do you guys like here? It's going to be certainly not a everyday matchup. That's for sure.
I can't remember the last time I saw a Zoo deck in a tournament.
Right. Normally, Merritt runs tons of like Maverick-based decks.
Yeah.
Decks with like main deck Thalia, a bunch of like Moms and stuff like that.
Basically, Night of the Reliquary. I'm pretty sure Merritt has sleeved up Night of the Reliquary.
Yeah, more than just about any other person.
Every single deck he has ever played.
Yeah. He is a Night of the Reliquary guy.
This one included, though, because, he is running...
Right, there are Night of the Reliquaries here. It's within his wheelhouse to be playing this deck. It's just very interesting that we get to see a more aggressive version of it here. Right. And I wonder if that's the right thing to do in the long run. We've seen a lot more success out of decks like Maverick recently, in like the online challenges and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's definitely a time for the non-blue decks to shine.
Right. It seems like as everybody's kind of scrambling which way to find new answers and new cards, that's leaving a lot more room for like non-blue decks in Legacy than it's ever had before.
Right. It also feels like Wizards is being extra careful about printing busted blue cards.
Says Narset that just came out.
Yeah, but Narset's like good, but Narset's not
Right.
busted.
I agree.
Like compared to Ren and 6, like I would say Ren and 6 is better than Narset.
At least in the realm of legacy, I would agree there.
Yeah. We ain't talking vintage.
Right. But in terms of like how the card reads, I think they're both pretty similar cards. It happens that right now Ren and 6 is just a very good way that a fair deck can kind of pile on its opponent.
Really? Because I view Narset and Ren and 6 very different in that, like, I almost feel Narset is an enchantment with an ability. Like, I view Narset as just a 3-man enchantment.
The minus only aspect does lead it to feel more enchantment-y.
Right.
But I'm just saying that with the current way that Legacy is built, something like Ren and 6 is very good at enacting its entire own game plan, where Narset is about stopping your opponent's game plan.
True.
You know, again, everyone's calling it the new Deathrite Shaman for a reason.
Yeah.
Though people are
I
kind
don't
of
particularly agree with that.
I actually agree with that.
Really?
That said, I don't think it's ban-worthy or anything. That's crazy
not
pants.
by a long shot.
But it actually has a lot of similarities. So the parts that were like the most heinous parts about Deathrite Shaman was that the card was black and could be cast for just a black mana. And you got very non-black effects from it. So this one fixed that by being red and green. And you get very red and green effects from that. So no one's going out of their way to play this card. Like, it's a card that allows you to play a 4-color mana base, but it doesn't ramp you.
That's what I was just saying. So
right.
The thing that I thought was most heinous about Deathrite Shaman is that, yes, like you said, it's green and black, so it can go in pretty much any deck. But specifically, it's a 1-drop that ramps you and then is also a win condition.
Right. So, but if we look at the abilities and how they line up, one of them you can see it's toned down along the way.
Yeah, I definitely give you that. Like, Deathrite Shaman was the best ever 1-mana planeswalker, and
right,
Ren and 6 is
even beyond that. If we look at ability for ability, we have Ren and 6 fixes your mana versus Deathrite Shaman that fixed and ramped your mana.
Right.
Ren and 6 kills small threats, while Deathrite Shaman made your opponent's small threats not mean anything by gaining life. And then the last ability on both of them ends the game over the course of 6 turns. Like, they have a very similar play pattern. It's just Ren and 6 asks you to commit to playing Ren and 6, where Deathrite Shaman let you...
Here's Deathrite Shaman, do whatever else
exactly.
you want. Yeah, I think that is the biggest difference between them. The fact that Deathrite Shaman was a hybrid mana card, and Ren and 6 forces you into red and green.
Right. So it looks like we're starting off this game here.
Yep.
Jacob was apparently the higher seed.
Going with turn 1 Ponder, and looks like we have a Punishing Fire, a Savannah, a Lightning Bolt, a Taiga, a Wild Nacatl, and I can't quite make out the last 2 cards.
Yeah, this looks like a fairly accurate, like pretty good representation of what Merit's deck's looking to do.
Yeah, good mix of cards. Spells and lands. Spells and lands.
Well, it's not only spells and lands, but, he has his one small threat, his ways to clear it, his ways to remove some stuff. This is what this deck is looking to do. It's looking to get down a threat and clear the way. Like we were talking earlier in the other matchup, to me, this feels like a non-blue Delver deck.
Yeah, I can definitely see those play patterns being very similar.
Right.
And we're going to see a Dryad Arbor from Merit.
Yes, we will have the lists over the course of the week. We had some slight issues with Cardboard Lied on our side, not on Cardboard Lied's side, because they're just great at what they do. Us, not so much. So over the course of the week, we will definitely be seeing some lists pop up for everyone.
Yeah, Wilson's been great to us, but we took the training wheels off, and he pushed us down the hill, and we broke both our legs. That's kind of a metaphor of what happened today.
You broke your legs?
Yeah.
Nice.
So we've seen Merit go and kind of ramp himself right away. And is he about to get... Nope. Okay, Dreadhorde Arcanist.
I think Merit is going to kill on sight that Dreadhorde.
That makes a lot of sense.
Ooh, Night of the Reliquary.
That may be tempting.
Yeah. So Jacob only has a Ponder in his graveyard.
Do you think that Merit will want to wait for the night until he can't be lightning bolted or double bolted?
I would think that's the best play, but
I'm not sure he'll wait that long.
Yeah.
But I do think that Merritt, he's not
I
going to
think he's
open
at-
it up to a daze at least.
I think he's at least going to play around days with it, especially since he has the lands in hand.
Right.
And he has Punishing Fire and a Grove of the Burn Willows, so
Right.
only be able to take the Knight.
Yep.
Well, he could take the Punishing Fire, but that's a feel bad when you see that they have the Grove of the Burn Willows in hand.
Exactly. So here's the thing. Merritt is currently ahead on board. That's no one's questioning that. But we've seen his hand. It has 2 lands and a kind of a reoccurring Punishing Fire. Is that going to be enough to stop whatever Jake has coming?
Good question. Cracking in for some damage. That Nicatl is a big kitty already. Did you also see they're coming out with a movie about Wild Nicatl? I saw the previews for it.
Are you talking about Cats?
Yeah, it's called Cats.
Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, unless you don't want to sleep tonight, I don't advise watching the trailer for Cats.
Do it.
So again, Merritt looks a bit flooded here.
Yeah, he's got double Grove of the Burn Willows.
Right, he's going to need to leverage this Punishing Fire to a lot of success.
And he can start pinging Jacob for 1 damage. Well, netting 1 damage.
Right.
Which looks like what he's going to do. Yep.
Right.
Pay 3 mana, deal 1 damage.
We can see how the different varieties of cards in these decks make a big difference. If that Dreadhorde Arcanist that Jacob slammed in turn 2 was a Wrenn and 6, I'm not sure Merritt could have come back after getting his Dryad Arbor killed.
Right.
But instead, it was a threat that played to the board that Merritt was allowed to interact with.
True that.
Recently, yes, in most top 8s for most tournaments, you will be able to see your opponent's deck list. That's because a lot of tournaments like ours today are now being streamed so that people can watch them at home. And if you don't do that, that means you're at a severe disadvantage for ever being on the stream. So people try to negate that by letting them share lists so that if you were featured twice, people don't know your deck without you knowing theirs.
Yep. For example, at all the Pro Tours now, after round 4, I believe.
Yes, it is
you get
after round 4.
You see everyone's deck list.
Correct. So you have 1 round of mystery where no one knows each other's decks, but after that, it's, everyone, you just sit down, you hand your deck list to your opponent after every round, or at the beginning of every round. It worked out really nice.
Oh.
Call it a day.
Wow.
Looks-
Okay.
ooh.
Oh, no.
He said he would try not to drop cards, but clearly he lied.
40 card Monty.
Yeah, so Merritt did exactly what I said. Like, he got his threats on the board. In this case, it was basically just single Wild Nicatl. Jacob didn't function with the ability to, get the Nicatl off the board.
Yeah.
And then Merritt just, cleared the way, killed some stuff, and came in for a little bit of damage at a time while Jacob kind of flooded out.
Right. Sometimes you just draw the wrong half of your deck.
Right. That said, I know Jacob does have some more removal spells in his sideboard, specifically those Liliana's Triumphs that could be coming in here. I'm not exactly sure what Merritt's sideboard is. We'll definitely get these deck lists after they're done with them, so we can give our own ventured guesses.
What is that he just ported out?
I don't know.
That was strange. Merritt looks like he has a reader on the deck list.
Merritt is... these are 2 very meticulous people.
Yes.
They both take a lot of their times in their decisions, and they both definitely are going to be going through these lists, making sure that they know exactly what they want to do.
Yeah. So I've only played with revealed deck lists once at GP Niagara, and I have to say I really enjoyed it.
Oh yes, it's much better.
It feels like a different style of Magic almost. It's hard to explain, but
there's less gotcha magic going on.
Yeah, exactly. And you can just make decisions with much more confidence.
Right. Yeah, it looks like Jake's explaining something about his deck list right now. Maybe he had his cards in a weird order or something. Well, most people tend to group their cards in similar order.
Right.
So maybe he had a weird card in some place, and Merritt had a question as to what it was.
Well, I feel most people will do creatures, spells, lands.
Right, something like that. Maybe they'll even split it up further, but
maybe that's a next level thing we'll start seeing people do on their deck list, just doing random cards all over the place without any order, just to throw their opponent off.
So at least on the Pro Tour ones, they were printed off for you, and I believe, if I remember right, they were itemized.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, there's certainly pros and cons to it, but overall, it felt good. And personally, because I was in London playing in that Pro Tour, something that it did do was kind of a extra effect that was pretty cool, where people constantly sat down and talked about their matches after, because everyone knew each other's decks.
Yeah, there's nothing to hide.
There's nothing to hide.
So that's pretty nice. I like that.
I had a solid 10-minute conversation with Ben Stark over the black-white mid-range deck that he brought, because it was unique, but that's the type of thing that you would normally hide because it's a different-looking deck.
Right.
But we had I knew everything in the deck, so we talked about it, and we sat there and we talked about all the decisions that he made into picking what he picked.
Yeah.
And normally those are the things you don't get. So it was more Magic players, being, conversational and talking to Magic players.
Yeah. I am sad it does ruin some of the mind games. I've been known to carry around a Merit Liege token with me, regardless of the deck that I'm playing, to just lay next to my deck at the beginning of each match.
Right. The old scrub moves. Yes, we got you. Did you do the pen trick too?
No, I'm not that savage. Come on.
So you're just going with the second oldest trick in the book, not the first one?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I'm at least a little classy.
Yeah. I'll give you a hint for anyone at home. If your opponent rolls out a red mat with red sleeves and starts shuffling up, they're playing a brainstorm deck.
That's not true, because I sat down against an opponent with a Blood Moon mat and Blood Moon sleeves, and I'm like, this guy's got to be on Merfolk or something. And then he went Ancient Tomb, Lotus Petal, Blood Moon.
He's about what he's about.
So sometimes you can judge a book by its cover.
Yeah. But the point is, whatever type of signal your opponent's throwing at you, it's better just to ignore it.
Yeah. I mean, like me. People look at me and it's like, that person looks like a terrible human being. And they're right.
Yeah. Well, at least the terrible part.
Are you saying I'm an alien? You did find me at Area 51.
So it looks like the players have finally sideboarded and presented here. I wonder if it's possible if we could get their deck lists real quick so that we can see what type of sideboard cards they had.
Why me?
So Merritt is currently up 1-0. So let's change this here. Okay, so Jacob is fetching a land and playing a Delver at the beginning. Let's look at Jake's board first now that we have this in front of us. He had a Winter Orb, a Null Rod, a Tormod's Crypt, a Hydroblast, 2 Pyroblasts, a Red Elemental Blast, a Grudge, a Sylvan Library, 2 Surgicals, 2 Lily Ellen's Triumphs, and 2 Plague Engineers. So
I feel all the blasts are coming in, right?
Maybe I don't know. I I don't think they're going to do much.
You don't think the blasts are going to do much? The hydro blasts and the red blasts?
They're going to counter red spells.
I mean, you deal with Dreadhorde Arcanist, you deal with Ren and 6.
No, this is Jake's sideboard.
Oh, I'm sorry. These are Jake's sideboard. I apologize.
Okay, this makes a lot more sense.
That makes more sense. Why would Merit be running Hydroblast?
Yeah, exactly.
That wouldn't make sense.
But of that, I would guess that the Liliana's Triumphs and the Plague Engineers probably made their way in.
Yeah, I would say so as well.
And out of Merit's sideboard, we are looking at some Surgicals, 2 Thalias, 2 Knight of Autumns, 2 Red Blasts, 2 Chokes, a Gaddock Teague, a Collector Oof, a Ren and 6, and a Garruk Relentless.
Collector Oof, that's the Null Rod on a creature now,
yes, it's
right?
the Null Rod.
Yeah, the new card.
Very good in Green Sun Zenith decks.
Yes.
Gives them a nice target there. So out of that, I could see him bringing in some number of Thalias, though he knows his opponent has Ren and 6, so that may be giving him a little bit of bait there.
Mm-hmm.
These Chokes are definitely coming in, and probably his own Ren and 6 and Garruk Relentless, is my guess.
Yeah, Jacob has been deploying some Delver of Secrets, and it doesn't look like Merit has any removal in hand, which is going to put some serious pressure on him because...
When these things flip, if Jake has a counter spell or two, then the game's already over.
Exactly, because, I mean, I saw Knight and Tarmogoyf in Merit's hand and a Noble Hierarch, and that's just a little too slow.
Right, and those are good cards, especially, like, we watched last matchup where, against another Delver deck, Jacob deployed a threat like a Tarmogoyf and basically rode it to victory in both games.
Right.
So Merit is going to do roughly the same thing. Play those big threats. Delver doesn't like having good ways to answer them. Most of their cards are very efficient rather than very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
You don't find too many Terminates in these decks. You do find a lot of Lightning Bolts.
Yep. And Tarmogoyf coming out. Ooh, is that a Japanese Tarmogoyf? Very nice. Eating a daze, though. And, that's going to be hard for Merit.
Yeah.
Flipping the Delvers to the Abrupt Decays, that means his Knight of the Reliquary is not going to do very much.
Right.
He has the Grove of the Burn Willows. He needs that Punishing Fire.
Yeah. Oh, and another Delver.
Third Delver.
Jeez.
Oh, man.
So this is what people think of when you see a Delver draw.
Yes.
This is the draw that people go, oh man, I had a great hand and nothing resolved and my opponent killed me on turn 4.
This is called the combo player's nightmare.
Yes, exactly. And Merit is playing the opposite of a combo deck. All of his cards are individually powerful. He has a bunch of cheap removal, and I still don't think it's going to end up mattering.
Yeah.
These draws are so hard to beat.
Merit basically needs to go runner on removal spells. He has a Green Sun Zenith and a Noble Hierarch. Seeing Green Sun Zenith for 2. Maybe grabbing a Scavenging Ooze to buy him some time.
That doesn't seem like the worst plan. I'm going to go over his list right now, try to figure out. He looks like he's searching with intention.
Yeah. Looks like another Tarmogoyf. Yeah,
okay.
He wants that Tarmogoyf. Going back in.
Yeah, he's thinking about it again.
Really? A Nikadal?
Maybe he just... I don't know how big the Goyf is. No? The Goyf's bigger.
I feel that's because he has the Noble Hierarch in hand that he could have cast, and that's going to feel real bad if he casts Green Sun Zenith for 2 and then grabs Nikadal.
Right. Again, I think he's kind of hoping for a miracle. So...
Yeah, he does go with the Goyf.
Yep. I'm not sure how he gets out of this at this point.
Abrupt Decay and an Assassin's Trophy flipping the Delvers. GG!
Yep, this is going to go to a final game here.
Yep. All right. Game 3?
Oh, game 3. We should probably give them their list back.
It's an exciting one.
For the short time that we had them. But at least now we know what these players are working with, or at least have the capability to be working with.
So, we still sticking to our prediction of Jacob being the final victor?
So he's on the draw here, which is very important because he loses his 3 copies of Thoughtseize and 4 Dazes.
Mm-hmm.
Like, those are cards that are much better on the play than the draw.
Right.
But if I had to guess, I'm going to say more games look like our game 2 than our game 1.
Yeah. You think he is going to board out his Thoughtseizes? I don't know if he has enough to board in to also take those out.
Yeah, but that may be his cut.
Yeah, over the days, I
Right.
could see that, like leaving
Because
the dazes
again,
in.
Merit is playing 3 mana spells and things like Green Sun Zenith.
Right.
And also has a lot of like mana intensive activated abilities like Scavenging Ooze.
Yeah, also that 2 life on Thoughtseize really does matter in like a deck against like Merits where it really pressures your life total early.
Right. So it's going to be interesting. I think it's one of those 2 cards that's coming out. Maybe there was a stray card here or there that could be overall worse. But I think the idea here from Jake's side is just keep Merit's threats down and kill him before he can dig his way back into the game. And what Merit wants to do is get his threats unanswered on the board and then keep Jake's threats down. So this is very much who gets on the board and stays on the board.
True.
And I know that's, some pretty common regular Magic, but that's not how Legacy's played all the time.
And it's sad that it isn't. I'll take that back. It's good to have some variety in Legacy. But
Right, exactly.
I do enjoy this style of play.
No, this is good. Like I said, by happenstance, we've just ended up staying with Jake throughout all of this top 8. We started with him, and then we put him versus Reanimator on because we figured it would end quick, but turns out the other match actually ended quicker somehow. But no, we see some combo decks. We saw his 4-color Delver deck. Then it faced a Delver Mirror, but the 2 decks are still very different. Even though they're Delver Mirrors, 4-color versus Blue-Red are 2 very different style of decks, especially on Chris's list where he was running like Monastery Swift Spears and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then we have this Merit, like, big bully you around Naya deck.
Right. Mountain Pass brings up a good point about why Nicatl over Goose. The big thing is, unlike Rug Delver, Zoo does not run cantrips, so it's actually fairly difficult for Zoo to get to Threshold on a timely way.
Right. It's almost impossible for a deck like this to be attacking with a 3/3 Shroud on turn, even 3 or 4. Whereas in multiple games we've seen Merit on camera today, on turn 2 that thing's attacking for 3.
Right.
It is doing a good imitation of a green Delver in his deck.
Yes. We got Delver, the blue Delver. We got Wild Nicatl, the green Delver. And we got Toolcraft Exemplar, the white Delver.
It's certainly something. He could play Hex Drinker. I know you're joking around there. I wouldn't be surprised to see some number of that card show up eventually in some lists. I wouldn't be surprised if actually a 1-of would be okay in this deck with its Green Sun Zenith.
Hex Drinker's the new card, right?
The 2/1 that you can pay mana into to eventually make it a mini Progenitus.
Yeah.
But with the number of Ren and 6 running around specifically in Legacy right now,
yeah,
it's
2/1s
a pretty
are
risky.
a huge liability
it's a pretty
right
big
now.
liability.
Unless your name's True Name Nemesis, having 1 toughness is going
Right.
to mean you're going to see some pretty significant less play. Just when Bob was starting to make a comeback, they had to go and print Run and 6.
So both these players looking at their hands.
I see double Nicatl from Merit, so he's probably pretty happy with that. And a Tarmogoyf, and a Noble Hierarch. Does he go turn 1 Noble or turn 1 Nicatl?
My guess would be Noble in the dark.
Mm-hmm.
Playing a turn 1 Noble will let you decide how you want to play around days the next turn.
Right. That Abrupt Decay? No, he's not running black.
Merit?
Yeah.
No, he's not running black. Nope.
Oh, he's mulliganing that. Okay.
Yeah, maybe the mana didn't work.
Yeah.
We couldn't get a good. We couldn't get a good look at it, but it's entirely possible the mana didn't work there.
I thought he did. I saw 2 fetches.
So they're both on some mulligans here and figuring out who's going to end up on top here.
Okay.
So again here we have his new ability to go to 7.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of, I didn't catch it. How was the interview with Anthony? Did you guys talk about the London Mull?
I wasn't actually in here for the interview with
Pat,
Anthony.
you
That
wanna
was
come
Pat.
over?
It was good.
Good. Thanks, Pat. That was really insightful coverage. Thank you for being in the booth with us.
That's why I'm here.
No, we talked about. Sorry. So what we actually did is we kind of talked about where Tess was in the metagame, how he fared today, the decks he faced, and kind of his thoughts on the London Mulligan and how it felt for both him and his opponents. It was a nice little discussion. We had it, I think, before top 8 or at the end of round 6, I think. So you can find that in the VODs.
I feel Pat's mad at me. He's being very aggressive. He just whacked me over the back with the microphone. He just hit me over the head with a crowbar.
Make sure the door's closed. Ooh. Kind of winding down here. Everything's getting a little bit more haywire, but unfortunately for Merritt, it's looking like his chances are also winding down. I think this is him going to 5.
Yeah, this is going to 5. What's wrong with Merritt's name on the display?
I think Merritt's name's right. Meritt.
Yeah.
El Marassi. I believe that's how you spell Merritt's last name. It is a complicated one. I'm not sure if I have a copy of his last name in front of me. Elmasri. Elmasri. Yep, we definitely have that spelled wrong.
It's fine. It's fine. El Marassi.
That's why I was looking at that. I was like, that's not right. It's normally harder to pronounce than that. So it's Elmasri. So we apologize to Merritt for that. And that's why we all call him Merritt, because that last name is a nightmare.
Welcome, Rodney.
Yeah, I did not realize our local traveling salesman was in chat.
I also just heard that Rodney just purchased his first shop. He purchased JP Comics.
Yeah, I heard something similar for a little while ago, so congratulations on that.
Congratulations, Rodney.
It's always one of the highlights of my event, seeing him scoot by on his luggage. Okay, so Merritt does have a turn 1 play in the form of the Noble Hierarch, and then played a Tarmogoyf and got that, I believe, dazed. So he's working off of a small mana base here, though he does have the Punishing Fire.
I saw Swords to Plowshares and a Grove of the Burnwillows.
So he does have answers for this. So it looks like we're actually going to get to play a real game of Magic.
Yeah. Tarmogoyf Grove. Oh, Reb. Okay. Or no, that's not Reb. That's
No, that's Reb.
That is Reb.
Yep.
Swords. Yeah, Merritt has a pretty good hand right here.
Yeah, all things considered on the mull, and that's why I like the London Mulligan. We saw someone mulligan down to a number that previously probably would have been untenable, and instead he has a playable hand. It doesn't have many cards in it.
Okay, Watsy Shell.
No, I'm serious. We are now watching a game where if he mulliganed to 5, do you think we'd still be watching this game, or would this Delver just be running him over?
Maybe that's the way it should be.
Yeah, well, I'd much rather watch games of Magic. So that Force of Will takes care of another Tarmogoyf.
Wow.
But the Delver is picked out of the sky by that
Swords to Plowshares. See a Ponder. It looked like Jacob's hand was mostly lands.
So I wonder what he's looking for with this Ponder here. Like, if you get to choose the card that you're getting, what are you getting?
I'm probably getting a Delver of Secrets.
Okay. What's the worst card you're okay with keeping?
The worst card I'm okay with keeping?
Assuming you get to shuffle away the rest.
I think Red and 6 is the answer here.
Okay.
Because it's not terrible. I mean, you get to pick off that Noble Hierarch, and you get to present something, but it's not like it's gonna make or break the game.
Right. It does look like Jacob kept a land and a fetch land at that, so we'll see if he wants to draw any of these cards.
Crashing in with the Noble Hierarch.
Sorry about that. We have our mics close because they can hear us otherwise, so we'll need to keep that under wraps.
It's ASMR. Ungrateful bastard.
Yeah, exactly. We're just trying to help you guys sleep better. Yeah. That's what ASMR is for, right?
Yes. I told you I'm gonna put my feet into boxes of Cinnamon Toast Crunch and crunch them around my toes, and drag them across the ceramic floor.
I don't know if you guys can hear Pat, but I can hear Pat, and I wish I couldn't hear Pat.
Ooh. So that is a Plague Engineer right there, I assume naming humans.
Yes. How many? I don't feel that doesn't actually hit that many targets in Merritt's deck, though.
Killed one, so it's at least a 1-for-1.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1.
Shrinking Knights.
Hierarch?
Hierarch. Kills all the rest of the Hierarchs.
The Cattles, no. Tarmogoyfs, no. Skoos, no. Dryad Arbor, no. Guys, it's also 110 degrees today, so I just want all of you around the country to remember that. Oh.
Ooh, that's a very good wasteland there.
Yeah, that was. Dreadhorde Arcanist. Merritt's back on the back foot. Ripping that fetch off the top. Got another Noble, which doesn't do anything because it'll just instantly die to the Engineer.
Yeah, that Engineer is doing a good job of both providing a small clock and keeping chump blockers off the board.
Right.
That Dreadhorde Arcanist is getting that Ponder, making sure that Jake finds exactly what he needs.
Right.
So this is definitely a bad place for Merritt, and it's getting worse every turn.
This is where I feel the card disadvantage is really hurting Merritt.
Right.
So maybe it was a non-game anyways, just a longer-lasting non-game.
I don't think this was a non-game. He definitely had a shot here.
Just can I have a win? Can you just give me a win?
No.
Just give me a win.
You got all the rest of your wins at Niagara.
I got 9 more wins than I deserved.
Certainly not getting any on Thursday.
Wow. Good thing it's only registration Thursday. It's not until Friday that the matches start.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Clearly, you haven't been to your Pro Tour side drafts. Did a bunch of those.
My plan is to just money draft the Pro Tour, because if you're going to money draft anywhere, it's the Pro Tour, because they're going to pass some expensive stuff in name of good draft picks.
Yeah, those are a lot of fun when you show up for registration. Just a lot of people, truthfully, just sitting around at tables drafting with the packs they give you. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, nice.
It was really interesting last one because it was War of the Spark and no one had drafted with it yet. So everyone was frantic to get full 8-man pods constantly firing with the packs that we had because that's all anyone had.
Wow.
So Jake looking to untap here with 2 Dreadhorde Arcanists and that Plague Engineer. So this is interesting. He can try to keep the pressure going, but he needs to start trading guys. Now it looks like what he's going to do.
Yeah. It looks like he's explaining something.
He's stacking the order of the cantrips that he is using.
That makes sense.
So that he can brainstorm away, and if he needs the Ponder to shuffle the bad cards away.
Right.
Damn, 105 in South.
Yeah.
That's gross.
Yeah, it is a hot time in the United States today. I'm sure you guys know, but it's good to keep hydrated.
Pack those hydroblasts.
We should make a drink called Hydroblast. Come on. And you can make like foot warmers for the winter called Pyroblast.
Yes.
Or it could just be like a cinnamon whiskey. Too. Actually.
Oof, this is looking better and better for Jacob.
Yeah, it's looking like Delver's doing what Delver wants to do. It is restricting Merit's options and resources. And again, these Dreadhorde Arcanists have looked good every time we've seen them today.
So, Dreadhorde Arcanist better than Ren in 6?
Yes.
Maybe. It's at least in more decks.
Yeah. I'm seeing it do more work on camera. And I think this is Merit giving the scoops.
Yeah. And
GG's.
Delver taking it down.
Congratulations to Jacob Haversat.
Dreadhorde Arcanist is going in that trophy today.
You think it's Dreadhorde Arcanist? Good. Yeah, we gotta talk to Jacob.
With what we saw on camera, I'd assume it'd be Dreadhorde Arcanist, but we didn't see his matches to make it here.
True.
And last time I believe we had, what was it in your thing last time?
Briefing?
Mission. Ross was mission briefing, and then it was.
Bryant was Grape Shot.
Bryant was Grape Shot, even though it wasn't in his deck because Bryant's a troll. But that's why we love Bryant. Then Ross chose Grape Shot.
Nope. Ross chose mission briefing.
Ross had mission briefing.
Ross chose mission briefing. It's been a long day, guys. Ross chose mission briefing, and then at the last LAO Open, I believe it was Cunning Wish.
Okay.
Yes.
So yeah, we'll definitely see how Jake's journey went. I'm sure one of us will interview him for something.
Yeah, I think we got some extra time. This tournament went pretty fast, so let's grab Jake and do a quick interview with him.
Sure. Hey everyone, we're just breaking everything down here and trying to get Jake in here for a short interview, talk about his day, talk about how everything went. So, did anyone see anything they really liked today? Get any new legacy ideas? Ooh, not having any AC is rough. Looks like they're trying to get Jake in here right now. So I'll see what they're up to. 1 second.
Hello, everyone. We are back with the finalists. We've already broken down the green screen, so you get to see the magic that was behind the green screen. Turns out it's just a bunch of stuff and appliances. Got some snacks, got a mini fridge. Good stuff. Good stuff. But apparently, unbeknownst to us in the booth, there were some shenanigans that happened. Can you, Merrick, explain what transpired?
So yes. Things, I guess, got a little weird. So before game 2, when we were sideboarding for game 2, I wanted to check Jacob's deck list, open deck lists, to see how many Trinity Nemesis were in his deck. And I realized Trinity Nemesis was not on his deck list at all. I did play Jacob during the Swiss, and he played multiple true names in both games against me, so I knew it was in his deck. So I kind of was thinking aloud. I was like, where are the true names? And then it dawned upon us that there had been a bit of a mishap.
I see.
I don't know if you want to add
I don't know what I can add to that. That's just the facts. Those are facts that happened.
So, Jacob, so you received a game loss for this?
Yeah. I mean, I submitted a 58 card deck, so.
Okay.
That deck's not legal.
Yep.
I didn't play the wrong cards. I just played cards that I didn't have in the deck list. So.
Right.
That's that.
And I guess the judges of the event only checked sideboards when we went into top 8. They didn't check the whole 75. So I guess they missed it at that stage.
So even though Jacob won on camera, Merritt is technically the victor of the match.
Proud one at that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, that always feels terrible.
God, I needed to mulligan more. Mulligan my good hands more. Sorry.
Yeah.
I tried to ham it up, but it didn't pan out.
Well, yeah. Here, why don't you guys? Can you guys talk about the match a little bit? What you were thinking during the matches?
So we did play this match in the Swiss. I honestly haven't played a lot. I hadn't played this specific matchup of Zoo versus the new 4-color Delver deck at all before we played in the Swiss. And I actually haven't really played a lot of Zoo recently. I haven't played a ton of Legacy recently either. So overall, I wasn't familiar with a 4-color Delver deck. I wasn't that familiar with the matchup. Like, I'd seen some deck lists. And I also wasn't sure. So I wasn't that familiar with their deck, and I wasn't sure how I should approach it as the Zoo deck, to be honest. So I think it's, I don't know. I think it's kind of a hard matchup. There's a lot of powerful cards in the 4-color deck.
Yeah, I mean,
they attack from a lot of different angles.
The experience we had is that it plays out a lot like 4-color Delver versus Maverick or any other Noble Hierarch deck, in that you just have a lot of powerful tools, and sometimes if you draw well, if you can find enough cantrips or deal with the speed bumps like Thalia or cards like that, then you can eventually dig to haymakers, especially with the addition of cards like Wrenn and 6. And I mean, obviously Zoo isn't a matchup that people get to play very often, but the fact that you can you essentially don't have to deal with like the Stoneforge package or things like that, and this particular version of the deck isn't that weak to Punishing Fire either, which is like a massive boon in the matchup. So being able to stick threats like Tarmogoyf and True Nemesis, as well as the added consistency of cantrips, makes the matchup, I think, pretty good for me. Was the experience we had, if I don't keep egregious hands like I did in the first game. So.
Yeah, so Zoo is traditionally, at least I think, is better against Delver decks than Maverick. But for this specific kind of Delver deck, I don't know, I'm not really sure. I guess, well, Wrenn and 6 and Plague Engineer are kind of big problems for Maverick, and this deck is definitely, the Zoo deck's much more robust against those cards. You've got a lot more removal, which is good at removing just killing their threats, but this deck, a lot of the threats are either Planeswalkers or Tarmogoyf, which is relatively hard to kill, or True Name, which my deck can't get off the board. So I think that makes it kind of a harder matchup from my end than like kind of a classic Delver deck.
Yeah.
Like Canadian Threshold or...
One thing we were talking about in the booth in a couple of your matches, actually, Jacob, was that you're a Delver deck, but you're almost like a Delver deck that wants to go long compared to the other Delver decks in the room. Like your blue-red matchup that we saw on camera, and then also this matchup. It felt like the longer the game went, the happier you were.
Yeah, I would say that applies to me in general whenever I play Legacy. No matter pretty much whatever deck I'm playing, I will attempt to extend the game as much as possible. I was talking about this with my blue-red opponent, where I just like really hate using things like Force of Will to defend my threats. Like a lot of the times, I will try and get the game to the point where I can hardcast my Force of Wills to sort of extend card advantage and stuff. And whether or not that's good or bad is weird. But this deck definitely plays to that strength in the way that you have a lot of very powerful, very flexible tools. And a lot of them are value engines going into the late game. So I definitely felt like that was how those games went. And I think some of my opponents had some pretty unfortunate draws, as you may have seen. Both my quarters and my semis, and honestly game 2 and 3. I mean, especially game 3 there. But that's how you win a tournament, right? So, I definitely feel like the Delver deck does have a lot of very strong tools. Renin 6 does feel a lot like Delver Shaman, as people have mentioned. And it's going to be interesting to see how it evolves going forward. So.
Yeah. One thing we were debating at the end is, what do you think was better for you this tournament? Renin 6 or Dreadhorde Arcanist, the 2 new kids on the block?
I actually, they were both, I mean, again, I was lucky this whole tournament. They both kind of came up when they were relevant. Renin 6 felt better just because I felt like I got myself into a lot of spots where my opponent would have a Lightning Bolt, since that card is quite good right now, I think. Even I had my Miracles opponent stranded with 2 Swords to Plowshares in hand, so I would intentionally put back my threats. But I mean, I played against Goblins, and I won the die roll in my hand was both Dreadhorde Arcanist, so like that is not really a beatable draw either. So they both had their situations, and I mean that's the strength of playing a Brainstorm deck, right? But I think in general I would prefer Renin 6. It's a tough question.
Yeah.
So your deck list had 15 threats, right?
3 Ren, 3 Goy, 4 Delver, 2 True Name. Are you counting? Or sorry,
I'm counting Ren.
You are counting Ren?
Yeah.
Then yes, 15. Yeah.
So yeah, it's basically that mix of threats is I think it's just really good. Like you have the Dreadhorde, that's the card advantage. You've got the True Name, that's just really hard to kill. Goy's just big and dumb. Delver's nice and evasive. Ren has a load of utility.
Yeah. That's how I felt going forward, was especially with 3 Thoughtseize in the deck, I was able to essentially see what my opponent's answers were and sort of try and bob and weave around them.
I felt Thoughtseize, like when you Thoughtseize me in our game 1 in the Swiss, that
was very
that
good
was like
for me.
oof. Yeah. Thoughtseize is like really good in Delver decks. So just getting I always loved playing Probe in Delver decks because the free
yeah, I mean, I love playing Probe in any deck, right?
Probe is an egregious card, but like for me it was Probe and Meddling Mage.
Sure.
Like Blue White Red Delver. But Probe is like whatever. Just like the information I think is really valuable in like a Delver kind of strategy, because like you can see like where the opponent's hand is kind of a little weak, and you kind of pressure them on that axis.
I also think
Thoughtseize kind of brings a little of that.
I also think for what it's worth, as Jerry noted, when you do move towards the Jundier plan, the later game plan, it's nice to have more tools to break up decks like Ant and these sort of inevitability combo decks. And I think Thoughtseize serves that role, and obviously comes with Dreadhorde Arcanist quite well in those matchups.
Yeah, Arcanist too. That's right. Yeah, instead of playing like Spell Pierce, you're not playing any Spell Pierce, right?
No.
Or Spell Snare, any
playing
of that stuff.
No,
like, no
soft counter magic. Yeah.
Playing this Jund, it's like Jund Delver with blue cards. I guess.
Wet Jund.